The everlasting.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Husbands by Moliere, which met with success on Broadway when freely adapted by Arthur Gaterman and Lawrence Langner. We invite you to be our guest again at a great play and witness their modern version of the famous French comedy which was produced for the first time June 24th, 1661. The Palais Royal Theatre, where the afternoon performance was presented, was the gathering place of pleasure-loving Parisians who filled the pit, the stage, the boxes and balconies to pay tribute to their favorite actor and author, Moliere. The Palais Royal Theatre, where The School for Husbands was presented, was located in the right wing of the Palais Cardinal, which Cardinal Richelieu built for himself. The pit, as usual, always presented a scene of varied activity. Since the performances seldom started at the appointed hour of 2 o'clock, the gallants passed away the time by fencing and playing at cards and dice. Fashionable people from the court and diplomatic circles were in evidence at each play by Moliere, for the king openly showed his favor for the actor-author by presenting him with the theater. Prominent men paid high fees for seats upon the stage and in the 2 rows of stage boxes. Preceding the performance, young girls did a thriving business selling oranges, nuts, and drinks to the patrons. The orchestra was located at the back of the theater and played a lengthy program before each performance. One of the high spots of interest, just before the start of the play, was the lowering of the great chandeliers for the lighting of the candles. As they were pulled up into place, the audience applauded the colorful episode. At the premiere of The School for Husbands, Moliere played the leading part of Sganarelle and read the prologue to the play. He wore the conventional costume of knee breeches, a tight-fitting coat, with a short cape hanging from his shoulders. The moment he entered the stage with his cap in his hands, he was greeted by an ovation. His sad face, like a melancholy mask, brightened, and it became a fascinating study of various expressions as he bowed to his admirers in the theater and began to speak the prologue to The School for Husbands. Today, in our modern version, the prologue sets the scene and acts the leading part of Sganarelle. The play begins.
Kind friends, we fear you fear to see upon the stage a solemn play in this impatient age. Yet if solemnity is what you're afraid of, that isn't what this offering is made of. A pleasant street in Paris shall you see, with houses placed where houses ought to be. There, while you watch the subtle plot unfold, with guardians grim and lovers blithe and bold, your ear shall hear, we trust with satisfaction, some tuneful ballads suited to the action. For in this day, when first our play is done, to be precise in 1661, pure drama would place too great a strain upon the weary, overburdened brain. Since first our play will please the better sort, the 14th Louis and his brilliant court, I, Moliere, the author, having full control, in my own drama, take the leading role. Playwright and actor-manager as well, I shrewdly cast myself as Sganarelle, and give myself the best of scene and line. I wrote it so, since his part is mine. And I'm no prologue, just a humble foreword. Yet as I leave you, let me speak one more word, or take from me, and then I'm on my way, 4 words as forward. Please enjoy our play.
Je crevais à part, ton âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Amine mutine, préviens des séduits, mais veine à hôtel, tu fuis qui te fuis, tu fuis qui te fuis. Bergère légère, je crevais à part, ton âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Tu chantes, tu vantes, l'amour l'amour et sa loi, parole frivole, tu n'aimes que toi, tu n'aimes que toi. Perdure tes guerres, je crois tes affaires, mon âme, ton flamme, mais tu n'aimes pas.
Hello, Lisette.
Oh, you, Wegard? How strange.
What's strange?
To see you working for a change.
Why, you're just out to get a breath of air. Where are you going?
That is my affair.
If it's a secret.
Nosy. I'm going to bring my Mistress Leonore her sewing. She's visiting her sister Isabel, poor thing, who lives in there with Sganarelle. But Sganarelle has gone to see his brother Ariste. And while they talk with one another, the sisters too can have a quiet chat. And so can I. Is that enough of that?
Yes. When you've told me where you'll be tonight, I'd like to see you.
Possibly you might. We're going, that is Mistress Leonore, her guardian Ariste, and several more, to see the Dauphin's birthday fete.
Good. Slip away. I'll meet you at the gate.
All right, I'll try. But don't you come too late. Oh, when you kiss, please remember this. Marriage is your bill, sir, and you'll pay it. Oh, scat. Here comes the master and his mean old brother. You go in Valaire's house. I'll go to the other.
Listen, Brother Sganarelle, listen, pray.
Brother Ariste, you talk too much. May I suggest that every man should live as he thinks best?
But others don't. Your narrow point of view is blamed by everyone.
By fools like you.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
No thanks, Ariste, whatever. I'll even let you tell me what these clever, self-righteous people say about me.
Well, if you don't mind...
But I? Go on and tell.
Well, they all express the wish that you were humbler. Condemn the thing that makes you such a grumbler. That gives you ways that everybody loathes and makes you wear such queer, outlandish clothes.
That's it. I'm not in fashion. Tell these railers I dress to please myself and not their tailors. It is your esteemed opinion, I suppose, that I should deck myself like our young beaux, in silly hats that leave weak brains exposed, that I should strut along, my legs enclosed in ruffled breeches, though my man-sized feet squeezed into tiny shoes, and all complete with frills and furbelows, to take my airing, arrayed in what the well-dressed man is wearing.
If all the rest are fools, be slightly foolish, instead of singularly wise and mulish.
Well, spend your age in liking or in loathing, but I will stick to my own style of clothing. Good day. I'll be on my way.
Good day. I'll have no more to say.
Sister Isabel, there's no one in the square. Let's walk a little in the summer air.
Sister Leonore, I hardly dare to go.
Well, there's nothing wrong in walking with your sister. Come along, don't worry. If Sganarelle scolds, I'll take the blame.
Locked up he keeps you. What a burning shame.
Hey, Isabel. Where are you going?
We don't just know, but it's such lovely weather, I thought we might go out a while together.
Leonore and Lisette, go where you like. You two with all the gadabouts. But as for you, Isabel, how often must I tell you, here you stay?
Oh, Sganarelle, let them go. God's lambs will play.
Your servant, Brother Ariste.
Youth, you know.
That youth is foolish, and that age is too.
With Leonore, you know she's quite secure.
Perhaps. But when Isabel stays with me, I'm sure.
I guard her, Sister Leonore, quite as well, I trust.
For heaven's sake, let each do as he must. These girls are orphans. In his dying hour, their father, long our friend, with all their dower, entrusted them to us, and in his will gave us the duty which we must fulfill to marry them ourselves, or give their hands to whom we choose. But we, meanwhile, our commands they must obey, as they and I know well. Your ward is Leonore, mine Isabel. Guard yours as you think best, sagacious brother, and kindly give me leave to rule the other.
It seems to me...
It seems to me you let your ward be gay, and primp and gad about and have her way, and idle as you will. Well, much I care. And flirt with these young sparks. That's your affair. But I intend to make my ward defer to that which seems to me is not to her. She shall not leave my doorway unattended to talk with gallants. For the flesh is weak.
Yes, but...
It seems to me, I know whereof I speak. Since fortune destines her to be my wife, I do not mean to let her spoil my life.
You have no cause.
Be still. Isabel. How dared you stir one step from home unchaperoned?
But, sir, I came to see my sister. You object?
I do. Your inference is most correct. You spoil her for me, and I'm free to say that you'll oblige me if you keep away.
Then I'll speak frankly, too. You seek my sister's love, but all that you have done and coarsely said to her, I hope and trust will make her turn from you in deep disgust.
The man's a Turk. He shuts his woman in.
Well, there never was a woman, Lisette, worth the winning who needed locks to hinder her from sinning. These vile precautions utterly disgust us.
The only way to hold us is to trust us.
A woman wants affection and contentment.
Compulsion stirs her anger and resentment.
Remember how you felt when you were 20?
We all need liberty.
And you take plenty.
To Leonore, my ward, I gladly give the right to live unchained, as youth should live.
Why should I mope at home? To me, it looks as though the world could teach one more than books.
So help me gad, she talks like maids and cooks.
While 'twas her father's will, as you have said, that if and when I chose, we two should wed. Since she might be my daughter by adoption, I don't intend to exercise my option.
You mean, Aris, that I shall marry whom I will?
Yes, I'll not play the haughty tyrant. Still, if what I have, or am, or seem, can make her forget the age you mock, I'll gladly take her. In any case, her choice shall be her own. I seek her happiness, and that alone.
You make me sick. You poor blind fool. Isabel, go in. You mustn't listen to such drool.
Shame, the fool.
Brother, you take your guardianship of Farah.
You think you know, but I think I know better.
Whatever Leonore wants to do, I'll let her.
You'll trust her? Then what happens will amaze you. I'll be delighted when your wife betrays you.
Then may you laugh, old youp. But I foresee the laugh will be on you, and not on me.
I pledge my word that if Aris marries me, no wife can be more true than I shall be. But if Sganarelle, and God forbid I married you, I would not be so sure what I might do. I'd never let his jealousy alarm me.
I'd keep him jealous of the whole French army.
Be still, you vixen.
Those who fear the nagging of women's tongues should never set them wagging.
As one brother to another, you have softening of the brain.
Have a little patience, brother. Youth deserves a lighter rein.
By some artifice or other, we will break the tyrant's chain.
You may laugh, but I know how affairs will go.
When the cat's away, how the mice will play.
I'll have my way, and she must obey.
But not to iron bars and railings. Remember that for minor faults and failings, good sense and kindness are the safest cures. I'll go now in my house, and I'm your humble servant.
I'm not yours.
Goodbye. Are manners out of place?
Goodbye. I'd rather see his back than see his face. I'll go into my house and keep my place.
Goodbye indeed. There go a well-matched pair. The man as mad as any old March hare. The girl's a pert coquette. True mates confound them. And what a household they will have around them. No, Isabel shan't see them anymore. They'd spoil her morals, he and Leonore. I'll ship her to the country, where the habits of good folks don't resemble those of rabbits. But here I'll have to guard her night and day. That time she pretty nearly slipped away. I'll see she doesn't try that anymore. I'll get a faithful man to guard the door. Another thing I'll do. I'll see a notary, too, and fix a day to marry her before we go away. Here comes the Sandals, Sylvester and Valere. I'll be on my way, rather than meet them here.
Au revoir.
Adieu, Valere.
Goodbye, you rogues. You stripped me bare. To 6 good louis d'or, goodbye.
Congratulations, then, Valere.
But why, Sylvester?
Your luck at cards is so harassing. Your luck in love must be surpassing.
My luck... Love is quite as bad.
How so, my boy?
Confess, my lad. Poor Valere, he's in love again.
With number 6?
No, number 10.
Why don't you trot her out and show her?
How did you ever get to know her?
I've never met her. Wish I could.
And still you know that she is good.
This much I'll say. Isabel, my lovely girl, is locked in by a crusty churl.
But come with us, you lovelorn sinner. Perhaps we'll teach you how to win her.
Oh, better still to live without her.
Now, leave me here to dream about her.
But will you quit your dreamy state in time to join us at the fete this evening at the Tuileries, fond lover?
Possibly. I'll see.
Come on, Lysander. We must choose our costumes. There's no time to lose. And shall we bring you one? Valere?
Oh, if you wish, I don't much care.
He doesn't care, for oh and ah, he dreams of sweetness, yes, Mamma. Come hear the story of young Valere. His eyes were blue, his locks were fair. He rattled the dice, he sang tra-la, till he fell in love with a yes, Mamma.
A yes, Mamma?
A yes, Mamma.
He fell in love with a yes,
Mamma.
Alas, poor lover. His lot was sad. A crusted jailer the lady had, a terrible giant who cried, "Aha! You keep away from my yes, Mamma."
My yes, Mamma?
My yes, Mamma.
You keep away from my yes, Mamma.
Deep in my heart the truth lies hid. Sadly, I fear that no one knows it. Oh, how I wish that one man did. How but to him may I disclose it? How may I teach his eyes to see? How may I learn if he loves me? Tell, Cupid, tell. Does he know I love him well?
What can a maiden say with sighs? What by her charm and sweet demeanor? What may she hint with downcast eyes? How can she know the man has seen her? Why must she be so good and meek? Why may she love and still not speak? Do, Cupid, do bear my message. I love you.
Scanorell's coming. I'll close the window.
I'll remember Cupid's message even so. Guest, come out of the house at once. There's Scanorell.
I'm coming. His humor's bad, I can surely tell. What's here by my door, lackey? I see that nobody within goes out, and nobody without goes in.
Trust me, Your Honor. In stealth, I'll sit by your door and drink to your health.
Trust him if he drinks. Well, I must trust him with my honor. Pish! Whom can I trust? I'll sit here on the bench by the door. Take a pinch of snuff. Nothing more.
Your pardon, Monsieur Scanorell. Perhaps we're indiscreet.
Perhaps.
But I've so long desired to meet a man of such exalted worth and station that I've presumed to make my salutation.
You have.
And let me add that I would treasure an opportunity to do your pleasure.
Pleasure?
For serving you would be no labor. I humbly render thanks that I'm your neighbor.
That's good.
Have you heard the latest out? The news that everybody talks about?
Not me.
Not him. I see you scorn this idle chatter for higher things, the things that really matter.
I do.
Shall you see the fete in preparation? Our Dauphin's splendid birthday celebration?
I might.
Your manners are sublime. How do you spend your time?
On my own business.
Rightly. But the mind demands some relaxation, don't you find?
I do exactly as I please.
Exceedingly well said. How wise to do the things that calm and ease us, and not what other people think should please us.
I'm busy.
Oh, yes, I know, but if I might, I'd love to call some not too distant night and sit with you a little after dinner.
Good day to you. The old baboon.
He's tough.
Cheer up. Valere, you'll pay me by and by, sir.
Guest, I'm furious and desperate.
But why, sir?
Because he locks her up. Won't let her see a soul in all the world, including me.
She doesn't know you love her?
I confess I do not know. I dare not try to guess.
I'm sure we'll find a way as quick as winking.
Yes. Let's go in and do some heavy thinking.
Wait. Yonder is her sister's maid, Lisette. A saucy jade. We haven't tried her yet.
Well, then ask her help at once.
Well, I don't mind a pretty girl, flirtatiously inclined.
Ah, what a friend you are. Go forth, brave martyr.
I go.
I'll go in my place and pray that you don't catch a tartar.
Lisette! Lisette! Lisette, my mama said. Come out of Arif's house.
Who's that?
Who do you think? Come out, my pet. Come out, my dove, my swan, my duck, my starling.
Well, this is no birdhouse.
Then come out, my darling.
Now that I'm in the street, what's all this noise about?
Important business.
Darling, you're the worst. And only business.
Oh, well, business first.
Oh, stop. Stop. Now tell me what you want me for.
Well, pet, it's this. My master, young Valere, adores your lady's sister over there. But how is he to meet her? He and I thought maybe you could help us.
I'll try, but it's quite hopeless. I'd love to help him.
Could your mistress ask her sister here?
And then your master, too.
That's it, my dear.
Perhaps to go to sea.
Yes, that's the cue, the Dauphin's fate.
I'll see what I can do.
You can do anything.
You think so? Why?
You can with me.
Well, I can say goodbye.
How cruel you are. Why must you slip away?
Your business, that is done. Why should I stay?
You ought to know.
I ought ought to, yes.
What did I say?
How can I guess?
I love you.
Truly?
None but you.
He knows what to do.
I know what to do.
Vivement si réfléchit le tableau s'enrichit d'images. Mais tandis que l'on admire, c'est en nous le ciel s'admire, avec qui vient peigner face sur face. D'un soupir profond notre l'éclat de joie de sa face. C'était toi qui s'étend dans la plaine, répétons ces eaux désolées, bédoyées de mots où la paperasse s'enchaîne. Un ciel pur, un azur sans nuage, vivement si réfléchi, le tableau s'enrichit d'images.
I know the house, Isabel. I recognize the man from your description. That's it, over there across the street. Valaire's his name, they told you, sweet?
Yes, but take good care. For goodness sake.
Don't fret. I'll manage this young rake.
He's left the room. I must confess the game I'm playing may appear to be too brazen for a nice young girl like me. But here's my chance. How can I let it go? Good people who have seen me bullied so, I beg your pity. Don't refuse it, please. As for my stratagem, excuse it, please.
Come, lackey. Step out into the street. I'll lock the door. 'Tis necessary, I repeat. There's his house, and the lair is coming out. Oh, what can it be? The lout. It is the very man. So, now I know why he was so polite an hour ago. One moment. Monsieur Valère, you're the man I'm looking for.
Delighted.
I want a word with you.
Indeed. Well, come inside.
I prefer the street.
But the noise.
I hear well.
Will you sit down?
I'll stand. I'm quite at ease.
As a gentleman, you're difficult to please.
You know that I am the guardian of a rather pretty girl named Isabel, who lives nearby.
Yes.
And do you know that since her dying father willed it so, that I shall give the word when she marries me?
No, that's too bad.
What's that?
Too bad her father died.
Oh. And so you'll kindly cease your vain pursuit and leave the girl in peace.
What? My pursuit?
Come, sir. Don't deny it. Drop this pretense. You're gaining nothing by it.
Who said I loved her?
Someone whom I trust.
But who? I ought to know.
Well, if you must, 'twas she herself.
What, she? She knows.
'Twas she who said it. I trust, sir, you'll be good enough to credit my word no less than hers. The girl's well bred.
I'm glad to hear that.
And not to be misled. Her heart's affection is mine alone. In fact, I can't deny. She says that I am the apple of her eye. And that is all I have to say. Goodbye.
What do you make of that? Nothing to distress or trouble me. That message was not sent to kill my love.
You think the true intent
was not to make me deem all hope forbidden. There's something hidden.
The fox is watching. Let us go inside where he can't spy upon us. I'll unlock the door and step inside and tell all that's happened to my pride. Isabel! Isabel!
Scannerell, now the front door is unlocking. I'm scared to death you'll hear my poor heart knocking.
The message that I sent might leave my lover blind to what I meant, so I must send through by my jailer's hand another that he cannot understand.
Well, here I am.
What happened? Tell me, quick.
Your message made our hero pretty sick.
Astonished, was he?
Stricken to the core. I guess he won't annoy us anymore.
I'm sure he will.
You are? But how, my dear?
Because he still sent this letter. Look here.
A letter?
You'd hardly gone. Along abruptly threw the letter in my lap and ran away as fast as he could pack before I had a chance to throw it back. A billet do, you see.
The man's devoid of decency.
I'm terribly annoyed.
What knavery!
I really should return the thing at once to show him how I spurn his vile advances. But I dare not ask.
Why not? I'll gladly undertake the task.
Remove the fellow's letter from my sight.
But first, then, let's see what he has dared to write.
Don't break the seal.
Why not, indeed?
The man would think I'd opened it to read the nonsense in his horrid billet-doux.
Oh. And maybe that you'd like to read it, too.
No, to send it back to him without delay unopened would be much the better way.
To show contempt and scorn.
Of course. And then he won't try any tricks like that again. But if you feel you ought to read the letter, why open it?
No. Your plan is better. I'll take the thing. I have a call to pay beyond his house.
You leave it on your way? Oh, you are so kind.
Then I'll come back at once to ease your mind.
You can't come soon enough. Goodbye. I'll lock the door and walk across the way and have it out in a moment's stay.
Maman, dites-moi ce qu'on sent quand on aime. Est-ce plaisir, est-ce tourment? Je suis tout le jour dans une peine extrême. Et la nuit je me fais cauchemar. Comme un peu de connaît un amour. Si quelque près de nous soupire, que faut-il lui dire? Oh ben j'ai bien fait que beaucoup d'amour va donner discret, me jurer l'autre jour qu'il m'aimait bien. Je ne dis rien, mais il revient encore me dire encore que c'est maman. Que faire
One must be extremely careful bringing up a wife or maid. Train her to be meek and prayerful. Fit her for a useful life. Teach her to be fond of sewing. Keep her under lock and key. That's the only way of knowing she is where she ought to be. Here, fellow. Give this to your master, Valere. Show him that the seal is unbroken. Tell him my ward is very angry and has not read it. And he is not to send you or any other rogue delivering letters to her.
Your pardon, master, but neither I nor any other rogue delivered this letter.
Don't lie. Give it to your master. And now, good day.
Master, Scannerell was here. He handed me this letter. He says it came to Isabel from you. From me? Quite so. She's very angry, too, and sent it back, unread, by way of showing resentment, sir.
Well. I implore your aid, yet not alone because of my distress. Your acts have shown your love for me, and as your heart may tell, if you love me, I can love you as well. I trust your faith. Contrive that we shall meet. Since I am guarded and must use deceit, I may speak strangely, but you'll know the way to guess what I intend from what I say.
Well, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Whoever would think so young a girl could be so clever?
And how adorable she is, how charming. Her mind so clear, her candor so disarming.
But look, here comes Lisette. Perhaps 'tis fortunate we've met. Your pardon, sir. The lady's maid, Lisette.
My master, Monsieur Ariste, has begged Monsieur Scannerell to come tonight with Mistress Isabel and go with us to see the Dauphin's fate. He says, and hopes he does not ask too late, that you and your companions are invited to wait upon the lady.
I'm delighted. We'll come. And give your master, if you will, 1,000 thanks from me.
And give him still 10,000 more from me. Now off you run.
Hello, here comes old Scannerell. A curse. With a second lackey to watch the first.
This is your post. Sit by the door. Your duty. Is that clear?
It is, Your Honor.
Good. And look who's here. My fair-haired dandy. Monsieur Valère, now I think you'll be less lavish with your pen and ink. You have your letter back. I hope it pains you to gather that the lady so disdains you.
For me to strive with you for Isabel is plainly folly, though I love her well.
That's folly also.
Further add that no distress can make my soul forget her loveliness. And though the planets fall and heavens furl, I'll never love another girl. And I shall woo her till my dying day. Or would, did not your marriage bar my way.
Quite right. I own your feelings, do you credit. I'll speak your message as your lips have said it. To Isabel.
I thank you from my heart.
And let me counsel you before we part.
Yes?
To drive this longing from your brain and save you any further pain. Farewell. Isabel! Isabel! Come here to me. I'm sorry that it chanced to be his evil fate to vie in love with me. Isabel! Isabel!
Yes, tell me what was said.
There never was a lover so astounded, so desperate, so utterly confounded to see his letter coming back unread.
He plans to steal and marry me by force. An honorable love, that is, of course.
What's that? Abduction?
Yes, I just found out. That's what your man of honor brags about.
You found out? How?
The fellow servant came and told me secretly.
There, my pet. I'll settle him at once.
But don't forget, be stern with him.
I'll spoil his plots. He'll find himself too late to run away with you as he intended. I'll marry you before the week is ended.
Before?
You'd like it sooner, wouldn't you?
Why, a week will do. A week will do.
Did ever woman act more circumspectly? Why lock her up when I'll be back directly? And she is mine, and I can truly say that I have made her what she is today. Hey, Isabel, what's all this crazy prancing?
I love to see the dancing.
Yes, brother, she is safe with us.
Oh, you! I might have guessed. My brother and his crew. Stop it, Dixon. What the deuce? Has the madhouse broken loose?
Come, brother, join us at the open stage.
Hurry, you'll be late.
But join us, you and Isabel.
Not I, not she.
Oh, come, why not?
Come, Isabel. Why should we longer hide our loves? On Sunday, she will be my bride.
Sunday?
Then, your bride.
Yes, we marry Sunday.
No.
Then, just to celebrate, come, let her go to see the carnival, an hour or so.
No. Go into the house. There we'll have it out. No ward of mine will I permit to join in such a rout.
The time is early evening, and the moon is rising. Ergast enters from Valère's house.
And now, Ergast, I'll pass the ogre's barricade to speak with her. I'll try this man. Hello, you lackey. Where's your master?
I don't know.
You mean you didn't see him go? When will he be here?
I don't know.
Well, never mind. Your mistress, though, is home, I take it?
I don't know.
And perhaps a silver coin or so would help your memory.
I don't know.
You seem to take me for a foe, but I'm quite harmless.
I don't know.
Why can't you give a man a show? You don't distrust me.
I don't know. We don't know.
Where ignorance is bliss, they've heard it said, 'tis folly to be wise.
No, master. On the contrary, where folly is bliss, 'tis wise to be ignorant.
Ergast, go to the fete. Here's money. Bring some of the mountebanks to dance and sing for my beloved.
Good sir, I go. Aha! A singer for a serenade.
The world is dark and lonely. My sun no longer beams. The night with all the stars away can give me only dreams. But through the weary hours, I know that love will have its own. How glad will be the dawning when you are mine alone.
Aha! There you are, my gallant suitor.
Yes, what's troubling you now?
Your foolishness. Enough of this pretense. I thought you had more sense. A gentleman of your condition, character, position, planning to carry off my ward.
Who told you such a fairy tale?
Denials are of no avail. Was Isabel herself told me.
She told you.
Then she says you plan her forcible abduction. I warn you, if you dare, 'twill cause a ruction.
Ah.
She says you're well aware of how she feels, in whom her love is placed. And so she bids you haste to end at once a shameful situation, by which she suffers deep humiliation.
To end at once a shameful situation. Well, if this be true, of course I ought to quit the field, leaving her to you. If this be true...
If? You doubt me, then? Very well. You shall hear it from her own lips. Wait. Isabel? Isabel? Come out.
Wait, that man you bring in here? And why? That he may plead his cause? You rate him high. Because you find his manner so disarming, you hope that I shall also find him charming.
Not so, my dear. Your heart is mine, I know. But this man simply will not have it so.
How can you doubt? Good words and looks reveal more clearly still the love and hate I feel.
Dear madam, what this gentleman advised me was your own message. Certainly surprised me.
I have a choice, if choice it can be named, between two suitors. Proud and unashamed, I own that one I honor and adore with all my heart. The other I abhor.
Yes, Isabel. The part I have to play is clear to me. I soon shall find a way to rid you of that one among those present whose every act and word is so unpleasant.
Do so. My hate for him is so intense, his very presence is a gross offense.
Now.
Do I offend by speaking so? Must I apologize?
Good gracious, no. And yet I'm sorry. It must be distressing to learn that one is so unprepossessing.
To speak less plainly now would be a crime.
I understand. You haven't long to wait. In 2 days' time, I shall so manage that your eyes shall rest no longer on this thing that you detest.
Good riddance, and goodbye.
Poor lad, she loves me. No one can efface me from her affections. So, farewell.
Goodbye.
Pitied. No, not he. Not he. But I'm as tired as can be, so let me sleep till morning.
Yes, my own. Sleep sweetly. The love that you have shown deserves reward. Why need we hesitate? Sunday is far too long for you to wait. I'll marry you tomorrow. There. Go in the house. Good night.
Good night.
Now, can I trust these men or can I not? For all I know, they're hatching out a plot to help him bear her off. What shall I do? I'll get a real good man to watch these two.
Tomorrow? Heaven help us, what a mess. I cannot reach Valere. He cannot guess my trouble. In 2 days he promised aid, but that will be too late, I'm much afraid. 2 days. That man will marry me in 1. So I must do whatever can be done at once, tonight.
Carmine, Harlequin, and all, wait here. Master Valere, behold your players, sir.
I guess my only hope's to try tonight, and with a sturdy ladder aid her flight.
A ladder?
We'll bring one. Now, tell them to begin.
Here is your pay. Now earn it. This is your stage. Your audience, the maiden in Sganarel's window there. What will you sing?
A simple ballad tune.
The very thing. people, maids and men, join the carnival again.
Now I must act, or else endure the fate of marrying this ogre whom I hate. There is no time to plan. This night my only hope for safety lies in flight. In this brief note I must implore his aid. Oh, heaven help me should it be delayed. Or give me courage when the light grows dim to run away and trust my fate to him. Take this note. I'll throw it to you. Take it to your master. Pray, please do.
Master, look, a note for you, and better hurry.
Here's a howdy-do. Be quick. Take any means to set me free. Tomorrow he intends to marry me. My kerchief on the window bar will show that he's away from home. And you will know it's time to act. Then don't delay a minute.
Her kerchief's on the bar. I saw her pin it.
He's out. How cleverly the girl has reckoned.
Master, the ladder. Let's not lose a second.
Oh, dear. Suppose he tries. These men will see. I do believe that one must have a key. Oh, Flunky. Ooh.
Do you call, madame?
Yes, good fellow. Tell me, do you think you'd like a nice, cool glass of wine to drink?
Yes, madame. We drink.
I know. I'll put a sleeping powder in it. Good fellows, please excuse me for a minute.
Master, the old rogue has gone off again. The kerchief is still on the window bar.
We'll go now, at once.
Just a moment, sir. Let me step into the house.
What's that broom for?
A weapon, sir. We must be armed.
Armed?
With this, I can sweep on to victory. Now, let's put the ladder under the grated window. Look.
With me! Quick, Bravo! Stop him!
You rogue, you coward!
Yes, and where's our pay?
Your pay? I pay you for their victory when you ran away?
You'll pay us or we'll mince you fine and small.
Then take your money. You villains have no principles at all.
I'll go tell Isabel of this vile antic. But no, it might delight her. She's romantic. Better not tell. Better say nothing more. Silence is golden. Now I'll watch my door. Here comes Isabel. Slipping out. I'll say nothing more.
The wine was drugged. A shabby trick to play. It served my purpose. There was no other way. From the lackey now I have the key, which will open doors and set me free. And now, farewell, my prison. Go I must to him I love, and in whose love I trust. The devil.
Who?
It's you, I said. Oh, heavens. You surprised me.
Surprised you? Doing what? Why are you here?
My sister, you saw her going out?
Yes, bound for that silly fate, as I recall.
What do you think? She didn't go at all. She's there, in our house.
Here? Why?
She came to beg my aid.
Your aid? For what?
A plot.
A plot? The jade. And you?
That couldn't. It would be a sin. Still, she insisted, so I shut her in.
But you are out. And why?
What could I do? My only hope was meeting you.
Now. But why should Leonore come here?
Can you believe those ears that hear me say she loves the wretch whom we have sent away?
Valere?
She does. God knows by what attraction. Dressed up like me, she went to meet that rake beside his house across the street. Hide yourself. Don't let her see that you are watching. Better let her go without a word.
I promise. But when she is gone, I'll find my brother. With his well-known views of freedom, he'll be charmed to hear this news.
Oh, then you'll tell him?
Yes, beyond a doubt.
Well, when you tell him, please leave my name out. I'll go in and send her now. My dear, don't fret.
All right, I won't, my pet. Leonore's a wonder. How this news should tickle my dear old brother. What a pretty pickle he'll be in after all his noble preachings. To see this fine result of his fine teachings. Now here she comes, well covered by the hood, trying to deceive the world, pretending to be good. She's going straight to Valere's, all disguised. Very well. I'd better lock her out away from Isabel. She runs to Valere's and knocks at his door. She stands in the shadows. I'll say nothing more.
Who's there?
Hush, it's Isabel. Valere!
You lie, Leonore, you minx. Have you no sense of shame to take Isabel's clothes, her voice, her very name?
As if her honor were not worth a pin, and she's so good at home and well locked in.
But you must marry me, or even now.
That is my dearest wish, and it needs no vow to make it stronger. Be my guest until tomorrow, then my wife.
Perhaps she will. Yet, marry them to one another. Make two fools one. I'll get my doting brother to bless their union. Charming sentence.
I'll brave your tyrant. He can give consent of our espousal. But he shall not tear my treasure from me.
Treasure? I can bear to see him keep Leonore with all her charms. I wouldn't take that baggage from your arms. Another plan of yours shall not miscarry. A plan you may repent. Your plan to marry. Still, for her father's sake, we'll have to handle the thing discreetly to avoid a scandal. We'll pounce upon them both and give our beau the wedding that he swore he wanted so. I'll go at once for notary and magistrate, who'll marry them before it is too late.
How sweet the moonlight is.
Château, château des amours de Jeanne, château, château des amours de Jeanne. Rien n'est si charmant que Jeanne, rien plus aimable que Jeanne. Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne. Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne.
Now, magistrate and notary. Here is the house.
Sganarelle, your corpus mentis seems a trifle hazy. I was to marry you, or am I crazy?
I wed tomorrow.
Well, then what means this?
I need your services.
Well, what is it? What is it?
To use your magisterial authority upon two persons, one in her minority, in Valaire's house. Surprise them both with me and marry them.
Another marriage. Ah, I see. The man?
Valere.
The girl?
A ward of family connection.
Most opportune. My notary will help.
Your notary?
A royal notary.
Your servant, and the law's most humble votary.
A man of honor.
That's beyond a doubt. Stand over there. Watch well. Let no one out. You shall be well rewarded for your trouble. Let no one tempt you. I will pay you double.
You hint that one connected with the law would take a bribe?
Oh, never. Do not draw that false conclusion. I am all contrition. All magistrates are far above suspicion.
We men of honor understand each other. We'll keep good watch.
I'll go and fetch my brother. We need his signature to make it lawful. I'll give that antique turtle down the croffle.
Valere, open in the name of the law.
In the name of the law.
Who is it? A magistrate and notary.
Oh, Isabel, these men have come to wed us.
Why, you've thought of everything.
Not I, not I.
You realize that since her father's dead, unless her guardians wish it, she can't wed.
Please draw the papers. Have no fear. I'll gain their signature. You come in here. Come inside, Fair Isabel. There may be trouble. Who can tell?
Brother, why bring me here?
Great news, grand news. The finest of the year. Where's your Leonore?
Why, at the fete you saw her pass your door.
The fate your Leonore attends, old dunce, is at Valaire's.
Huh?
I saw her, none but her, enter his house. And there she stays, good sir.
Oh, stop jesting.
Look, the magistrate and notary are here to marry them.
Coercion, gentlemen, is not required. Their marriage, which is all you have desired, and what you still desire, is it not?
Yes?
May be performed upon the spot. Both parties wish it. Nothing need prevent.
The girl?
She chooses to stay within and stubbornly refuses to show herself for fear of some miscarriage until your signatures confirm their marriage. But look, here comes her fair Valere.
I heard your plans. You talk so loud. So I vowed you shall not enter here before you sign. I trust I make that clear?
Yes, Valere, we both agree that you shall be the husband, fond and true, of her who now is in the house with you.
Yes, so the contract reads. You all concur?
Yes, yes.
This space is vacant. You three will sign, and then the modest lady shall here insert her name. No more formality is needed to ensure complete legality.
I'm willing.
So am I, and so are you. Ariste, sign first. The honor is your due. And sign, and so will I.
All right, I'll sign, but still I don't see why.
Have patience.
We'll rejoin you in a moment.
I'll now reveal the little joker in it.
Oh, Lisette, these conceited puppies. How I hate their talk. They fairly drove me from the feet.
I thought, Lenore, they did their best to be delightful.
So thus the matter stands. So we've joined Leonore's and Valaire's loving hearts and hands. Wait! There's the hussy with her saucy maid, coming around the house as if a trick she's played.
I'm not angry, Leonore, and yet I own my grief.
But why?
Well, the heart I left so free you gave away without one word to me.
My heart is where it was. I have not altered. My deep regard for you has never faltered. I would not give you any cause for sorrow, and if you wish, I'll marry you tomorrow.
Colonel, what means this tale that you've been telling?
Leonore, you just now left Valaire's dwelling. Did you not put your hand to him right here? Have you not loved him for at least a year?
What silly talk. I've just come from the fete. Take back those yarns before it is too late. Why, who's been weaving such a web of lies? There come Isabel and Valere with magistrate and notary to seal their marriage ties.
Your pardon, sister. I misused your name in desperation. Mine is all the blame. To quit my prison and Scannerell my jailer, too, I had to make him think that I was you.
What? What?
Do take it calmly, brother. Now, Lisbeth, be reconciled. And laugh with all the rest.
I'm shocked. I'm stunned, Jezebel. How dare she treat me so, and after all my care? I'll go within my house and stay, and not come out for many a day.
Oh, well, come, ladies. Come, Ariste. Come to my house. We'll hold a wedding feast. Come all.
Leonore, perhaps you'll marry, too. Of course I'm willing, Ariste, if it pleases you.
Lisette, that makes 2 weddings. And if you agree, we'll add another.
I'll marry you, Auguste. All good things are 3, and so why not?
Why not?
Tomorrow I'll engage some way to find a way to soothe my brother's rage.
And when he's tamed, if any ladies present have lovers who are equally unpleasant, or husbands who are tigers, we beseech them to send their tyrants to our school. We'll teach them.
You have been listening to The School for Husbands, a comedy by Molière. The radio adaptation was made by Blevins Davis. The production was directed by James Church. The cast in this afternoon's performance was as follows. Ergast, Neil O'Malley. Lisette, Madeline Hooley. Ariste, Earl Larimore. Valere, William Swetland. Leonore, Irene Tedrow. Lysander, Valdemar Capel. Sylvester, Turney Walker. The lackeys, Tom Gorman and Stanley Waxman. The magistrate, James Van Dyke. Scannerell, Charles Webster. And Isabel, Selina Royal. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, at this same hour, the National Broadcasting Company will present a radio version of Love for Love by William Congreve, a play with such scintillating wit that it made its author the toast of London society. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Dice was our soprano in this afternoon's performance. Vladimir Brenner was at the piano, and our violinist was Max Kahn. Jack Costello speaking. This was an educational feature presented by the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York.
American Novels. Although Edward Eggleston was not a professional novelist when he wrote The Hoosier Schoolmaster, his book has won popular fame and critical recognition as the forerunner of the American dialect novel. The NBC University of the Air presents Part 1 in a two-part treatment of The Hoosier Schoolmaster as another in the summer series of American Novels.
The case of the people of the state of Indiana versus Schoolmaster Ralph Hartsook on charge of highway robbery stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. All those present leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. Mr. Jailer, take the prisoner away.
Come on, Hartsook, follow me. You'll be glad to know we ain't touched a thing in your cell. It's just like you left it this morning. Highwayman, there he goes.
Next for three.
Schoolmaster, robber.
I like to get my hands on him.
I say get along.
Let him through, let the prisoner through. This way, Hartsook, through here. Sit in there. There. Now, Master Hartsook, since you won't have no lawyer, I guess you'll just have to holler for me if you want something. I'll come a-running. Yes, sir. You're the first prisoner I ever had who was a schoolmaster turned highwayman.
Highwayman. Here I sit alone in my cell. I, Ralph Hartsook, accused of being a common thief. First day of my trial has ended. The trial I asked for when I gave myself up to the law, to clear my name or stand forever condemned. Now my chances look very slim indeed, thanks to the calculations of one evil man. Every one of today's witnesses was carefully rehearsed by him, and then put upon the stand to testify against me, to damn me and send me to the state penitentiary for crimes which I did not commit. All this because of one man. It began on a warm autumn afternoon, a few days before the opening of the Flat Creek School. I had been walking about the countryside, acquainting myself with my students-to-be. And at one farm, I fell to talking with a handsome young giant named Bud Means. And as I looked back, I realized that it was perhaps the most important conversation in my life.
You figure on being the new schoolmaster, do you?
That's right.
Well, now, you look kind of meek to me. It takes a right smart man to be a schoolmaster in Flat Creek, Mr. Hartsook.
You wouldn't want to scare a fella now, would you, Bud?
No, sir, I wouldn't. But I think it's only proper for you to know that we're pretty hard set down here, Mr. Hartsook. The last two masters was driv off. Fact is, I helped thrash the last one myself.
I see. And is that thrashing something you're proud of?
No.
Then why do you tell me these things, Bud? What's your reason?
No special reason. I just figure that you should know the honest facts, that's all. No offense intended.
I'm sure of that, Bud. And no offense taken if you were being honest. Honesty is one of the qualities that I prize above all others in a Christian.
Never seen how a poor unlearned flat cricker like me could lay claim to being much of a Christian. But, Master Hartsook, If you mean that about honesty, you and me, we ought to get along pretty well together. There's few honest men around here, and if you really are one, I'd like to shake your hand and be your friend.
We shook hands, Bud Means and I. There was something about his firm grip, his honest face, and his ready grin that made me feel that I had indeed found a friend. And I figured he was much more of a Christian than he imagined. As it turned out, Bud Means became the best friend I've ever had. Funny that the second person I met that afternoon in Means' farmyard should turn out to be my worst enemy. He came up on horseback.
Good afternoon. I think my horse is having a little trouble with her right front shoe. Bud, can you take a look at it?
Sure can, Dr. Small. Hush, you lazy hound. Hush. Here, let me have her, Doctor.
Well, this is very kind of you, Bud. There she is.
Don't mind the dog, Doctor. He's just a little worrisome.
Well, you know the saying. Barking dogs don't bite. How's the family, Bud?
Just fine, Doctor. This here's Ralph Hartsook, our new schoolmaster.
Oh. How do you do, Master Hartsook?
How do you do, Doctor?
I've heard about you. You're a stranger in these parts, are you not?
Well, not really. I'm from Lewisburg, about 30 miles from here. But I've been away in the East going to school.
How nice. And now you've returned to your native Indiana, is that it?
Yes.
Well, it's good to have you with us.
Thank you. Tell me, Dr. Small, do you attend the entire Flat Creek district?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it very interesting. Rural, but very interesting.
I guess you must find it interesting, Doctor. Riding about day and night. Only some dark night you're going to get hit over the head by a night rider or a highwayman. Riding all alone the way you do.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. The ordinary criminal is very stupid. Don't you think so, Master Hartsook?
You have me there, Dr. Small. I've never known any criminals.
I beg your pardon. Are you insinuating that I have?
Oh, no, sir. Believe me, I had no intention.
I'm sure you didn't. But the best of intentions can cost a man his life. In this country, few men live to make the same mistake twice. Remember that, Master Hartsook. Bud, how does that shoe look?
Just a little loose, Doctor, but not much.
Will it get me back into town?
Well, if you're careful.
Then I shall be very careful. Thank you, Bud. Good day, Master Hartsook. I'm sure we will meet again. Up, boy.
My, that doctor sure does take good care of his horse. I couldn't find hardly a thing wrong with that shoe.
Bud, your dog doesn't seem to care very much for Dr. Small. And the dog and I agreed. For some strange reason, I disliked the doctor intensely. His face was cruel, and his eyes were cold and hard. I didn't like him. And I was sure that he didn't care much for me.
Why don't you have the young man come in the house for refreshment, Bud?
Bud Means' mother was calling from the farmhouse, so he invited me inside to meet her.
So you're the schoolmaster. Wow.
For a rather glum-looking woman, Mrs. Means tried her best to be gracious and charming. For a minute, I wondered why.
Master Hartsook, wow, land. You'll be taking a little refreshment with us, I'm sure. Might as well, you know. Fact is, you'll probably be staying right here with us for a spell. That's the way we do it here in Flat Creek, you know. We board the teachers round, first to one house and then t'other. So you might as well start with us, eh?
The woman was really wound up.
And I would most certainly like to have you meet my daughter, Mirandy.
Her daughter, Mirandy. Now I began to understand.
Yes, I'd like for you to meet my little girl. Mirandy? Mirandy! Fix yourself real pert there and come downstairs. The new schoolmaster's here, Mirandy.
Seems like every time we get a new schoolmaster, Ma makes sure Mirandy meets him first.
Why, Bud Means, how can you sit there and say a thing like that?
Coming. Here I am. Oh, didn't someone call? I was in the kitchen churning butter. I thought I heard...
You thought you heard?
Yes, ma'am. I thought I heard somebody call.
Huh.
I guess I must have been mistaken. Excuse me, Mom. Excuse me.
Your daughter is very shy, Mrs. Means.
Oh, that warn't my daughter, Master Hartsook. That were Hannah, the bound girl. We saved her from a poorhouse. She's an orphan.
Then we have something in common, Mrs. Means, for I, too, am an orphan. knew instinctively that I had said the wrong thing. But when I saw Hannah's frightened eyes and heard Mrs. Means' harsh voice, I felt a bond of sympathy spring up between me and Hannah. I had never been bound out, but I knew only too well the difficulties of an orphan's life. At last, Mirandy Means came down the stairs. It was very awkward. We were introduced, and I said I was charmed, and Mirandy... And she kept on giggling as we sat there. She said nothing, she just giggled. In fact, with the exception of one terrible day that was not too far distant, I have never heard Mirandy speak a single sentence. She just... The other girl, whom I had mistaken for Mrs. Means' daughter, served the refreshments. Hannah was very beautiful, even in her rough servant's clothes. I wanted to know her better, but I knew that was out of the question. The look in Mrs. Means' eye told me that. Well, it was good to know that I had made a friend of Bud Means, and little did I know how soon I would have to call for his aid. My first few weeks at school were rather successful, even if I do say so. And by way of celebration, I arranged for a spelling school to take place. In New England and most places in the East, they're called spelling bees. But in Indiana, they're spelling schools. Well, the Flat Creek Spelling School was to be held in the evening. And that afternoon, I dismissed the classes early, and I was sitting alone at my desk when... Come in.
Good afternoon, Master Hartzell.
Why, Shocky Thompson. Did you forget something?
No, sir.
Well, is there something on your mind, Shocky?
Yes, sir.
Well, is it something you can tell me about, Shocky? Is it something I can help you with?
They's gonna send me to the poorhouse, sir.
But I thought you lived with old Pearson, the basket maker. Can't Pearson take care of you any longer?
Yes, sir. But they's gonna send me anyway. That's why we came to talk to you, Master Hartzell.
We? Who's we, Shocky?
My sister. She's waiting in the woods at the edge of the schoolyard. She was afraid to come in unless you was alone. I'll call her now.
The boy stepped to the window and put his fingers to his lips. Shocky, why is your sister afraid to come to the schoolhouse?
She's a bound girl, sir. She ain't supposed to go off the place without leave.
I watched his sister leave the wood and come swiftly across the yard to the school. She was beautiful and graceful. And then I recognized her. It was Hannah, the orphan girl whom I had mistaken for Mirandy Means.
How do you do, sir? I'm Shocky's sister, Hannah.
How do you do, Hannah? Sit down and tell me all about this.
It's Shocky, sir. They're going to send him away.
Yes, he just told me, the poorhouse.
It'll be worse than that.
How do you mean?
They'll do to him what they did to me. Have him bound out to a farmer.
Bound out? They put Shocky to work? But he's just a boy.
Yes, sir, I know he's just a little boy, but they'll do it. That's why they mustn't get him.
Have you no friends who can help you?
No.
What about your relatives? Don't you have any kin?
No, we come from England. My father died 3 years ago.
Oh, and your mother, is she alive?
If you call being in the poorhouse alive. She lost her sight after my father died.
And she couldn't care for you and Shocky, is that it?
Yes, sir. Oh, please, sir. I heard that you are an orphan, too. Can't you help us?
Well, I'd like to.
Oh, I'm sure you can. I can't leave the farm, but you can get Shocky away from here and out of the county. They can't touch him once he's outside.
Well, I have friends in Lewisburg. That's in the next county, but it's 30 miles of rough going. I'd need a good horse for that trip.
Master, Tanner, there's a rider coming down the...
But Small has many friends and several fine horses. Perhaps he can help Shocky.
Oh, no, Master Hartsook, not Dr. Small.
Mister, he's getting closer.
Oh, we've got to go, Master Hartsook. Small mustn't find us here.
Hannah, what do you mean about Dr. Small?
Don't tell him that we were here.
He's getting closer, and it looks like he's going to turn in the drive. Sister, we've got to go.
Here, out the back way and through the thicket.
And you won't say anything to Dr. Small, promise me.
All right, I promise. Now.
And you will try to help Shocky?
I don't know. Will you be at the spelling school tonight?
Tanner, come on.
Yes, I'll be there.
Then I'll give you my answer tonight. As I waited for Dr. Small to ride up to the schoolhouse, I realized that I had become part of a conspiracy. I didn't question the wisdom of offering assistance to a boy in distress. But what were the real facts in this case? Why did Hannah make me promise not to speak to Dr. Small of their visit? And why did Shocky's eyes grow round with terror when I mentioned Dr. Small's name? But at that very moment, the omnipotent doctor was riding up to the schoolhouse. I had not seen him to talk to since that day at Means Farm, although I had observed him riding across the countryside at all hours. And I wondered why he had chosen this moment to pay me a visit. He said he had just come by to ask about the spelling school that evening.
I never participate in the contest myself. I feel it would be most unfair for a person of education to compete against the natives, shall we call them. Don't you agree with me, Master Hartsook?
Yes. In a way, I suppose I do, Dr. Small, but many of the natives, as you call them, are very intelligent. You know, because I'm the schoolmaster, it's required that I participate, and I sometimes shake in my boots for fear I'll be beaten by one of my own students.
Really? I didn't know that any of your students were that smart.
Oh, yes. Take little Shocky Thompson, for example. Do you know him?
Yes, I do. A very troublesome boy. Shocky should be bound out to a God-fearing Christian family with a good woman to mold his character. Someone like Mrs. Means, who has his sister Hannah.
Oh?
Yes, Mrs. Means would do a great deal for Shocky's character. Character is very important, Hartsook. My horse there has character. I can trust him, and he doesn't sneak behind my back. Or perhaps you don't know much about character.
I really hadn't given it much thought, Dr. Small.
I hardly believe that, Master Hartsook. However, if I were you, I wouldn't think too much about anything. You'd be much better off. And by the way, I don't know quite what it was that Hannah and Shocky said to you when they were here just now, but
Dr. Small,
Please don't protest. I'm not blind, you know. I saw them scamper into the woods when I rode up. I don't know what they had to say, Master Hartsook, but I wouldn't think too much about it. As your doctor, I can tell you that it wouldn't be very helpful. Good day, Master Hartsook. See you at the spelling school. And may all your words be little ones.
That evening at the spelling school, my mind was in a whirl. I was determined to find out what there was between Hannah and Dr. Small. Why did she fear him? At long last, Hannah entered the schoolroom. I knew that she would be waiting for my answer. But when I crossed the room to where she stood, Dr. Small intervened.
Good evening, Hannah.
Dr. Small.
Hannah, it's a pleasure to see you again, my dear.
Hannah looked at me, her eyes filled with terror. We could not speak because Dr. Small stayed with her until the sides were chosen for the spelling contest. And then Hannah and I were chosen by opposing teams and seated on opposite sides of the schoolhouse, while Dr. Small sat at the end of the room, smirking and watching our every move. And Mirandy Means sat at the other end, giggling. Dr. Small continued to smirk. He was staring in a curious, overpowering way. First at me, and then at Hannah. What trick was in his mind? The contest began as the squire gave the first word.
The first word, the first word is abate. Spell the first word, abate. Abate. A-B-A-T-E, abate. The second word is Abner, as in the Bible. Spell Abner.
Abner, as in the Bible. A-B-N-E-R, Abner.
I wondered if Small would keep us apart all evening. How would I get to Hannah and give her my answer?
Spell Abel.
Abel. A-B-L-E, Abel.
The words were easy at first. I spelled them mechanically.
Abstain. Spell abstain.
Abstain. A-B-S-T-A-I-N. Abstain. The evening wore on, and the field began to narrow down. Small kept on staring at me. My nerves were raw. I began to run into trouble.
Commensurate. Spell commensurate.
Commensurate. C-O-M-M-E-S... no, correction. Commensurate. C-O-M-M-E-N-S-U-R-A-T-E. Commensurate. I could not afford to make a mistake. If I did, I would become the laughingstock of the community.
Dynamical. Spell dynamical. Dynamical. D-I, step down. Next.
Amazing as it seems now, Hannah and I were the only contestants left on the two opposing teams. Then I saw Small's plan for what it was. He had deliberately tried to unnerve me, force me to lose the contest and disgrace myself. And as fate would have it, it was Hannah who spelled against me.
Dynamical. D-Y-N-A-M-I-C-A-L. Dynamical.
I looked across at Hannah. Never had she appeared more beautiful. Her broad, intelligent brow and her fresh white complexion made her an angel in my eyes.
Now, Master Hartsook will spell daguerreotype.
Daguerreotype. D-A-U...
Step down. Next.
Daguerreotype. D-A-G-U-E-R-R-E-O T-Y-P-E. Daguerreotype.
I had been defeated by Hannah. Dr. Small licked his lips. But it was not his victory. It was a victory of love. When I looked at Hannah, I couldn't think. And so I lost the contest and the respect of my neighbors. This was the second step toward prison.
The winner, Miss Hannah Thompson.
Why Small allowed me to walk Hannah home that night, I'll never know. Unless he figured that he had caused enough damage for one evening.
I'm sorry about the spelling, Schoolmaster Hartsook. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, how could I be? It isn't the first time a schoolmaster lost out at an Indiana spelling school. And I dare say it won't be the last.
Nice of you to say that.
Anyway, we have more important things to talk about. Hannah, I'm going to help Shockey get away from Flat Creek.
Oh, I was hoping you would.
But you must tell me why you warned me against Dr. Small.
Because he's the one responsible.
For sending Shockey to the poorhouse?
Yes.
But why would he want to do a cruel thing like that?
To get even.
Even with whom?
Me.
Oh.
Oh, I can't tell you what an awful man he is. Oh, the way he looks at me sometimes. And I know he'll use his influence to put my brother in the worst kind of place, unless he gets away in time. Oh, when can you take Shockey to Lewisburg?
Tomorrow, after school. It's too late to do anything tonight. I'll go to Bud Means tomorrow and ask him for a horse.
Oh, do you think you can trust him?
Yes, as I trust my own brother. Or you, Hannah.
Oh, Master Hartsook.
I was truly in love with Hannah Thompson, and I felt that she loved me. That night I couldn't sleep, so I dressed and walked the fields in the moonlight. And I walked along the way which Hannah and I had taken earlier in the evening. Then, in the midst of my meditations, I heard horsemen galloping. There were 3 of them, and they were coming down the big road, coming closer and closer. They looked down at me as they thundered past, and an indefinable dread seized me. The horseman galloped on, and I stood there, shivering in a nervous fear. And then another horseman came down the road. The lone horseman was Dr. Small. He checked his horse in his usual cool way and stood still for a few seconds, looking me up and down contemptuously.
Good evening, Master Hartsook. What are you doing out in this dangerous night air? I think you and I had better have a little talk about your health. I'll be looking for you.
The whole scene in the moonlight there on the big road filled me with apprehension. It was very strange, but I could not allow myself to think about it. There were other matters that claimed my attention. And I hurried back to my room and made my plans for Shockey's escape. When morning came, I was ready. I put a small revolver in my pocket and started for the schoolhouse. As I walked along the path, I looked for Bud Means. I needed his horse for the trip to Lewisburg in the afternoon. But as luck would have it, it was Bud's sister Mirandy who joined me on the path.
Mr. Hartsook! Mr. Hartsook!
She was alone, and for once she was not giggling.
Mr. Hartsook, did you hear about the robber last night? The highwaymen came and robbed the Dutchman's farm.
Highwaymen. Suddenly I understood the scene on the highway which I had witnessed the night before. I had seen the highwaymen. And Small, what about Dr. Small? Was he one of them? But of course. Oh, what a fool I had been to stand there and let them recognize me. I wondered what Small's next move would be.
I heard Bud talking about him this morning. He's all over the district. Poor Bud. He sure is sore.
Well, I don't blame him, Mirandy. Robbery's a very serious crime.
Oh, no, it ain't that so much. I'm sorry about you and Hannah.
About me and Hannah? What about me and Hannah?
Oh, didn't you know? Hannah's Bud's girl. They've been courting for most a year. Hannah's Bud's girl. Well, I thought everybody knew that. She's sure because you fetched her home from the spelling school.
Bud Means, my only friend, turned against me because of Hannah. Hannah Thompson was Bud's girl. I had come between them, and now I had lost his friendship. And now what would happen to poor little Shocky? He was depending upon me, and I was helpless without Bud. Throughout the day, Bud sat in class and eyed me in a curious fashion. And it wasn't until after school that I was able to talk to him alone. Bud, I need your help.
I don't know as I can give it now, Master Hartzell.
But, Bud, I didn't know what I was doing.
That's what they all say, Master Hartzell.
Bud, you must believe me. I swear to you I meant no harm.
Maybe, Master Hartzell, maybe. When you first come here, I thought you was an honest man.
I am, Bud. I am an honest man.
Maybe. But a lot of folks say that you know more than you ought to about last night's robbery over at the Dutchman's farm.
Robbery at the Dutchman's farm?
That's right. Some folks claim you were seen on the highway.
What they claim is true, Bud. I was on the highway. But that doesn't mean that I committed a robbery. No matter what people say, I'm innocent. But what's more important now is that I apologize to you for walking home with Hannah.
Hannah?
Yes, I give you my word, Bud. I will never see Hannah again.
Mr. Hartzell, there's some kind of a mix-up here. I'm right concerned about the robbery, but I don't give a hoot about what happens to Hannah.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
But your sister Miranda, she said that you were angry because I took Hannah home from the spelling school. She said that Hannah Thompson was your girl.
Miranda said that? Look, Master Hartzell, if you was to say to me that my sister lied, I'd whup you till your hide wouldn't hold shucks. But let me say that you can't believe a single word said by her or any jealous female.
You mean there's nothing between you and Hannah?
Never was and never will be. With all respect for Hannah.
Oh, Bud, you don't know how happy this makes me. Bud, will you help me save a little Christian?
Well, but like I said the first day we met, Master Hartsook, I never seed how a poor unlarned critter like me could lay claim to being much of a Christian.
Remember, Bud, that Jesus himself was a sort of flat critter. The people in his town were unlearned, and the very name Nazareth meant bush town.
Then you think maybe he'd have me as a Christian?
I'm sure he would, Bud. What you've got to do is make sure that you live and work in his ways.
Could I begin now?
Yes, you can begin right now by helping me save Shocky Thompson and get him away to Lewisburg. Believe what you will about me, but we must save that boy. Will you help?
Doggone, Mr. Hartsook. I guess I was right that first day when I figured you for an honest man. Doggone, I don't care what people say. You offered to gin up Hannah because you thought she was my gal. That's more than I'd have done by a long shot. Then you turn around and try to help me be a Christian. Master Hartsook, I say such a man must be all right. You can't be guilty of no crime, no matter what people say. And you can count on me to help save Shocky.
Master Hartsook!
Shocky, what is it?
Master Hartsook, there's a mob getting ready on the big road. They's coming this way, and they's coming after you.
Yes, they were coming after me. It was Dr. Small's work, as you might imagine. He and his henchmen had incited a mob. And if his plan had succeeded, I might have been hanged from a tree in my own schoolyard. But I have lived to tell my tale. Tomorrow I will leave this prison cell, and I will face Dr. Small in court. And who knows what tomorrow may bring.
The Hoosier Schoolmaster by Edward Eggleston is one of America's novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week for the final episode of The Hoosier Schoolmaster. And remember that there is a world of entertainment and information to be found in your local public library. Many American novels in the 1947 summer series are included in the useful handbook of the world's great novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Hoosier Schoolmaster is adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Bergquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ralph Hartsook is played by Harry Elders. Hannah by Gene Mowry, Bud by Hugh Rowland, Shockey by Stuart Sklam, Dr. Small by Boris Aplon, Mrs. Means by Harriet Allen, Mirandy by Elmira Ressler, The Squire by Cliff Subir, and The Jailer by Cliff Norton. This is Don Elder. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. American Novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the concluding episode of its two-part dramatization of Edward Eggleston's close-up of life on the early Indiana frontier, The Hoosier Schoolmaster, another in the series of books that live, American Novels.
You'll find the schoolmaster down there, Marm. Last cell on your right.
Thank you very much. Ralph.
Hannah, darling. Here I am.
Oh, I had to see you, Ralph. I've been called as a witness against you.
For today?
Yes. Oh, Ralph, what shall I tell them on the stand? I don't want to hurt you.
Just tell the truth, Hannah. For only the truth can set me free, if I am to go free.
Don't say that. You must go free. I'm the one who should be in this prison cell, not you.
Hannah.
If I hadn't asked you to help Shockey, you wouldn't be on trial for a robbery you didn't commit.
It's not your fault. I saved your brother Shockey from the poorhouse because it was the thing to do. And I'd do it again.
Oh, yes, but when you helped Shockey get away, you made an enemy of Dr. Small. You wanted to use Shockey to help get his own way with me. Now he's turned everybody against you.
I'm not on trial because of anything I did for Shockey. I'm here because I know too much. I saw too much on the night the highwaymen robbed the Dutchman's farm. And that's why I gave myself up and asked for a trial. Small never wanted this thing to come to court. He thought he could start a whispering campaign and organize a mob that would run me out of town. But it didn't work because I don't believe in running.
Oh, Ralph.
What worries me now is Bud. I can't understand it, Hannah. He didn't come to the trial yesterday. And he was supposed to have located old man Pearson. Pearson saw a great deal on the night of the robbery, and we need his testimony.
Time's up, miss.
Goodbye, Hannah.
Good luck, Ralph.
Presenting the case of the state of Indiana versus Schoolmaster Ralph Hartsook on charge of highway robbery. The court is now in session, and the judge will speak. Judge Underwood.
I think it's only proper to remind all parties that this here is a most unusual case. Master Hartsook has decided to act as his own lawyer, and accordingly, I have decided to conduct this trial as informally as possible so that Master Hartsook will not suffer from his ignorance of legal procedure. Now, Mr. Bronson, would you care to resume the case for the state of Indiana?
I would, Your Honor. My first witness for today is Mr. Pete Jones. Would Mr. Pete Jones please come to the stand?
Yep, I'll call when I get through this here.
Just push it aside,
Mr. Hartsook. Bud, you've come at last. Did you find Pearson?
No, I couldn't locate him. But I found somebody else who can help you.
Who?
Walter Johnson on a small scale. And if Johnson don't talk, I'm going to be mighty surprised.
What makes you so sure?
Because I did my best to make sure.
You didn't use force, Bud.
Yes, but not the kind you mean. I used God's force.
What do you mean?
I've been taking Johnson to revival meetings, trying to convert him and get him to make a clean breast of small, sturdy dealing.
Do you think he'll testify?
I hope so. I tried to put the fear of God into him, but I don't know if I got the fear of Small out of him.
Shh. Pete Jones, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. Jones, can you tell the court what you know about the events which occurred on the night of October 20th?
I sure can. That was the night Dutchman Schrader's farm was robbed. Hartsook was living at my place then, as it was my turn to board schoolmaster.
And do you remember anything unusual about the night of October 20th?
Yep. After we come home from spelling school and was all in bed, I heard Hartsook get up and leave the house about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then he woke me up when he come back again about 2:30.
I see. And in the morning, did Hartsook tell you where he'd been during the night?
No, sir.
And you didn't ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I figured that any honest man would speak up without being asked. So when Hartsook didn't offer to explain, I figured there was no use for to ask him because he'd only lie about it.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your witness, Master Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Bronson. Mr. Jones, I have reason to feel you were somewhat prejudiced against me.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. But you don't like me, do you?
Is that a fair question?
I think so, unless you're ashamed of your answer.
All right, then. No, I don't like you, Hartsook.
Yes, and for a very good reason. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me tell you about it. On the morning after the robbery, Pete Jones headed a lynch mob that was setting out to get me. But something stopped him. Can you remember what it was, Mr. Jones?
Well,
Let me refresh your memory. The mob and its leader were stopped because its leader was knocked unconscious. Mr. Jones, who knocked you unconscious? Tell the truth.
You did.
Therefore, it might be possible for you to be prejudiced against me. Don't you agree?
I don't know.
But you would say that it is possible.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Very well, then. Now tell us, why were you leading that mob?
We was out to get you for robbery. This district don't like thieves, Master Hartsook.
Indeed. Then I suggest that you might consider getting out of town, Mr. Jones.
What do you mean?
On the night of the robbery, I saw 3 men riding in the moonlight together on the highway. One of the men was riding a horse which had a white marking on its left forefoot. And the very next morning, I found you, Pete Jones, in your barn feeding a horse with a white marking on its left forefoot. The same horse that I had seen on the highway.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hartsook. Sure, I got a horse with a white front foot, but that don't prove I'm a thief. And suppose you did see me on the road, which you didn't. Does that prove that I'm a highwayman?
I wonder. That's a very good point, Mr. Jones. Every man and woman in this county believes that I'm a highwayman because I was on the highway. But as you have just pointed out, what does it prove? Does it prove that I am a highwayman? No more questions. You may step down, Mr. Jones.
The state would like to call Miss Hannah Thompson to the stand. Miss Hannah Thompson, is she here?
Yes, I'm coming.
Good work, Master Hartsook. You keep going in here while I get going outside and find out what's happened to Walter Johnson.
No sign of him yet?
No, so I'll just take a little walk over to his rooms and see what's detaining him. We gotta have his testimony.
Miss Thompson, you are a bound girl, are you not?
Yes, sir.
Well, will you tell the court just what that means in your case?
It means that I became a ward of the county when my father died, and my mother was sent to the poorhouse when she could not support us.
By us, you mean you and your brother, Shockey Thompson.
Yes.
Continue.
Well, my brother Shockey went to live with a kind friend, John Pearson, the basket maker, and I was bound out to work for Mrs. Means for 6 years in return for my keep.
I see. And how much longer must you work for Mrs. Means?
3 years, but I don't see what this has to do with the case.
Oh, it has a great deal to do, Miss Thompson. I want to emphasize that your particular position in life was very low and poor when Master Hartsook first showered you with his attentions.
How do you mean?
I mean this. Hartsook is a man of low character, and accordingly, he took advantage of your unfortunate position.
Oh, no.
Hartsook thought he could use you in his robbery schemes, but you proved to be too honest. You would not compromise because essentially you are an honest girl and you cannot be bought.
No. I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Are you honest or aren't you? Can you be bought or can't you? Answer me then. What kind of a girl are you?
I'm honest.
Perhaps, but I'm not so sure. Let us continue. Hartsook found out that you couldn't be bought in ordinary ways, but he learned that there was one way that you could be bought, wasn't there? Miss Thompson, that night after the spelling school, you saw something on the highway, and Hartsook found out about it, and he was worried for fear you would talk. He wondered how he could silence you. And then he found out that your brother was about to be taken away from Pearson and sent to the poorhouse. And Hartsook knew that you would do anything to save your brother.
No.
I say yes. Hartsook offered to send your brother out of the county and save him from the poorhouse if you would agree not to tell what you saw that night on the highway. Miss Thompson, tell the court what you saw. Come now, Miss Thompson, speak up. What did you see on the highway?
I saw Ralph Hartsook.
You saw him from your bedroom window, didn't you?
Yes, he was standing on the road.
And what was he doing there?
I don't know. He was just walking.
A likely story. What would you guess that a man might be doing on the highway at 2 o'clock in the morning on the night that an honest farmer's home was robbed? Or did you promise not to tell about Hartsook's part in the robbery because he helped your brother?
My brother's escape had nothing to do with the robbery. Ralph Hartsook didn't offer to save my brother because of that.
Oh, he had another reason, perhaps?
Yes. A reason that you, Mr. Bronson, would not understand. Ralph Hartsook has a love for his fellow beings. He dislikes suffering. He dislikes poverty. And he disapproves of the poorhouse. He saved my brother because I asked him to.
Well. Just like that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you all to get a very clear picture of what Miss Thompson has just told us. Ralph Hartsook, the honest schoolmaster, told her, the poorest and most miserable girl, a bound girl, mind you, he told her that he did not believe in poverty. He told her that she suffered, and he did not believe in that. He told her that he did not believe in the poorhouse. He told her that he loved his fellow beings. And I suppose that he told this poor girl that he loved her. He took advantage of her, the scoundrel. I'll tell you why Ralph Hartsook helped Shocky Thompson get away. He did it because he did not want Hannah Thompson to tell what she had seen on the highway. Ralph Hartsook returning home from the robbery of the Dutchman's farm. Your witness, Master Hartsook.
I have no questions. But if the court will permit, I would like to comment.
Proceed. You may return to your seat, Miss Thompson.
Thank you.
I have this to say. Hannah Thompson is an innocent girl. She's an honorable girl. I did not attempt to beguile her with promises. I did not threaten her. I did not compromise her by offering to help her brother in return for her silence. Aside from his attempts to slander me and ruin the character of Hannah Thompson, Mr. Bronson was able to prove but one point. He proved that I was on the road. But I repeat, my presence on the road does not prove that I committed a crime.
Very well, then, Master Hartsook. What were you doing on the road on the night of October 20th, the night of the robbery?
I was walking in the moonlight.
Master Hartsook, walking in the moonlight. Do you expect me to believe that?
No.
Then why did you say it?
Because it's the truth, Mr. Bronson. And throughout this entire trial, you have refused to believe the truth. So why should I expect you to begin believing it now?
Thank you, Master Hartsook. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, draw your own conclusions from the hysterical speech which you have just heard. I am prepared to meet it with facts. Will Mr. Pete Banter please come to the stand?
Yes, sir.
What?
Mr. Hartsook, I'm back.
Thank goodness. Tell me, did you find Walter Johnson?
Well, I found him, but I can't guarantee that he'll testify. Dr. Small's been talking to him. Johnson's pretty scared. That's why he didn't want to come into court.
Is Johnson here now?
Yes. He just sat down. There in back, Dr. Small.
Oh, yes. I wish we had him sitting here beside us.
He won't. He's scared.
Well, he's our only witness, unless Pearson shows up, and that isn't likely now.
Now, Mr. Banter, what is your profession?
My what?
What do you do?
Well, I go to school when there is any.
I see. And what school do you go to?
Flat Creek District School.
Mm-hmm. And how long has Master Hartsook been in charge at the Flat Creek School?
About a month.
And have you ever missed a single day of school?
No, sir, not one day.
Then I take it that we can safely say that you have seen the master for at least 5 full days of every week for the past month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then we can also take it that you can recognize him when you see him,
Yes, sir.
even in the dark?
Yes, sir. The master wears a city hat.
Then will you kindly tell the court what you saw from your home on the night of October 20th?
Well, our place is just about 100 yards from Dutchman Schrader's, what was robbed. And on that night, I seed the master and another man come sneaking out of the Dutchman.
Who was the other man?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to say unless it was.
Very good. But you are sure that you did see Master Hartsook?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your final proof. Witness after witness has testified against the character of Ralph Hartsook. I myself pulled aside the curtain and allowed you to inspect his relationship with Hannah Thompson, the poor bound girl, and her miserable brother. You heard her testify that she saw Hartsook on the road. Mr. Pete Jones heard Hartsook prowling around in the early hours of the morning. Hartsook himself has admitted to that charge. And now Pete Banter swears he saw Ralph Hartsook come out of the Dutchman's farm. And so I say to you, Ralph Hartsook is guilty.
And I say he's innocent.
It's Pearson, the basket maker. He's come at last. He's just in time, too.
Yes. You'll have to excuse me, but I've been away and I didn't but just get back. Can I testify?
You may.
Thank you.
Mr. Hartsook, do you claim this witness?
I do.
John Pearson, do you swear?
Yes, sirree, I sure do. If I was to ever get to going, you'd have to clear the courtroom.
Mr. Pearson, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you have to do.
Mr. Pearson, I want you to realize that the testimony which you are about to give may place your life in jeopardy.
I object.
On what grounds?
Why, intimidating the witness.
But he's my witness, Mr. Brown.
Objection overruled.
Yes. Now, Mr. Pearson.
Don't worry none about me, Master Hartsook. I ain't afeard of no man. No, sir, I fit in 1812 with General Winfield Scott. I was at Lundy's Lane.
Of course, Mr. Pearson, of course. And now, can you tell us what you know of the robbery of Dutchman Schrader's farm on the night of October 20th?
Huh? What I know? Why, I seed 'em.
Who, Mr. Pearson?
I seed the thieves, the ones that robbed the Dutchman's farm. That's what. You see, it was a Thursday night. Guess I must have took a little too much at Welch's store. Whiskey, that is. So I laid me down in the road to rest. Well, sir, I slept, I reckon, was about 3 hours. Then about 1 o'clock, I woke up and started making for home. And just as I started by Pete Jones's place, I seen 3 men on horseback.
I see. And did you recognize these 3 men?
Yep. One of 'em I did. One of 'em I recognized for sure. Recognized him, recognized his horse.
And who was that man?
It is Pete Jones there. That's who it was.
That's the lie! Hey, order in the court.
Yeah, let's have a little order here. I ain't finished yet. And riding right close behind the 3 men was Dr. Small.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Bronson.
No, thank you, Master Hartsook. No questions, Mr. Pearson.
No questions? How come?
Because I don't question old drunks, Mr. Pearson.
Why, you...
Your Honor, I consider this testimony worthless. Why, this man's appearance is nothing more than a shabby theatrical trick. He admits that he was so drunk that he went to sleep in the road. And then he expects us to believe his statements about what he thinks he saw when he came out of his alcoholic stupor. No, thank you. No questions.
If the court pleases. If the court pleases.
Dr. Small?
May I make a statement?
You may. Come forward, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no personal interest in this, except that as a professional man, I am sorry to see another professional man discredit his profession. The evidence against Master Hartsook would seem to be quite overwhelming, and I would not feel compelled to add a feather to it, if it were not for the fact that my own name has been mentioned several times by Hartsook and his confederates.
What's he up to? I'm not sure. Listen.
It has been stated that I was on the road in Flat Creek on the night of October 20th. However, I am prepared to swear that I was not in Flat Creek after 10 o'clock on the night of the robbery.
Surely Dr. Small is not defending himself against the charge of robbery which has been brought against me.
I am not. If the court pleases, I am prepared to swear as to my whereabouts on that night. Not because I feel it is necessary to clear my name. My reputation speaks for itself. I offer my statement because it proves that Master Hartsook and Company's story about horsemen on the road is nothing but a tissue of lies. And I should like to introduce a witness to support my statement. Walter Johnson.
Doggone that Small. He's beaten us to the punch. But the first punch isn't the whole fight, Bud. I think Small's done us a favor by putting Johnson on the stand. At least we'll get a chance at him now.
I sure do hope I made a convert. Johnson tells the truth. Small's days are numbered.
Well, I'm going to make sure that Johnson stays converted. Hand me that Bible, Bud.
Your Honor.
Yes?
I realize that this is a most unusual request. But I feel that the testimony which is about to be given is most vital. May I administer the oath to the witness?
I object. On what grounds? Why, well, it just isn't done. It's not according to the letter of the law.
Very true, Mr. Bronson. But there can sometimes be more to justice than the letter of the law. I fail to see why Master Hartsook should not swear the witness in. Proceed.
Walter Johnson.
Yes, sir?
Place your hand on this sacred book.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do, I swear.
Thank you. Take the witness, Mr. Bronson.
Very clever, Hartsook. Now, what is your profession, Mr. Johnson?
I'm a medical student. I study with Dr. Small.
I see. And will you please tell the court what you know of the whereabouts of Dr. Small on the night of the robbery?
On the night of the robbery?
Yes.
I think that was a Thursday.
Of course it was a Thursday. Thursday the 20th.
Yes, the 20th of October.
Well, go on, lad. Tell us about the night of the robbery.
On the night of the I can't go on. I can't. Oh, what am I going to do?
He's fainted. Bud, I think your conversion took. That boy is wrestling with the devil. And I think Dr. Small may have overreached
I'll
himself.
help him. I'm a doctor. The boy's fainted. I'll help him. Get me some brandy, somebody.
Oh, I'll testify tomorrow.
You fool. Get up and get on that witness stand or you'll never live to see tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Here, drink this, Walter. You'll feel better.
Oh, looks mighty worried.
Yes, he should. And he's going to be more worried when I get through with Johnson. He can't back out now.
Now, Mr. Johnson, tell the court your story.
Well, Dr. Small was not in Flat Creek on that night. He was with me. We was together in my room. I was studying and he was learning me. And he stayed with me all the night and did not leave until after breakfast the following morning. That's
what?
That's the way... I mean, that's the truth. Dr. Small was not in Flat Creek that night. He was with me. We was together in my room.
That will be all, Mr. Johnson. If the court pleases, I'm afraid that Mr. Johnson is not feeling well. Certainly he does not seem well enough to testify further in a court of law.
Just one moment, Mr. Bronson. It is my opinion that Walter Johnson's physical condition is excellent. I'm afraid it is his mind that is not well. In short, his conscience is bothering him. Do you have any more questions, Mr. Bronson?
Oh, but Well, no.
Very well. Walter Johnson, do you believe in a power greater than ourselves?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Johnson, just a few minutes ago you swore that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
God watches us all, Walter Johnson. No sparrow falls without his knowing it. No sinner falls without his knowing. And no man who has sinned and wants to repent his sins is neglected by God. Did you know that, Walter Johnson?
Yes.
There is always hope for the sinner, Walter, because God is forgiving, God is merciful, and God is all understanding even when men are not. Don't you think that offered hope to the sinner, Walter Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Did you love your mother, Walter?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you love your mother a lot?
Yes, sir.
And did your mother love you?
Yes.
And did she forgive you when you did wrong?
Yes.
And no matter what you did, she stood ready at your side?
Yes, sir.
Well, God is the same way, Walter Johnson. He is standing at your side. He will help you if you will but ask his forgiveness. Have you ever been to a revival?
Yes, sir.
A friend of mine took a young man to a revival just a few nights ago. Brother Sarton was preaching at that meeting, and my friend took the young man to save his soul. That young man was just about your age, Walter. And that young man, he was taken to the revival because my friend wanted to put into him the fear of Almighty God. That young man was you, Walter. Do you remember?
The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. With the fear of God, the love of God is ever consistent. Young man, you have followed the counsel of evil companions and chosen evil pursuits. You are being dragged down to hell. Down, down, down. You are standing right on the very crumbling brink of hell. At this moment, the smell of brimstone is on your garments. The hot breath of hell is in your face. The devils are waiting for you. Delay, and you're damned, yes, damned. You may die before sunset, yeah. You may never get out of your chair, yeah. The awful angel of death is just ready to strike you down.
No, don't let the devil get me. I don't want to go to hell. I'll tell. I lied, but I'll tell the truth. Dr. Small, he robbed the Dutchman's farm. Dr. Small and Pete Jones and me, we did it. It's all Dr. Small's fault.
Watch out, Dr. Small has a gun. Grab him, get Dr. Small before he gets away.
Will Miss Hannah Thompson and Master Ralph Hartsook please step before the bench?
Go on. Get up there, you two.
Your Honor.
Your Honor?
Master Hartsook, you have been the victim of grave injustice. We must give thanks to God that further miscarriage has been averted, and for the apprehension of the true criminals, namely Dr. Small, Pete Jones, and Walter Johnson. Now, Master Hartsook, you are hereby discharged from the bar of this court and from the bar of public sentiment without a suspicion of guilt. The court congratulates you on your acquittal. And as for you, Miss Thompson, well, this court now declares that Miss Hannah Thompson, presently in the state of bondage imposed upon her because of probity and circumstances, may be freed from bondage if somewhere in this community there's someone who will care for her and provide for her.
If the court pleases, I would be greatly honored to assume that obligation. If Miss Thompson will have me.
Oh, Ralph. Yes.
Hannah, my darling.
The Hoosier Schoolmaster by Edward Eggleston is one of America's novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to a radio version of Life on the Mississippi by Samuel Clemens. And remember that there's a world of entertainment and information to be found in your local public library. Many American novels in the 1947 summer series are included in the useful Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Hoosier Schoolmaster is adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ralph Hartsook was played by Harry Elders, Hannah by Gene Mowry, Bud by Hugh Rowland, Bronson by Don Gallagher, and the Judge by Cliff Zubir. Others were Boris Aplon, Johnny Coons, Charles Flynn, Sherman Marks, Cliff Norton, Jess Pugh, and Duke Watson. This is Don Elders. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, many of the nation's schools commence a new semester on Monday. And Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, is one of them. Although the others usually dispense with classes on the last day or two of the old term, Madison did not.
No, indeed. Our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, saw to that. In fact, he was quite chagrined when a cloudburst last Friday kept almost all of the student body at home. Even members of the faculty didn't get down, except a handful of teachers, me. Since Mr. Conklin didn't show up until quite late, I took it upon myself to dismiss the few soaked pupils who were floating around the halls. Saturday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
And what did Mr. Conklin say when you told him you had canceled school for the day, Connie?
He didn't say a word, Mrs. Davis, until he came down off the ceiling. Then he accused me of usurping his function as a principal and throwing a monkey wrench into his plan for getting the jump on the other schools.
What sort of plan did he have, Connie?
Well, he felt that schedules should be revised and classes assigned before the first day of the new semester. Hence, we have all been invited to appear at school today.
But this is Saturday, Connie. Mr. Conklin hasn't the authority to make anybody come to school.
He doesn't make anybody come. He's put it on a voluntary basis. For both the student body and the faculty, it's strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Come or die.
I can't understand some of you teachers, Connie. Why do you let Mr. Conklin drive you this way? What are you all? A bunch of geese?
I don't know about the others, but don't be surprised if some morning you find a feather by my empty bed. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've been in so much trouble with Mr. Conklin during the past term. I don't dare start the new one off on the wrong foot. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton. He's giving down to school. Come in, Walter.
It certainly is nice of Walter to call for you this morning.
Yes, it is, considering that I made it quite clear to him that his driving me was strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Be here or flunk.
Hi, Mrs. Davis. And to you, most revered and admired of all local educators, I bow deeply from the waist.
Thank you, and get your head out of the milk pitcher. Sit down, Walter. I'll pour you a glass.
Ah, thanks. Would you like something else, Walter?
What have you got?
Oh, cereal, eggs, sausage, bacon, toast.
That'll be fine.
Obviously, you haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Oh, that's right, Miss Brooks. Over an hour ago.
A growing boy should eat a lot, especially if you want to grow up and be big and strong like Hopalong Cassidy.
If Hopalong Cassidy ate like Walter, he'd never make it to the saddle.
That's a good one.
I'll go fix a nice plate for you, Walter. Oh, how do you take your eggs?
4 in the mouth and 6 intravenously.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you make me sound like a pig. Just scramble a few with some bacon and sausages, Mrs. Davis, please.
All right, dear.
Well, this is great. What better way to start off the day than a resounding second breakfast with my favorite school teacher?
For a kid who's going to school on Saturday, you sound pretty chipper, Walter.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to school today. None of the students are. We held a mass meeting last night and decided that the only course to pursue was open rebellion.
What?
The issues are clear, Miss Brooks. If we let old Marblehead haul us into school today...
Now, just a minute, Walter. I won't have you referring to the principal of our school in such a disrespectful manner.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but don't you see? If we submit to his demand that we attend school on Saturday, what's to prevent him from dragging us down on Sunday? Or even holidays? Oh, I can just picture it. Christmas weekend comes. Everybody's off having fun. But our principal decrees that we must spend every day of our vacation in school.
Old Marblehead wouldn't dare.
Don't you worry, Miss Brooks. Even though we all recognize this for the tyranny that it is a short-lived tyranny. Our spokesman elected unanimously at last night's meeting will see to that.
Spokesman? Whom did you elect?
Let me be the first to congratulate you. More logical choice, may I add, to slay the tyrant.
Now, wait a second, Walter. It just happens that I didn't renew my card in the Tyrant Slayers Union. I'm in enough hot water now for canceling school yesterday.
Well, that was different. It was an emergency. Plus which nobody was there anyway. But don't worry about it now. We can plan our campaign on the way down to school.
I thought you said you weren't going.
Of course I'm going. I'm in charge of the picket line. As one of the organizers of this rebellion, it's up to me to see that the protest meeting this morning goes off without a flaw.
Are you sure you've got the eyebrows for this kind of work?
Oh, we've got a great program lined up, Miss Brooks. Some of the kids are bringing a dummy down so we can hang Mr. Conklin in effigy.
But, Walter, that's a pretty violent way of protesting.
Oh, it'll all be in fun. Sort of. Well, even Mr. Conklin's daughter Harriet's on our side. So, here's the plan, Miss Brooks. First, we're going to have one last talk with Mr. Conklin. Then we're going to go out and hang the dummy. Well, what do you think of the scheme?
It's a dandy, Walter. Of course, it would be more effective if you had one last talk with the dummy and then went out... Oh, there I go with that wishful thinking. For a group who decided not to come to school today, there's quite a crowd on the campus.
I wonder where Stretch Snodgrass is. He's supposed to carry the dummy over to the flagpole.
As Madison's star athlete, he deserves the honor, but let me offer a word of caution, Walter.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to cast any aspersions on Stretch's mentality, but if he's carrying the dummy, be very careful who you string up.
Oh, here he is now. Hiya, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
I made up a slogan for one of the picket signs, Walter, but I'm afraid it might be a teeny-weeny bit disrespectful. Want to hear it?
Sure. How does it go?
It goes, Mr. Conklin is very unfair. I'm going to wash that guy right out of my hair.
I don't think a slogan like that's too disrespectful. Do you, Miss Brooks?
Not if you want to finish your education in another part of the state.
The real fun will come later, Miss Brooks. We're going to hang Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
In a what?
In a figgy.
Will he fit in a figgy?
No, he means in effigy, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I kind of liked it the other way.
Yeah, I better get the thing now. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. Bye, Walter.
So long, pal. Well, everything's rolling right along. Let's see if Mr. Conklin got here yet.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Walter? Well, I just talked to Daddy, and he's livid. He blames you for the entire insurrection, Miss Brooks.
Me?
I tried to reason with him. I even told him that you weren't present when we named you our spokesman, although it was a foregone conclusion that you'd accept the honor with great enthusiasm.
That's getting me off the hook.
Daddy says if you hadn't canceled school yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. You're in an awful spot.
Gosh, I didn't mean to get you into such a jam, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm in it, and it's up to me to get out of it. Please don't think I'm a Benedict Arnold, but I'd better get up on the school steps and have a little talk with some of these strikers.
Well, it probably won't do any good, but I can't blame you for trying.
Students! Boys and girls, I'd like to talk to you for just a moment. Quiet, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all have as much pride in your school as any members of the faculty have, or as its principal, Mr. Conklin, has. Please. I'm just trying to tell you that by working for a few hours today, we can be prepared to launch our new semester on Monday with a minimum of confusion, thus assuring us of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all of the benefits and privileges which every American has come to feel.
And so, Miss Brooks, I hold you personally responsible for the fact that these malcontents are not in their classrooms yet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I really tried to...
Excuse me. This is Osgood Conklin's office. Mr. Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Conklin. This is Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. How's every little
I've no
thing?
time for chit-chat. A rather disturbing rumor has reached me to the effect that you've summoned your student body to school today.
My student body?
You realize, of course, that such an action on your part without sanction from the board would constitute a breach of authority that could lead to your immediate dismissal?
Yes, sir, yes, of course. Now, I can't for the life of me imagine where these ridiculous rumors begin. Why, I'm here all alone. Not another soul in the office. Bless you.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, sir. My cat has a cold. But about that rumor, the only reason I'm in the office is to get out some letters.
Good. I thought you had better sense than to do anything that autocratic. Oh, by the way, Osgood, I'll be in your neighborhood in a little while. Perhaps I'll drop in to discuss some board matters with you.
Fine, Mr. Stone. That'll be just grand. I'll look forward to seeing you.
Very well. Goodbye, Osgood.
Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Well, Miss Brooks, sometimes everything happens for the best. Because of you, no child has set foot in this building as yet. Is that right?
I guess not, Mr. Conklin, but if you'll just wait until
I'll be frank with you, Miss Brooks. If they had come in, it could have meant my dismissal. I don't understand Mr. Stone's attitude, but, well, go out to your youthful charges and inform them that there is no school today.
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin.
You did it, Miss Brooks. I didn't think you could do it, but you did it.
What are you talking about, Denton?
Oh, she was wonderful, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks made a speech a few minutes ago that'll go down in Madison's history. Yes, sir. Every student is in his or her classroom right now. And believe me, Mr. Conklin, wild horses couldn't drag them out of this school today.
Well, Miss Brooks? You heard the boy. Thanks to your speech, wild horses couldn't drag them out of school today. And now, young woman, may I ask what you propose to do?
Step aside, Mr. Conklin.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I told Walter Denton to corral the students and herd them into the cafeteria. While I was waiting for them to assemble, I corralled Mr. Boynton and herded him into a corner table. Over a cup of coffee, I told him of Mr. Conklin's dilemma. As usual, Mr. Boynton was extremely sympathetic. So you see, if these kids don't go home at once, Mr. Conklin can get in big trouble with the board.
Well, that's his worry. Oh, he should have known better than to ask students to come to school on Saturday, let alone the faculty.
I wish he would, let alone the faculty. But we're in it now. At least I am, up to our necks. At least my neck. Fine English teacher.
Well, I don't like to see you distressed about it. Now, look, when we do leave here, how about going someplace, just the two of us?
What sort of place did you have in mind, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know.
It's a date.
I thought maybe you'd enjoy the zoo again today. Now, I understand they've got a yak over there that's over 60 years old.
Honestly?
Yeah, that's pretty old for a yak, you know.
Oh, I know. Then old yaks are so much more fun than young yaks, don't you think? Or don't you care? I know I don't.
Well, I got most of the kids in, Miss Brooks. Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Walter.
I'll hold this chair for you, Miss Brooks. Go ahead. Get up on it and make your speech.
Thanks, Walter. Students, attention, please. I've called you here for some very good news. You don't have to stay in school today.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, after your speech of this morning, we want to stay.
Don't you believe it? This, after all, is Saturday, a holiday. One to which you are not only entitled by law, but which is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights and every other document so carefully prepared to safeguard the interests of you, the future leaders of our great nation.
Hello?
Hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop in on you today after all. My wife's been driving my car all week, and it's pretty well shot.
Yes. Yes, I've seen her. Your car, that is. Your car. I'm sorry you can't drop in, though, Mr. Stone, but when you do pay us a visit, you'll find as smooth a running educational operation as there is in this country.
I'm sure of it, Osgood. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks for calling. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I told the students that they can go home any time they want to.
What? Have they left yet?
No, sir. Most of them are still in the cafeteria, but
they're going to pay for this morning's protest meeting. Mr. Stone isn't coming down after all. So you can just tell those recalcitrant mischief makers that they're staying here today until 4 p.m.
But, Mr. Conklin, I can't make another speech.
It's an order, Miss Brooks. Dismiss.
And so by working for a few hours today, we can be assured of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all the benefits and privileges which every American.
Gosh, Stretch, I don't like to cross Miss Brooks up, but we just got to get out of school today.
But we're all on detention, Walter. We got to stay till 4 p.m. What makes me mad, we didn't even get to burn Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
Yeah, I know it's Stretch. And... Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me an idea. Suppose we had a fire drill. Then when we all ran out of school, we could just forget to stop running until we got home.
Yeah, but the control for the fire alarm bell is in Mr. Conklin's office, and he ain't going to ring it for no reason.
Then let's give him a reason.
You mean start a fire?
No, not a real fire, Stretch. A fake one. We can get some dry ice in the cafeteria kitchen and drop it in a bucket of water. Oh, that makes the most beautiful smoke you ever saw. And then we just fan it under old Marblehead's door until it fills his office.
Then he comes out of his door and hits us with the bucket.
No, he doesn't. We remove the screws from his doorknob from the outside. And then when he tries to open the door, the knob comes away in his hand, and Conklin falls right on his conch.
Boy, you should get a scholarship.
So, Miss Brooks, you've informed the student body that they're all under detention until 4?
Yes, sir, I did. But suppose Mr. Stone does come over and discovers that you're keeping us all in school on a holiday.
Ah, but he won't, Miss Brooks. He has no way to get here. His car broke down.
Suppose he decided to walk over.
Walk over? That's ridiculous.
Well, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Stone.
I decided to walk over.
That's ridiculous. Hello, Mr. Stone. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Miss Brooks. I would have been here sooner, Osgood, but I dozed off for a few minutes in the park. I stopped to rest on my favorite bench, the one under Paul Revere's statue.
That is an extremely comfortable bench.
Such nice soft slat.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, what brought you to Old Madison today?
Old Mr. Conklin. That is, Mr. Conklin asked me to type some letters for him.
Yes, that's it. She's typing some letters for me.
But I don't see any typewriter in here.
Well, it's in the next room.
In the next room?
I have very long arms. But now that we've finished, Mr. Conklin, why don't you drive Mr. Stone home instead of remaining in this stuffy old, empty old school?
A splendid idea. Come along, Mr. Stone.
Not so fast, Osgood. There are several things that... what's that? There must be someone loitering in the hall.
Impossible. There's no one in school today.
But I'd swear I just saw that doorknob turning.
Turning into what?
And what's that swirling in under the door?
Oh, that's nothing but smoke.
Yes, that's all it is. Just smoke.
Oh, of course. That's all it is. Smoke.
Smoke! Good heavens, the school's on fire.
Let's get out of here. Follow me.
Oh! The doorknob came away in his hand.
Oh, let me help you up, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone? He fell on the back of his head, Mr. Conklin. He's unconscious.
Quick, Miss Brooks. Crawl through the window and run around and open the door from the outside. I'll try to revive Mr. Stone.
Yes, sir.
Smoke's getting pretty thick in here. I can hardly see you, Miss Brooks.
I can't see you at all, Mr. Conklin. I never could.
Gosh, Walter, we've been fanning smoke under that door for 5 minutes now, and he ain't rung the fire alarm yet.
Relax, Stretch. With the fog he's in, it'll take him a little while to notice the smoke.
You don't think Mr. Conklin has become expixicated, do you?
No, that would be too much to hope for.
But if he is expixicated, maybe we ought to open the door and haul him out of there.
Please, let's not spoil a perfectly good expixication.
Miss Brooks!
We're cooked.
Oh, it's not a real fire, Miss Brooks. It's just dry ice and water, see? We were trying to get Mr. Conklin to ring the fire alarm so we could escape from school in the confusion. Oh, there's a lot you can do on Saturday on the outside.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, now that you caught us, what are you going to do?
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Gee, you're a swell sport, Miss Brooks. You think you'll ring the alarm pretty soon?
Maybe he needs a little encouragement. Keep up your courage, Mr. Conklin. I'm fighting my way through the flames.
You're right, that old Marblehead.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Scare him some more.
I'm trying to reach you, Mr. Conklin, but the heat is terrific.
Perhaps I could get you a nice, cool lemonade, Miss Brooks.
Oh, not right now, thanks. I've got to keep fanning this dry ice and...
Now, Miss Brooks, if you're quite finished fighting your way through the flames...
You got here in the nick of time, Mr. Conklin. I just put the fire out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I better be getting back to my classroom now.
Yeah, me too.
Stand where you are, you culprits!
Why, Mr. Conklin, you should thank these boys for what they've done.
Thank them?
Certainly. When Walter and Stretch realized the trouble you'd get into with Mr. Stone, they took this means of detaining him until the students were cleared out.
Sure. As long as Mr. Stone is locked in there, you're safe.
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
Pour some more water on that dry ice, Snodgrass. You, Denton, see that all the classrooms are emptied and report back to me.
Yes, sir. I'll clear them out, nothing flat.
Mr. Stone will have to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart old Marblehead.
I don't think you're getting enough smoke under the door, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, this newspaper's too flexible. Get me something firmer to fan the smoke with.
Perhaps you'd like to use my hat, Mr. Conklin?
Thank you, Mr. Stone, thank you. That should work much better than this. Thank you, Mr. Stone!
Conklin, I will discuss this matter with you privately in your office. But, Mr. Stone... Follow me, sir. Oh!
Mr. Stone!
Stone, I have the claim away in his hand again. Mr. Stone, say something. He's unconscious. Miss Brooks, what do I do now?
In an emergency like this, there's only one thing to do. Run, do not walk to the nearest employment agency.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Stone knocked himself out for the second time, I did some pretty fast thinking and came up with a desperation tactic. Recalling his remark that he had dozed on a park bench, I enlisted the aid of Mr. Boynton, and we hauled the head of the board over to the statue of Paul Revere.
Oh, he's still out cold, Miss Brooks. I'll try the smelling salts again. There.
Put them away, Mr. Boynton. He's coming, too. Wake up, Mr. Stone. Wake up.
Huh? What's that? Oh, Miss Brooks. About that fire. If you'll step into Mr. Conklin's office... Mr. Conklin's office? Where is it? Good heavens, the school is burned down.
School? What school?
Now, listen, Miss Brooks. When I first saw you today...
Today? Why, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, Mr. Stone. Since there was no school today, Mr. Boynton and I decided to stroll through the park.
Yes, sir. And when we saw you dozing, we thought we'd better awaken you before you rolled off that bench.
Bench? What? Oh, I do remember stopping to rest, but... Oh, what a nightmare I've just had.
Maybe you'd better go home and get some real rest, Mr. Stone.
Excellent suggestion. I'll go right home and... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
How did I get this doorknob in my hand?
Doorknob?
Oh, that. That must have fallen from Paul Revere's statue.
From Paul Revere's statue?
Of course. With the British coming, he was in an awful rush.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Bill Johnstone, and Leonard Smith.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Today, more than ever before, America's security depends upon us as individuals. And if we really care what happens to us, our children, our country, we must at any cost defy vicious racial and religious biases from those around us. For unless we do, we will be a people divided, our claims of freedom and democracy only empty gestures. Let's work together as a team to keep the freedom we all enjoy.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, has been working in his study all morning. But he leaves it now to join his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English musical comedy stage. As he enters the living room, Mrs. Hall says,
"Oh, I'm glad you're finished, Toddy."
Vicky, I am never finished. And why should you be glad? Outside of the fact that naturally you can't stand being without me for a minute.
You're not going to feel so good when I remind you that today is the faculty tea at Mrs. Quincannon's.
Oh, that doesn't disturb me a bit, my dear. A legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Not me, we.
Oh, no, you don't,
Yeah,
no.
and not only that, but you need a haircut.
I'll get one next week, Delilah.
Why do you hate to go to the barber?
My dear girl, I do not hate to go to the bar.
Well, then why?
I do, however, dislike to have the administration of this college subjected to the haphazard analysis and preposterous suggestions of a certain tonsorial artist.
The barber, Doc Fish.
Doc Fish. Fish, indeed. He seems to be trying to make up for 1,000,000 years of silence on the part of his submarine namesakes.
Well, I suppose any barber who's been in the same shop for 30 years has certain rights.
Which he abuses constantly. But to a college barber, there is a new generation every 4 years. You know, Vicky, there are a lot of people
Toddy.
who never leave a campus without having
Toddy.
Huh?
You're trying to change the subject.
Oh.
I want you to get your hair cut, and I've made an appointment for you.
Is there a slight strain of bulldog in you?
With a trace of bloodhound, I'll be following you all the way.
Oh. Do I get some lunch before I tackle the fish?
Oh, it's not fish, sir. It's cheese souffle.
Oh, is lunch ready, Penny?
Yes, but if the doctor likes some
No,
fish...
thank you just the same, Penny. Mrs. Hall has already ordered mine.
Afternoon, Mr. President.
Oh, Doc, how are you?
Busy. You're 5 minutes early.
Yeah, but there's no one in the chair.
Your appointment's for 2 o'clock, Doctor. I'll be ready for you at 2 o'clock.
All right, Doc, I'll wait.
Heard your talk in chapel last week.
Oh, yes? And?
Didn't sound much like a sermon to me.
It wasn't.
Ministers are supposed to give sermons, ain't they?
I'm not a minister.
What was you doing in the pulpit then?
Doc, may I ask you a question?
Shoot.
If your cat had kittens in the oven, would they be biscuits?
Step in the chair, Doctor. It's 2 o'clock.
Thank you. That's better. I think I'll just doze a little.
Been wanting to talk to you.
No, please don't. No, just cut my hair and your conversation. Now, I'd like to take a nap.
Got something on my mind. Glad you stopped in. Because it's important to this school what I've got to say. As long as nobody else seems to take enough interest, it's up to me to do something about it. I'm going to do it. Right now.
I give up. What is it, Doc?
Know a kid named Eddie Gray?
Yes, I do indeed. What about him?
He buys a lot of magic stuff at the campus bookshop. You know about that?
Oh, yes.
A lot of magic stuff and plenty of other things have been disappearing. That's a good trick, too.
You mean stolen?
Guess that's what you'd call it. About $500 worth.
Well, why do you connect Eddie Gray with this?
Not many students buy magic stuff.
Doc, our founding fathers provided that any citizen accused of crime was entitled to a jury of his peers, competent legal counsel, and a qualified judge. Who then are you to constitute yourself judge, jury, and executioner?
I got eyes and ears.
So is a three-toed sloth. And about the same lofty conception of justice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You know he sold that big car of his. Know he's running around the campus looking like a bindle stiff? Looks like he sold all his good clothes. Looks like he maybe needed some dough.
Eddie Gray needs money like I, as the saying goes, need a hole in the head. Have you talked to anyone else about this?
Nope. Figured it was your job to handle it.
Oh, I'll handle it. Are you a betting man, Doc?
Well, I know where you can get a little bet down. What's the horse?
The horse is a gray, Doc. And I'll lay you 8-5 he comes in on top. Oh, Vicky.
Yes, my darling. Oh, you do look divine and smell.
I have to tell you, darling, that
No, don't.
our barber
That's a
friend...
little sniff. It's absolute heaven.
No, stop smelling me. I must talk to you.
All right. Oh, stop. What did Doc Fish do? Throw out the whole curriculum?
Worse, he has completely revised the laws of evidence. Have you seen Eddie Gray lately?
Every day, Toddy, at rehearsals. He's just wonderful.
Is he making friends?
He's the happiest boy in school. Everybody likes him. And his magic act is going to be the hit of the follies.
You remember when you advised him, and I think I did too, to get rid of his flashy car and expensive clothes?
Certainly. And he did it right away. Now he dresses just like all the other students. If you can call that dressing. I sometimes think they simply hold a suitcase over their heads and open it. They just wear whatever falls onto them. Well, what about Eddie Gray?
Now, there's been some stealing going on at the campus bookshop. He is around there a great deal, and he's suspected.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yes, I thought so, too. I have a feeling someone has found out who his father is. And if so, Eddie is being pronounced guilty by association.
Oh, no. Oh, I hope not. It'd be too tragic for him just at this time when everything's beginning to go well.
I know, but Mike Malott is too important a public enemy to be kept undercover very long. If someone has found out that he is Eddie's father, well, it's natural to point an accusing finger at the boy.
Oh, we've got to clear him, Toddy. I know he's all right.
Oh, we're going to try, my dear. Look, I'll ask him to come over, will you?
Yeah, what'll we do about the Quincanons?
That seems to be a fair question.
Yeah. Any answers?
Only one. I consider it a legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Well, you said that, and then I said, not me, we.
That's enough, Victoria. Let's now go on. I don't need another haircut.
Mr. Mr. Gray to see Dr. Hall.
Oh, show him in, Penny. Don't go, Vicky. This is your case as much as mine.
Well, I'm glad. I want to stay.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, Gray.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Eddie.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I did. Sit down.
Thank you.
I wanted to see how you were getting along.
Oh, great. Thanks to some good advice from you and Mrs. Hall, I've been having a swell time. I never knew there were so many nice guys and gals in the world.
I'm glad to hear that. Eddie, I'm going to be very direct with you.
Yes, sir?
Have you heard from your father lately?
Oh, sure. He sneaked down here to see me 10 days ago.
He did?
Yeah. He knew I wanted a set of Joseph Conrad's books, so he came down and bought them for me. I'm not apologizing for what he used to be, Dr. Hall, and neither is he, but to me, he's been great.
Did he buy you the books at the campus bookshop?
Yeah, he did. Oh, it's a terrific set. Boy, it sure ruined my allowance.
Has anyone told you of the recent robberies at the campus bookshop?
Why, yes, sir, I did hear something.
Has anyone told you that you are suspected?
Me? Suspected of stealing? Oh, now, just a minute, Dr. Hall.
Calm down, Eddie, please. We're not accusing you.
On the contrary, we want to clear you. But to do it, we'll have to find out everything we can.
And you can help us. Tell us everything you know about it.
I don't know anything about it.
If we're going to try to help, you must do your part. It's beyond just you and us. It's a matter of this college's reputation. And a little thing called justice. Gray.
Yes, sir?
Just for the record, have you stolen anything from the campus bookshop?
No, sir.
Of course you haven't. Do you know who has?
No, sir.
You know, but you won't tell. Isn't that it?
This can be very serious if you don't, Gray. It involves the honor of the whole college.
Look, Doctor, I can't tell you anything. I'm sorry, really sorry, sir, but I wish you'd remember one thing. I've got to do what seems right to me, and please don't ask me to do something that doesn't fit with my own rules. You know, this is where I learned about honor, Doctor, and values, right in this room. From you, both of you. You gave me a lot to hang on to. Now, don't ask me to let it go.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
In just a moment, we'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. But first, let's hear the story of a young go-getter who set out to make an impression, but wound up by being impressed.
Give me 5 minutes alone with the boss, I used to say, and he'll know what a live wire he's got in his organization. That's what I used to say. Well, the other day, the boss invited my wife and me to spend an evening at his home. I knew my big opportunity had arrived. I had a whole evening in which to sell yours truly to the boss. I could just see myself drawing on a mild Havana and giving the old boy a couple of pointers on how to clear up that situation in the sales department. Yes, I had it all planned. But somehow it didn't quite work out that way. I should have known it the minute I saw the boss's house. He and his wife were as simple and friendly as the people next door, but the living room was lush with antiques, oriental rugs, and original oil paintings. I couldn't help staring, but at least I did manage to keep from saying, gee whiz. But still in all, the evening passed very pleasantly. The boss talked about art and music, showed us his collection of rare prints and first editions, and finally served us some Schlitz beer. Now, naturally, I didn't admit that I'd never tasted a beer as famous as Schlitz. So I took up my glass as though I were an old Schlitz drinker from a way back. Actually, I could hardly wait to find out if my boss's taste in beer matched the good taste he showed in other things. I took a deep swallow of Schlitz and found out that it did. The same luxury was there. A luxury of flavor that matched the paintings and the prints and the first editions. It was then I realized what had happened. I had come to make an impression, but as it turned out, I was the one who was impressed. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find a tenseness not often to be found in the home of the Halls.
Please sit down, Toddy. You've been pacing like that for an hour.
Oh, I can't, Vicky. I've got to make some sense out of all this. Obviously, Gray is protecting someone else.
It's a terribly difficult spot for you. You who've been teaching him integrity.
Oh, yes, I know. Integrity, a splendid, glowing word. 9 letters, the 9 old men of character. You know, my darling, it's not enough simply to present the idea of integrity to a youngster. That's merely planting the seed. The harvest comes when integrity is put to the test and found to be a source of pride and self-respect and growth. Oh, fortunately, it's usually a habit-forming virtue. Anyway, that's why we can't afford to have Eddie Gray fail to pass his first real test.
Toddy, dear, the longer I know you, the more conscious I am of the wisdom in simple decency.
Well, I only hope my simple wisdom is adequate to get Eddie clear. If this gets into the newspapers, the boy's life is ruined. With his father's record to help pull him down, he's finished.
Even if he's innocent?
Oh, his innocence will be shouted down by mob judgment. When a man has been accused in headlines on page 1, it's difficult to clear his name with a retraction in small print on page 22. I've got to make Eddie talk.
You'll never do it, William. Eddie has a code. Telling tales, even if justified, violates that code. And you'd be wrong to insist.
Someone has to talk.
Speaking of talk...
Yes?
Why don't you go back where you started?
Doc Fish, of course. Oh, Vicky... What would I ever do without you?
You'd never have your hair cut.
Oh, my dear, worse than that. Without you to advise me, I'd have far too many close shaves.
Look, may I come with you, or do you think I'll make Doc Fish self-conscious?
My dear, if you, Alexander the Great, and Lady Godiva's horse walked into that shop together, the man would never turn a hair. Oh, he has the imperturbability of intellectual density. Let's go.
Back again, Mr. President? Didn't Mrs. President like your haircut?
It was a fine haircut, Doc. But I think you gave Eddie Gray a crooked part.
Huh?
Doc, I'm very disturbed about your accusation of the Gray boy.
Been thinking about him myself. I talk too much, always blabbing.
Why did you do it?
Can't stand his father. Saw him at the bookshop, put 2 and 2 together.
And they added up to a number on Eddie's back.
How did you know who his father was?
Friend of mine in Chicago. Racketeer wrote me.
Your bookmaker?
No, my bookie's a local I mean, no, ma'am.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, and I'm not going to. Going to shut up from now on.
Splendid idea, if it's not too late.
We've got to find out who is doing the stealing. Can any of your Chicago friends tell you that?
Probably could if they was here. I'll help all I can. Sorry I started it.
And you don't know anything more than you've told us?
No. I just suspected this kid right off. Shouldn't have, I suppose, but I did. When I think something, I speak my mind.
Loud, too.
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
Never mind. I was just speaking my mind. It's contagious, I guess.
Doc, you've started something that I, as president of this college, must see through to a conclusion. A campus bookshop can be restocked, but the honor of our student body is something else.
You know the kid's innocent, Prexy?
You know he's guilty.
We have an absolute conviction that Eddie Gray is on the level.
Look, Mr. President, I'd like to make you one suggestion.
But very unlike you if you didn't.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Give me a little time on this. If I'd given this Gray kid a bad deal on account of I got no use for his old man, and he turns out to be innocent, I figure I owe him a little help.
You owe him a great deal more than that, my friend. But I prefer not to have this matter talked about. You understand?
Leave it to me. Just give me the time I need, and if I don't keep shut from then on, I'll guarantee you can shave me next time.
And if he doesn't, I will.
What a day. And it all started out to be so serene.
Well, there's a small silver lining. You missed the faculty tea.
True, my darling, yes. I wonder what that old rascal Doc Fish has up his sleeve.
At least he's going to stop gossiping about Eddie.
I hope so. You know, Vicky, it's so easy to be swayed by preconceived ideas and prejudices. It's very often most difficult to hold a steady course when your whole being cries out to take another path.
What are you thinking about now?
Well, just for that tiny moment, I digressed, my darling. I was thinking of myself and you. I wonder if you remember that day in London when I ran up the stairs to your flat, whistling a tune, gay as the air itself. When I knocked and you opened the door...
My William, what a nice surprise.
Vicky, my darling, I was so close I couldn't pass by without... Oh, I beg your pardon. I shouldn't have come in. I didn't know that...
William, this is Paul Hunter, Dr. Hall.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
Well, you haven't. We were just having tea. Do you want some?
No, I really don't think so, thank you. I'd better run along.
Oh, no, don't go. Are you a medical man, Dr. Hall?
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Hunter. I'm a school teacher.
Oh, a school teacher. He's a professor, Paul. A very learned professor in a very beautiful American university.
Oh, now, Victoria.
On your sabbatical?
Yes, and not too much of it left.
Oh, that's pretty tragic. Vicky and I were just talking over plans to spend most of the winter on the Riviera.
Doesn't it sound wonderful, William? The blue Mediterranean, the white sands, the striped umbrellas and warm sunshine.
Yes, it does. Sounds beautiful.
We thought we might stay between Nice, Cannes, and Monte Carlo for the entire season.
With any luck, I don't see why not.
No, of course. Why not? With any luck.
Well, darling, if it's all okay with you, I'll start making arrangements. There's quite a lot of arranging to do, you know.
Oh, I do know, Paul. Yes, by all means. Let's do it.
Oh, certainly. It would be awful if you didn't.
Well, I'm off then. It's nice to have met you, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Winter. I hope you have a nice winter, Mr.
Bye, Paul. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. He's an absolute pet, that boy.
That boy? Oh, yes. Yes, he is. A real... pet.
Doesn't it all sound heavenly?
Heavenly.
William, what is it, dear? You're so down.
I wish I were an actor, my darling. I wouldn't let you so easily see my feelings.
Your feelings about what, dear? What is it?
Oh, the Riviera, under winter skies, with me in America, and you with that Hunter fellow on the white sands.
Oh, William, my dear. You thought...
Well, you said that...
Oh, you couldn't have.
Yes, I know, but...
You did.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean that
you
could...
thought I was going away with Paul?
Well, of course. Well, aren't you?
Well, yes.
Well, that's what I thought. What did you think I thought?
I thought you thought... I thought you must have thought that...
Yes, I still think that what you thought I thought was... Well, I just hate to think of it.
William, listen. Paul is the company manager of Give Them Tears.
Oh.
And we're taking the whole company on tour.
Oh.
And Paul, by the way, is very happily married.
Oh, Vicky, what an idiot I am. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It took considerable intelligence to find and fall in love with a girl like you. Oh, darling, I am a happy man.
Oh, not too happy. I want you to be a little jealous of me. So go ahead. Worry a bit.
Worry a bit. I shall worry winter, spring, summer, and fall.
For all the Easters and Christmases and New Year's.
We shall help each other ring the old ones out and ring the new ones in. I can hear the bells now, Vicky. Happy New Year to Victoria and William. Happy.
Toddy, dear, it's not New Year's Day. It's the 24th of February. And the telephone's ringing.
The telephone? Well, it's probably that Hunter fellow to ask it. Yes, the telephone. Here, you mean.
Yes, that's what I mean. And you don't have to run it down, dear. It's right here, for once.
Thank you. Dr. Hall's residence. Who? Oh, yes, Doc. Well, that's extremely interesting. Yes, do, by all means. Come anytime. Thank you for calling. The doc's coming over right away.
Doc Fish, the barber?
Yes.
I mean, there's so many doctors of one kind or another around a college, one has to get used to it. By degrees, as you might say. Now, why is Doc Fish called Doc?
He holds the degree of Doctor of Inanity. Yes, it was conferred upon him in 1938 by a group of fun-loving and quite perceptive seniors. Not having looked up inanity in the dictionary, he's quite proud of it.
By the way, Toddy, were you daydreaming again when the phone rang? Or were you just worrying?
No, I plead guilty to the first accusation. I was daydreaming.
Now, where did you go this time?
Oh, down a wrong road for a bit, and then I found you and came back on the right one. Fine trip.
I wish I could go with you on some of these meanderings. You always have such a happy expression on your face.
Of course. That's what a daydream is for comparison with life itself. And usually life looks a little sorry by contrast. But not mine. No. My life with you, Vicky, is so like a daydream.
Beg pardon, sir. A Dr. Fish is calling.
Oh, Doc Fish.
Oh, yes, ask him in, Penny, please.
Yes, sir. Right this way, please, Doctor. And on your way out, sir, I'd like to consult you about a slight cold in me head.
Won't be necessary, sister. Take a couple of aspirins and hit the hay. Hello, Mr. President.
Ah, Doc.
Mrs. Prez.
Hello, Doc.
Have a chair. You have news for us?
Yeah, case is closed. Eddie Gray is in the clear, and the real crook is known. And I feel like a louse. Excuse the expression, Mrs. Hall.
That's quite all right, Doc. You were a louse.
Yeah, I know.
How did you get Eddie Gray,
Off the hook?
Yes.
Same way I got him on. I talked. In this case, I talked to a friend of mine, sort of a tough guy. Tough and nosy. Kind of a guy that knows how to find things out. He just snooped around till he found a kid that had too much bookshop stock for his kind of dough. Then he brought him over for a haircut and a shave. Free.
A free shave and haircut?
Yeah. We put him in the chair, locked the door, and I started to hone my razor while this friend of mine asked questions. You'd be surprised how chatty a guy can get with a mug like my friend has hanging over him and a razor waving in the background.
Who was it, Doc?
Mrs. Prez, I've already talked too much. I ain't saying. But any time you happen to go into the campus bookshop for the next 3 years, you'll see him. He'll be working off his charge account. Hey, look. How did you people get so sure it wasn't Eddie Gray?
My husband is a fair judge of character.
Yeah, looks like it. What do you think of my character, Dr. Hall?
Oh, you're a simple subject, Doc.
I am?
Yeah, you have a moronic tendency to leap at erroneous conclusions.
Yeah?
And a strong urge toward character assassination.
Yeah?
And a lamentable weakness for turning on a conversation and leaving it running.
Golly, that's wonderful, Prexy. That's me to a T. How do you do it?
Oh, I studied under a great teacher, a doctor of inanity.
Gee, I got one of them degrees myself. Just honorary, of course.
Yes, we know, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Earl Ross, Gloria Gordon, Ben Wright, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Now, hear We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Laurence Olivier and Edna Best in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And as a special guest, Mr. James Hilton, author of our play. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving comes but twice a year. Some of us will carve our turkeys this coming Thursday. Others will celebrate November 30th. I don't think the date matters very much. Canada celebrates Thanksgiving at still another time. Perhaps we really need more than one Thanksgiving Day to cover all the things we have to be thankful for. Freedom above all. Peace, good health, and those we love. Apropos of Thanksgiving, the Lux Radio Theater has received a letter which we value highly for its friendly spirit. It says in part, in addition to the big things in life, I'm thankful for many smaller things which add to the joy of living. Among these is the Lux Radio Theater, which is a highlight of the week for our family. And another highlight which helps us in many ways every day in the year is Lux Flakes. So here's wishing you and the Lux Radio Theater and Lux Flakes many happy Thanksgivings to come. We appreciate Mrs. J.J. Carter's gracious letter. And tonight, we're also grateful to Mr. James Hilton. But stories like Goodbye, Mr. Chips are still being written. In my opinion, Chips is one of the most engaging characters in literature since Dickens. I was particularly delighted with the success of the picture because it was directed by my assistant director of Silent Picture Days, Sam Wood. Our cast tonight is headed by two stars who are making their first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater, Laurence Olivier and Edna Best. Mr. Olivier is an actor who refuses to take his stardom very seriously, and that makes him an ideal Mr. Chips. When Laurence Olivier learned that in the Hollywood idiom he was considered terrific in Wuthering Heights, his answer was, I wonder how I did it. As Catherine, we have Miss Edna Best, distinguished star of the London and New York stage. Miss Best is in Hollywood for the RKO picture, Swiss Family Robinson. Now we pay a visit to the peaceful quadrangle of Brookfield School, where during the past few hundred years, many thousands of boys have investigated the mysteries of Latin grammar. And we pay a visit to a gentleman who is a tradition at Brookfield, a certain Mr. Chipping, commonly called Chips. The curtain goes up on the first act of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. When you're getting on in years, between 80 and 90, you get very sleepy sometimes, and the hours seem to pass like lazy cattle moving across a landscape. It was like that for Mr. Chips, as the autumn term progressed and the days shortened, till it was actually time to light the gas before evening classes. For Mr. Chips, like some old sea captain, still measured time by signals of the past. And well he might, for he lived at Mrs. Wickett's, just across the road from Brookfield School.
Mr. Chippin, shall I light the fire? Oh, Mr. Chippin, are you awake, sir?
Eh? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Is that the bell for call-over?
Yes, it is, sir. Well, I'd best stir up a fire.
Thank you. And you might bring me a cup of tea before prep, will you?
The tea's right there, an old pot of it, sir.
Oh, so it is. And the cake, Mrs. Wickett. You didn't forget the cake, did you?
There's a walnut cake if you'll only take the trouble to look, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Wickett.
You're expecting the boys in, sir?
No. I've learned never to expect anything, Mrs. Wickett. I always make a point of being taken completely by surprise.
Well, I'd a mind to go visiting this evening,
Had
sir.
you? Well, run along. I'm quite old enough to take care of myself.
Very well, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Mrs. Wickett, the door. Mrs. Wickett. Oh, well, never mind. Do it myself. Well, hello.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Mr. Chips? Yes, he does. In fact, you're looking at him.
Oh.
Well, what can I do for you?
I was told you wanted me, sir.
And who told you that?
The boys, sir. They said go over to Mr. Chips and ring the bell and tell him he wants to see you.
I see. I see. Well, you better come inside. Now, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
The boys were quite right, you know. I did want to see you. I wanted you to have some tea with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I haven't seen you before. How's that?
I've only just come out of the sanatorium, sir.
Huh?
I've been there since the beginning of the term. Measles, sir.
Ah, yes. Well, that accounts for it. Tell me, what's the name?
Linford, sir.
Tell me, Linford, what do you think of Brookfield? So far, I mean.
Well, sir, I'm not quite sure yet.
I know. But you'll like it when you get used to it. Just now, you're a bit afraid of it, eh?
Well, yes, sir.
Yeah, so was I at first. But that was a long time ago. 63 years, to be precise. Yes, when I first went into Big Hall and saw all those boys, I tell you, I was quite scared. But it didn't last long. I soon made myself at home, so will you.
Were there a lot of other new boys that term, sir?
Eh? But bless my soul, I wasn't a boy at all. I was a man. A young man of 22. A master.
Oh. But, sir...
Yes?
If you were 22 then...
Yes?
You must be very old now, sir.
Well, I'm certainly no chicken. Yes, when I came to Brookfield in 1870, the place was just the same then as it is now. Even the names of the boys were the same. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite. Yes, almost the same. Old Mr. Weatherby was head then. Fine man, fine man. I'm probably the only man in the world who remembers old Weatherby. And the boys. I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them off before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite. Back to me.
Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip, sir. Are you asleep, sir? Shall I go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip.
Babcock, Barnard, Bassenthwaite, Batterby.
Beckle.
Pardon me, sir. Are you Mr. Chipping, the new master?
Yes, I am.
The head would like to see you in his study.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Chipping, come in. Welcome to Brookfield.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby.
Sit down. I understand you've been a master before.
Yes, sir, for 1 year at Melbourne.
1 year, yes. You are a young man, Mr. Chipping, and Brookfield is an old foundation. However, youth and age often combine well. But don't let the boys play tricks with you. I gather that discipline was not always your strong point at Melbury.
Well, no, perhaps not.
Never mind. You have another chance here. Take up a firm attitude from the beginning. That's the secret of it.
I shall, Mr. Weatherby.
You will take prep this evening, Mr. Chipping. At the start of the year, you may find the boys inclined to be a bit restive, but I trust you will encounter no great difficulty.
I think so, sir.
Bagley, I hear. He is not. He's the new master, Chipping.
Chipping? What's he like?
Stealthy. Just the new chap, so he is.
Good evening. As you know, this is a period of quiet study. You may busy yourselves in any way you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Quiet, please.
Please, sir, what is your name?
My name is Mr. Chipping.
Did you say Chip, sir?
I said Chipping.
Thank you, Mr. Chipping.
You there in the second row, you with the red hair. Did you drop that desk lid?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Holly, sir.
Very well, Collie. You have 100 lines.
100 lines, sir.
Did you hear me, Collie?
But 100 lines, sir. All I did was to drop...
Did you hear me, Collie?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chipping. Roden's my name. History.
Oh, how do you do?
I hear you were blessed with first prep. How did it go?
Well, I'm afraid I've got off to rather a bad start. I had to give young Collie 100 lines.
100 lines on the very first day. That's a bit rough, isn't it?
Well, I thought it necessary.
Well, I suppose you know, and you'll have a long time here to correct any bad impressions. Good night, Chippy.
Good night. A long time to correct any bad impression.
Billy! Mister! Oh, Thomas.
You've been here a long time, Chippy. Your work has been quite satisfactory. I know it won't come as a surprise to you after all this time that we're making you a housemaster. Good luck, Chippy.
I say, Chipping, going my way, old man?
I believe so.
Good. Well, another term ended, eh? Where are you going for the summer?
I hadn't thought, Bowden. Perhaps up to the Lake District.
Very nice. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Chipping.
Mm-hmm.
You've been made a housemaster, haven't you?
Oh, yes. I've been waiting for it so long, I can hardly get excited about it now.
Oh, they don't come quickly. I was here 10 years before I got mine.
Do you know how long I've been here?
Well, now, let me see.
Almost 25.
25 years. It doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't. You know, when I first came, I had some fine dreams. I thought, what a wonderful thing it would be to be headmaster of a school like Brookfield. Well, youth is entitled to dreams.
Chipping, you've really done a fine job here. I can't understand why promotion has been so slow for you. I've often wondered...
Have you heard the news? What news? The new housemaster. Know who it is? Old Chip.
Chip?
No.
I say, that's my house.
Bad break for you, old man.
Chip, you suppose I could move?
Were we looking for a reason?
I'm sorry, Chipping. Heartless little beggar.
No, it isn't their fault. I suppose I just don't understand them the way you chaps do.
Oh, nonsense. Well, here's where I turn off, old man. You'll write me from the lakes, eh?
Oh, of course.
Going to do any mountain climbing?
Climbing? Yes, I expect so. I've always wanted to try old Stony.
Fine. Well, good luck, and be careful up there.
I will. Deeper than I thought. Not too many footholds. What in the world?
Hello? Is there anything wrong? Where are you? Wherever you are, don't move. I'm coming.
Must be in trouble. I hope there's nothing.
Oh! 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 Oh, Lord. Oh.
Hello down there.
Hello.
Was it you who called?
Yes, was it you?
Yes. However did you get down there? The path's out there.
I know. I'm afraid I slipped.
Wait a minute. Are you hurt?
No, not very much.
You really should have been more careful. It's very steep here.
Yes, I know, but when I heard you call,
You were coming to me. Why?
Well, for a moment, I thought...
That I was in trouble?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I was calling to my friend down the mountain.
Oh, I see. Well...
It was very thoughtless of me and very nice of you to come to my rescue, I mean. Was it your ankle you hurt?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Try standing up.
No, I'm sure I can manage.
Oh. Oh, no, you can't. Here, sit down. You can never get down the mountain like that. We'll just have to wait until my friend comes.
I'm putting you to a great deal of bother.
Oh, no, of course you're not. My name is Catherine Bridges.
How do you do? Mine is Chipping.
How do you do, Mr. Chipping? My friend and I are taking a... I beg your pardon.
No, you were saying...
No, please. What was it, Mr. Chipping?
Well, I was about to say... It really is quite a wonderful day.
Yes, we've had fine weather all the week. My friend and I are on a bicycle tour of the whole Lake District. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
A bicycle tour?
Yes. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Don't you believe in ladies riding bicycles, Mr. Chipping?
Oh, it's a very helpful exercise, I imagine.
Hello there. Oh, Martha, come down. That's my friend, Mr. Chipping. What's the letter, Oh, Martha, this is Mr. Chipping. Mr. Chipping, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Is he hurt?
Yes, Martha. You see, he tried to rescue me, and he slipped.
I see. And now we shall have to rescue him. Well, I imagine the two of us can carry him.
Oh, of course.
Oh, no, really.
Come along. Take his arm there, Catherine.
Already.
Now, lean on me, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, but I feel so very silly.
Nonsense. Lift him, Catherine. Lift.
And she has come to see me every day since the accident. I imagine you are surprised, Bowden, that I write so much of her. But she is really a very charming person. Yes, and I must admit, very beautiful, too. But please do not misunderstand me. She is far too charming and far too beautiful for me.
Catherine, what is the matter with you?
You must realize we've overstayed our time as it is. We shall have to take the train back this morning. Now, are you coming with me or aren't you?
No, Martha, you know I can't leave yet. Also, he's still not entirely well, and well, it was my fault in a way, and, well, I can't desert him.
Is that all, Catherine?
No.
Catherine, listen to me. He's a great deal older than you are. He's stuffy and slightly gray, and his opinions date from the 70s. He thinks Bernard Shaw is completely irresponsible, and he told me in confidence he's not at all sure women should have the vote. Have I said enough?
You've said everything. Except that he's a thoroughly honest person. That his eyes are deep brown, and that he's very charming when he smiles. Oh, Martha, I've never met anyone like him before. And he's really very lonely. Did you know that?
He won't be much longer.
Martha.
Goodbye, my dear. Have a pleasant holiday. I'm off for London.
Oh, Martha, wait. And they call you Chip.
Yes. But never to my face, of course.
I'm so glad you are what you are. I was afraid when I first met you that you were a lawyer or a dentist or a man with a big cotton business in Manchester. But schoolmastering's so different, so important, don't you think? To be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world. It's rather thrilling.
I hadn't thought of it like that. But I do my best. That's all anyone can do in any job.
Yes, of course. I love you for saying simple things like that.
Catherine, I really must tell you something in all fairness.
Yes?
I'm not a very good schoolmaster. My degree is quite mediocre. I have a certain amount of difficulty with discipline, and I'm sure I'll never get another promotion, never get to be head or anything like that. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I'm completely ineligible to marry a young and ambitious girl. Can you laugh at those
I
things?
am laughing.
Oh, Catherine, you make me very, very happy.
When shall we be married? Before the new term begins?
Oh, that would be quite wonderful. Shall we say in a week?
Or tomorrow? Here, in Wasdale.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Well, of course, why not? I'll see a clergyman tonight.
Yes, you'd better. And I'll meet you in the morning at the inn.
Oh, Catherine.
We'll both have a great deal to do today.
Oh, yes. Letters and everything.
In the morning, then.
In the morning.
This is an occasion, you know. This last farewell of ours. I feel rather like a new boy beginning his first term with you. Not afraid, mind you, but just for once in a thoroughly respectful mood. Shall I call you sir? or would Mr. Chips be the right thing? Yes, I think it would. Until tomorrow, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. and life seems to have taken on a new meaning for the quiet schoolmaster. Before we continue with Act 2, here's Mr. Ruick with a story from real life.
During this short intermission, before our stars Laurence Olivier and Edna Best return in Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, we bring you a real-life scene. This scene actually happened last year in a very charming home in Portland, Oregon. The mother told us in an interesting letter that she was making plans for the marriage of her daughter. One day, she writes, she and her daughter were discussing the wedding dress.
Oh, Mother, your wedding dress is so beautiful. I'd love to wear it.
Oh, I don't know. 33 years.
I know. There'd have to be some remodeling.
It's not only that. The dress is so gray and dingy looking after all these years. And it's so fragile. I'm afraid it wouldn't clean or wash well.
I know. With all that lovely lace and embroidery. But don't you think with luck?
Well, Lux Flakes would certainly be safe. I could try them.
Oh, Mother, please. I'd adore wearing the dress.
Well, dear, I'll try.
And so she washed the dress in mild Lux suds. And the next day...
Come here, dear, and look at the dress.
Oh, Mother, darling. It's beautiful. It looks just wonderful. Oh, you darling. Thanks a million.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Lux Flakes. They did a wonderful job.
I'll say they did. And they're going to have the place of honor in my new home. Why, they've given me my wedding dress.
That's a true story. The sort of thing that happens in homes all over the country. Women know they can depend on Lux. They call on Lux because they know they can trust it. They use it every day for their dresses, sweaters, stockings, and underthings. Lux Flakes are so mild, so pure, they won't harm anything safe in plain water. There's no harmful alkali to fade or streak colors or hurt sensitive fibers. Your house dresses, your everyday washables, as well as your most treasured possessions, stay fresh and lovely looking and wear longer with regular Lux care. Remember, Lux is so pure, a little goes a long way. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. Sitting by the fire in his comfortable room, old Mr. Chips dreams on. Dreams of a day long ago, a time of great and overwhelming happiness. For his marriage was a triumphant success, and Catherine conquered Brookfield as she'd already conquered one of its masters. But most remarkable of all was the change she made in Chips. He became, to all appearances, a new man.
Well, you've done it, Catherine. They're quite mad about you.
Chips, what are you talking about?
The head, the masters, the boys, everyone. They're all in love with you, just as I am.
Chips, you know, everyone's been so wonderful. I was horribly afraid for a while that I might not fit in. I wanted to so much.
You've been here 2 weeks, and you're more a part of Brookfield than I am.
Evening, Mr. Chips.
Oh, good evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Chips.
Hello, boys. How did the match go today?
Oh, we
Very
won.
well,
I
thank
told
you.
you we
You
would.
really shouldn't watch it now.
I'll have to come down and watch you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Good night,
ma'am.
It's 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll be there.
See what I mean? They'd never have spoken if you hadn't been with me.
Oh, Chips, must you be so formal with them?
Formal?
Well, relax a little, joke a little. You know they'll like you ever so much better.
I've often wished I could.
Oh, you tried it and see. You've got a wonderful sense of humor, Chips.
I have?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I don't believe I ever said.
And now we come to the old Roman law known as Lex Canulia. Lex Canulia was the law which permitted patricians to marry plebeians. So you see, if Miss Plebs wanted Mr. Patrician to marry her, and he said he couldn't, she probably replies, oh, yes, you can, you liar. What king was first to bear the title Defender of the Faith? Answer by Master Lytton in his most illegible script. The first king to bear the title Defender of the Faith was Henry VIII. He married 6 wives, but only one at a time.
You'll have to mark it right, Chip.
Well, the future of England's in good hands.
Mr. Chippin?
Yes?
Master Babcock is here.
Babcock?
Yes, Chips. I sent for him.
You sent? Well, tell him to wait, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, Catherine?
Chips, I thought it would be better if you spoke to Babcock here. I mean, instead of taking him to the head study as you planned.
Catherine?
Oh, please. After all, it wasn't anything very serious that he did.
My dear wife, if you think that releasing a mouse in the middle of Mr. Ogilvy's choir practice is not serious.
Oh, but such a small mouse.
What?
About so big, that's all. Oh, please, Chips, he won't do it again. I'll vouch for him.
You will.
Chips, have I ever been wrong?
No, my dear, you haven't. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Chips.
Well, good evening, Babcock.
Good evening, sir.
Well, Babcock, that was quite an ingenious prank in choir practice today.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Why did you do it?
Well, sir, I had the mouse there, and...
You just thought you'd let him go, eh?
Well, it's against the rules to keep it, sir.
Yes. Well, tell me, Babcock, can you think of any reason why I shouldn't take you to the head?
No, sir, except...
Except what?
It was a very small mouse, sir.
Oh, I see. Were you here earlier this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
I thought you were. Well, that's all, Babcock.
You mean I can go, sir?
Well, in view of the fact that the mouse was... Oh, get out, Babcock, get out for goodness.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, good night.
Chip,
Yes?
you let him go, didn't you?
Yes. Because it was a small mouse. Heaven knows, Catherine, what kind of discipline I'd have from now on.
Oh, better, Chip. Much better. You wait and see.
Perhaps.
You know, you must be very kind and very understanding with the boys now. You never can tell. Your own son might let a mouse go at choir practice someday.
My son? Never.
Well, mine might.
He probably would. He'll be very much like you. He'll be honest and kind. And he'll make people happy wherever he goes.
Oh, Chip.
When he comes, we must be very careful to bring him up just right, mustn't we?
Very careful.
I have such wonderful plans. He'll go to Brookfield, of course.
Of course.
And he'll probably play cricket and soccer. Captain of cricket, I think, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Unless, of course, he turns out to be a girl.
Oh, no, I never thought of that. Catherine, are you ever afraid?
Afraid, Chip?
That all the wonderful things that have happened aren't quite real.
I know what you mean.
I know they've never happened before, just like this. Sometimes I wonder if they ever really happened at all.
Too much like a fairy tale.
Yes. Always found it rather difficult to believe in fairy tales.
Oh, but you must believe. That's the wonderful thing about them, Chip. They're so true. And perhaps a long, long time from now, when we are quite forgotten, there'll be another story told of two people who wandered alone on a mountainside. And suddenly they were not alone any longer, for the clouds opened below them. And there was the world at their feet. The whole wide world, all bright and shining in the sunlight.
Catherine, what have I done to deserve such happiness? Yes?
Oh, Doctor, can you come at once, sir?
What is it?
It's Mrs. Chippin, Doctor.
Mrs. Chippin?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Chippin's very worried. He asked me if you would please come right away.
Of course. I'll get my things.
I say, where's Chip? He's late for class this morning.
Oh, but when did he come? What, Minnie? Did you put the letters on the desk?
8 of them.
Who could?
What's that? A joke on Chip? Be careful. It's April Fool, you fool.
We put a lot of letters on Chip's desk. They're all addressed to him. There's only blank paper inside. Don't read the word now.
Not I. Shh. Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Chippin, sir, there are a lot of letters for you.
I can hear you. I can't help it. Don't keep happening. Be quiet, you fool. There goes another one. Oh, good. I say, look at his face. Look at his face.
But what do the letters say, sir? Please, sir, are they very important?
I say, doesn't he like the joke? What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
Do you suppose he's angry? He doesn't look angry.
Then why doesn't he say something? Why doesn't he laugh?
Catherine Chipping, the mother, and the child just born, died on the same day, April 1st, 1898.
You know how we feel, Chipping. How the whole school feels. Just try to keep going, old man. Time will help you. Time and your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the quad. And over there's Big Hall.
It's nice of you to show me around.
Oh, we always show the new boys around. Oh, look. You see that old fellow over there in the torn gown? That's Chip. Been here since 1870, they say.
1870 to 1930?
That's right. 43 years now. You'll like Chip. Everybody does.
Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir.
Hey? Yes?
The head would like to see you in his office, sir.
Who?
The head, sir. Mr. Ralston.
Oh, Ralston. Thank you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Chipping. Come in.
Boy said you wanted to see me.
Yes, sit down, will you?
Well, sir?
Mr. Chipping, how long have you been here?
43 years.
Yes, I thought it was about that. Have you ever thought that you might like to retire?
Retire? No, I can't say I have thought about it yet.
Well, Mr. Chipping, the suggestion is there for you to consider.
But I don't want to retire. I don't need to consider it.
Nevertheless, I suggest that you do.
But I suggest I don't see why I should.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chipping, things are going to be a little difficult.
Difficult? Why difficult?
Well, since you forced me to use plain words, Mr. Chipping, you shall have them. For some time past, you haven't been pulling your weight here. Your methods of teaching are slack and old-fashioned. Your personal habits are slovenly. And you ignore my instructions in a way which in a younger man I should regard as rank insubordination.
But did you say slovenly?
Yes. Now look at that master's gown you're wearing. I happen to know that torn and shredded gown is a subject of continual amusement throughout the school.
Is it? You also said something about insubordination, I believe.
Yes. I was speaking to the question of Latin pronunciation, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I think I told you when I first came here that I wanted the new style used exclusively. The other masters obeyed me. You prefer to stick to your own methods, and the result is complete chaos and inefficiency.
But I don't agree with the new pronunciation.
Oh, really?
No, in my opinion, it's a lot of nonsense. Making the boys say Kikero at school when for the rest of their lives they'll say Cicero, if they ever say it at all. And instead of by sis him, heaven bless my soul, you'd make him say we kiss him.
Here you are, Mr. Chipping. That's exactly what I'm complaining of. You hold one opinion and I hold another. And since you decline to give way, there can't very well be any alternative. What's that? Mr. Chipping, Brookfield is an up-to-date school. I understand, however, that your Latin and Greek lessons are exactly the same as they were when I first began.
Yes, they are. For that matter, they're the same as when your predecessor, Mr. Meldrum, was here. We began here, Mr. Meldrum and I, in 1870, and it was Mr. Meldrum's predecessor, Mr. Weatherby, who first approved my syllabus. You'll take the Cicero for the fourth, he said to me. Cicero, too, not Kikero, and I don't intend to resign, Mr. Ralston, and you can do what you like about it. Good day.
That was Act 2 of our play. I don't think Mr. Chips is going to be an easy man to fire. In the intermission before Act 3, here's a little presentation of a picture in sound.
Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 3, he has as our guest the author of our play. But first, let's take time enough to make a demonstration of special interest to housewives. We're going to give you a sound picture of what happens when you put Lux Flakes into your dishpan. First, you pour in a few flakes. Then you turn on the water. And almost at once, the flakes melt into a soft, frothy mass of bubbles. Listen to them. By actual test, Lux dissolves into suds 4 times as fast as old-fashioned cake soaps. Now listen to those bubbles again. Can you picture them? A panful of rich, active suds that make short work of grease and grime. They leave your dishes sparkling in almost no time. And while you're working, Lux is ever so kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to bite and sting your hands the way harsh soaps do. Lux is as mild as the finest toilet soaps. It helps your hands stay soft and smooth. And you want hands like that, I know. So try Lux for your dishes. It's so inexpensive. About a penny's worth of Lux does your dishes for a whole day. You need a little more in hard water. Buy the thrifty large box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before the play continues, we have a special guest, James Hilton, who wrote Goodbye, Mr. Chips. For the last 4 years, he's been a regular resident of Hollywood and responsible for some of the finest writing done for motion pictures. His most recent assignment at Warner Brothers was the screenplay of his novel, We Are Not Alone. And so, without further explanation, I'll introduce one of Hollywood's most interesting people, James Hilton.
And you'll probably decide that he can't live up to such a very flattering introduction.
I should have added, ladies and gentlemen, that he's not fond of what Hollywood calls a build-up. I suppose, Mr. Hilton, the first question anyone asks about Mr. Chips is whether there was a real Mr. Chips.
As the author, I don't seem to be an authority on that point. I've had rather a large number of letters from people who assumed that their own personal Mr. Chips was mine, too. Actually, I never knew any one schoolmaster who was the complete 100% Mr. Chips. He is a combination of many schoolmasters, including my father.
Is your father pleased or annoyed to find himself a fictional character?
Oh, he denies it altogether, which is exactly what Chips would do in the same circumstances.
I wonder what he thinks of motion pictures.
Well, I can only guess. My father saw a picture about 25 years ago, and the flickering hurt his eyes, so he didn't see another until I became involved in the business. Now he's extremely interested and very, very uncritical. He never says a picture is bad.
The perfect critic for a producer. But you said Chips was a composite character. Are there many like him?
There are fewer every year, and when they die, Chips will have disappeared forever from real life. You see, the English public schools, which are not really public at all, but private, have had to undergo many changes to fit the times.
Just as the schools in this country have had to adapt themselves to the shifting scene.
Of course, there was room for change. They had their faults. I've forgotten most of what I was taught in school, but I remember a few things I learned without being taught, such as blowing glass tubing into fancy shapes, or a slight aptitude for ventriloquism, which I developed to circumvent a master who was very deaf. These things have never been of much practical use to me since, but just the same, I know the whole experience was valuable. Any boy that comes under the influence of a Mr. Chips usually turns out to be a better citizen. That's why I'm sorry to see his type disappear, even though I know it's inevitable. And it's inevitable that the third act follows the second act, so I'll make my way for Mr. Chips now.
You couldn't make way for a better man, Mr. Hilton. We continue with Goodbye, Mr. Chips. The news that Ralston had asked Chips to resign was soon public property, and the result was a spontaneous outburst of sympathy. The masters and the boys rallied to Chips' cause, threatening a public riot if he was banished from Brookfield. And so, he stayed. But in the winter of 1913, the old man fell ill and was off duty for almost the entire term. It was that which made him decide to resign. At the end of term dinner, given in Chip's honor, he received a farewell presentation from the boys.
And so, sir, the boys of Brookfield have asked me to make this presentation of this gift. It's from
the boys of Brookfield, to show our esteem and in recognition of the great service you've performed for Brookfield.
Thank you. I'm afraid young Mr. Colley here has been guilty of an exaggeration in speaking of my services to Brookfield. But then, of course, he comes from an exaggerating family. I remember once having to thrash his father for it. I gave him a 1 mark for Latin, and he exaggerated it into a 7. I have been at Brookfield for almost 44 years, and I have been very happy here. It has been my life. Oh, my high praeteritos referat side Jupiter ados. I need not, of course, translate. I remember very many things about Brookfield. So many things that I've often thought I ought to write a book. Now, what shall I call it, I wonder? Memories of Rod and Line. Well, perhaps I shall write it someday. But of all the things I remember, the things I remember best are your faces. I never forget them. I have thousands of faces in my mind. The faces of boys. And if you come to see me in the years to come, as I hope you will, and if I don't seem to recognize you, you'll probably say to yourself, the old boy doesn't remember me. But I do remember you, as you are now. That's the point. In my mind, you never grow up at all. Never. Well, I mustn't go on all night. I shall be living just across the road at Mrs. Wickett's. Think of me sometime, as I shall certainly think of you. Hec olim meminisi juvabit. Again, I need not translate.
Are going to form training squad. My father's going.
So is mine.
Mr. Chipping, sir, do you think it will last long?
Last long? Of course not. Impossible, Lancaster. We ought to have it finished by Christmas at the very latest. But why are you thinking of joining up, Lancaster?
Lancaster's a little short for a soldier, sir. Don't you think?
Oh, only by a foot or two, eh, Lancaster? Who have given their lives for their country. Brill, Evans, Jackson, Lancaster.
Do you think it will last long, sir?
Lancaster. More boys. More and more and more. Going up to the front. Boys I've known.
Chips, old man. Come and sit down.
Yes, Sir John.
Chips, as chairman of the board, the governors have asked me to have a talk with you.
Yes, Sir John.
It's about the matter of our masters joining up. I suppose you know the head's gone.
I heard, yes.
Leaves us very short-handed.
Yes.
Well, briefly, Chips, the board wants to know if you feel well enough to come back.
Out of retirement?
Mm-hmm. They want to know, Chips, if you'll do us the very great honor of coming back for the duration of the war as headmaster of Brookfield School.
Headmaster of Brookfield? Me?
Yes, you're the man for it, the only man. You belong here.
Oh, but it's such a great responsibility. I'm a ranker, Sir John. I'm not meant
will
to be
you
a head.
think it over?
Oh, yes, I will, but I really don't.
Please, Chips. Don't answer me now. Come back and see me in the morning.
Very well.
Good night, Chips.
Good night, Sir John. Headmaster? Head of Brookfield? Catherine. I must be getting very old. Very old.
Chip, dear, you know I'm here, don't you? You can't hear me, not really. But you know that I'm here in your heart. It's been such a long time since I come to you. For it's only when you need me that I can come. Such a great honor, Chip. Headmaster of Brookfield. Do you remember the day you told me you would never be head? I think I knew then that someday you would be.
My time is over. My work is done.
Look down there, Chip. It's quiet. The long green sloping to the river. This is Brookfield. This is the home, the world of boys. Boys who are looking toward manhood, waiting for some person to show them the way. Chip, you are that person. Don't you remember? A long, long time ago.
Schoolmastering. So important to be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world.
Yes, Chip. It is a great responsibility. But they need you. And you must have courage. Do your best, Chip. That's all anyone can do. But don't fail them now. I tell you to accept the headmastership. I tell you from across the years. To keep faith with Brookfield. And with me. I believe in you. Chip, have I ever been wrong? I believe in you. I believe.
Hello, Chip. Back so soon?
Sir John, I've made my decision.
I think I know what it is.
I'll do my best, Sir John, because that's all anyone can do in any job.
Mr. Chipper, it's Mary.
Mary. Quiet, please. Quiet. The class will continue. It may seem to you that at this particular moment in the world's history that the affairs of Caesar in Gaul some 2,000 years ago are of somewhat secondary importance. But believe me, that is not really the case. You cannot judge the importance of things by the noise they make. Oh, dear me, no. And let us resume our work. Is there anyone who will volunteer to construe?
I will, sir.
Very good. Turn to page 40 and begin at the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Genus hoc erat pugni. This was the kind of fight quo si milites exercuerant, in which the soldiers busied themselves.
You see?
Oh, sir, that's good.
Yes, you can see now that these dead languages sometimes come to life again,
The officers, they declared peace. It's over. The war's over. It's over. It's over.
Oh, come in, Doctor. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Wickett. Thank you.
Wickett? Is that the doctor?
Yes, it is, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Doctor. What brings you here? Not I, certainly.
No. The head asked me to look in. He wanted to know if you were going to the old boys' dinner in London this year.
Oh.
I told him I didn't think you were.
No, I'm afraid not. It's been a long time since I left here. Not since the war.
Chipping, do you really think you should be up?
Oh.
There's a lot of flu about, you know.
There's nothing matter with me, Doctor. Nothing at all. And what would I do in bed? Why, one of the boys might drop in. A fine reception.
Well, I leave it up to you. Goodbye, Chipping.
Goodbye. And if you see a chap in the quad who looks as if he just couldn't wait till dinner, send him along, will you? I've a cake. I will. I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Abelmore, Babcock, Barnett, Bassenswaite.
Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Are you asleep, sir? Shall I, go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip! Mr. Chip!
Well, Doctor, what do you think? I don't know, Sir John. He's a very old man.
Who's that?
Hello there. Waking up?
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. You threw a faint, that's all.
Oh.
It's lucky that boy was with you. Try to sleep again.
Yes.
Poor old chap. Must have lived a very lonely sort of life. All by himself? Not always by himself. He was married, you know.
What? I never knew that.
She died a great many years ago.
Pity he never had any children. Oh, what was that?
Careful.
What were you saying about me?
Nothing. Nothing at all, old chap.
I heard you. A pity I never had any children, eh? But I have, you know. I have. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Ainsworth, Atwood, Babcock, Barnum, Bassenswaite,
Before our stars return for their curtain call, I want to present Miss Libby Collins, who ferrets out news behind the scenes here in Hollywood. What have you for us tonight, Libby?
2 or 3 fascinating things about the stocking habits of some of the Hollywood stars. For example, do you know that Kitty Carlisle rinses her stockings in perfume instead of water?
Well, she walks in beauty. What else, Libby?
Well, Jane Wyman uses adhesive tape instead of garters to hold up her stockings. A cute idea is to cut the tape into little designs, like hearts or clubs or your zodiac sign. And here's one item that's a little closer to home. Willies of Hollywood, who designs most of the gorgeous stockings we see in motion pictures, says the average woman should have 20 pairs of stockings. If she gives them the right kind of care, they should last a year.
What does he mean by the right kind of care, Libby?
He says you should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them in lukewarm Lux suds and rinse in water the same temperature.
He's right, isn't he? Lux Flakes save elasticity and cut down on runs. If you rub your stockings with cake soap or use soaps with harmful alkali, you're apt to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. With gentle Lux Flakes, there's no harmful alkali, and, of course, no rubbing. Your stockings wear longer and fit better with regular Lux care. Lux is thrifty. And now Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Mr. Chips has retired to immortality, and we bring Laurence Olivier and Edna Best back to our microphone.
You know, Mr. DeMille, this play brought back a few memories of my own school days.
Were you the small boy who released the mouse? The very small mouse at choir practice?
No. The most pronounced mischief I created at school was acting in plays.
We're glad you didn't perform.
As a matter of fact, I went from bad to worse, turned professional, and joined a repertory company.
Playing 4 or 5 different parts a week, I suppose.
If you get a passing mark in that school, you're an actor.
Yes, anything can happen in one of those theaters. I remember one incident with a traveling company when the juvenile was taken ill. The manager wired to another company in the next county to borrow an actor. When the borrowed juvenile arrived, 10 minutes before curtain time, he turned out to be a character man about 70 years old. The manager was frantic. There he was, 10 minutes before the curtain time, with a character man to play a juvenile role. Only the visiting actor remained calm.
He inquired for his dressing room. 5 minutes later, he reappeared with his makeup on. "Now, my good man," he said to the manager, "where is the stage and what is the play?"
I know just the kind of actor you mean. Give him the right cue and he'll play Peter Pan or the second gravedigger in Hamlet.
But I imagine he'd be pretty startled if anyone told him that there was a theater with an audience as big as this one. What's your play next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present a play by George Bernard Shaw, the one which was so very successful on the screen this year, Pygmalion. And our stars will be Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne. Pygmalion is the story of an unromantic gentleman of learning who trains a Cockney girl to impersonate a duchess, an experiment which produces startling and romantic results.
That sounds like a grand show. Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. I'm anxious to hear it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Chipp. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, inviting you to enjoy the popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. Susan's enemies are plotting to set the whole town against her. Tomorrow they reveal their scheme. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Alan Napier as Weatherby, Clifford Severn as Linford, Ronald Sinclair as Colley, Frederick Warlock as Ralston, Lillian Kemble Cooper as Martha, Mary Gordon as Mrs. Wickett, C. Montague Shaw as a doctor, Eric Snowden as Bowden, Ian McLaren as Meldrum, and Douglas Scott, Bobby Winkler, Harry Duff, Bobby Mock, Brian Killaway, Tommy Martin, Ernest Carlson, Cliff Oland, Bill Martin, Bob Stevens, Edwin Mills, and Richard Kukas as schoolboys. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Rebecca, produced by David O. Selznick. Edna Best will soon be seen in the RKO picture Swiss Family Robinson, produced by Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The campuses of Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, and Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Good Housekeeping Magazine, presents, transcribed, the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight, Trinity College is out to challenge the varsity scholars from Syracuse University, the school that provided the final winning team in last season's exciting College Quiz Bowl. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hi there, everybody. Well, it's good to be back. Tonight we start another season of intercollegiate competitions, and it's going to be a real old-fashioned battle of the brains, so let's get the game underway. First, we go to Hartford, Connecticut, where Jim Strong of station WTIC in Hartford is on hand to serve as referee for the Trinity College team. Are you with us, Jim?
I sure am, Alan, and here also are 4 bright Trinity men who intend to make that Syracuse reign a short one. It's a pleasure to introduce Bill Nichtel from South Orange, New Jersey.
John Talk from South Ozone Park, Queens, New York.
Bennett Dyke from Hartford, Connecticut.
Joseph Kelly from Thomaston, Connecticut.
All right, there you have the varsity scholars from Trinity College. Now let's move way upstate in New York, where Bob Whitney of station WSYR Syracuse is standing by to act as referee for the Syracuse University team. You know, it was Syracuse on top last year when our season ended, so how does that winning team look tonight, Bob?
They look just fine, Alan, and mighty eager to roll up another high score in tonight's game. Here's another championship Syracuse team to say hello.
Dolly Kotorski, Buffalo, New York.
Charles Samuels, Brooklyn, New York.
Arlene Yard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Bob Chaseman, Syracuse, New York.
And so we've met both teams. Now, Before Roger Tuttle explains our rules, may I point out that we recognize the fact that here in the College Quiz Bowl, we put the emphasis on a quick recall of specific facts, and thus point up only one of the objectives of college education. But we're also trying to give you an opportunity to meet a few of the many remarkable, well-rounded personalities to be found on every American campus. Okay, now how about those rules, Roger?
Right, Alan, and here they are. Alan Ludden asks a toss-up question worth 10 points. And the first team to signal it knows the answer gets a chance to answer. When Trinity College signals, you'll hear... And when Syracuse University signals, you'll hear... And by means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here in New York City and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if a team gives a wrong answer to the toss-up question, the other team is given a chance to answer it. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question worth a stated number of points. The team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl.
Thank you, Roger Tuttle. Now remember, teams, you may interrupt a toss-up question before I've finished asking it, but if you do, and if your answer is wrong, your team will be penalized 5 points. I will then repeat the question, giving the other team a free crack at it. Okay, those are the rules, and there's the opening whistle, so let's go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, why was it important that Pythias be punctual? Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. He was returning to save his friend Damien, who was condemned to death.
That's right. I'll take that for 10 points. If he had not been punctual, Damien would have been killed. Pythias and the legend of Pythias and Damien. Okay, you've got now a chance at a 30-point bonus, Trinity, by getting that 10-point toss-up. Here's your bonus. Now, any member and all members of the Trinity team may work together on this one. If Icarus and Eddie Rickenbacker were pursuing some joint activity, they'd probably be flying, you know? Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you can tell us what the following pairs of people would probably be doing together. First, and for 10 points, are Carol and Brunhilde. What would they probably be doing together?
Swinging. Riding a horse.
What?
Riding a horse.
That's right, riding a horse. Horseback riding, that's right. Eddie Carroll, of course, is the famous jockey, and Brunhilde spent a lot of her time on a beautiful horse grave. Okay, 10 more points for Trinity. Hippomenes and Landy. What would they be doing? Hippomenes and Landy.
Running.
Right, foot racing. Hippomenes was a mythological youth who won the race when he gave him Atlanta, to run in Atlanta. And Landy is the Australian runner who topped Roger Bannister's record-breaking mile. Okay, 10 more points, Trinity, if you can tell me what possibly would Achille Campagnoni and Jack and the Beanstalk be doing?
Swinging an axe. Climbing.
Climbing? Did I hear climbing? Fine, who said that?
Richard Kelly, Alan.
Richard, why did you figure, who is Achille Campagnoni? Who is Achille Campagnoni?
Mountain climber.
That's right. He's the one who climbed K2, Mount Goodwin, Austin. Okay, you got then all of your bonus points, which means that we have 40 points for Trinity and no points for Syracuse. Okay, here we go with another toss-up question. And coming up is a 30-point bonus. On your toes. Senator Irving Ives has been described as a political Tiglon. For 10 points, tell us, if Senator Ives were a real Tiglon, what would his mother be? Okay. Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. A lion?
That's right, a lioness. That's okay. Joseph, what is a Tiglon?
A cross between a tiger and a lion.
That's right, for 10 points. And Trinity, you've got a chance now at a 30-point bonus. Here we go. Newspaper stories in the past week have dealt with various people who have been cleared, accused, and investigated. 10 points for each of the following questions dealing with these stories that you can answer correctly. Work as a team. First of all, for 10 points, what committee reported that the CIA is doing, quote, a creditable job? What committee? Anybody on the Trinity team? Current events. Okay, time is called. You lost the 10 points. All right, what subcommittee? Oh, I'll tell you. The committee was the Doolittle Committee, of course, which was appointed by Eisenhower to study the Central Intelligence Agency. All right? For 10 points now, what subcommittee called Captain Video up as a witness? Anybody on the Trinity team?
Was it the Senate subcommittee investigating... Common
Comment. No, investigating the influence of television on juvenile delinquency.
All right, we'll accept that. Fine. Al Hodge, who plays Captain Video, was called up to be assure the committee that his television program would never lead a child astray. Okay, you'll get 10 more points now if you can tell us what is the name of the man accused by the Department of Justice of transmitting top secrets to the Netherlands.
John Chalk. Peterson.
That's right. John Sidney Peterson. Now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Roger Tuttle?
Each week, Good Housekeeping magazine will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Wittnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Wittnauer family of fine watches, since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Well, those are the stakes. Now, with 19 and a half minutes to go, Trinity 70 points. Syracuse hasn't scratched yet, I'm sorry to say. We go back to a toss-up question and Alan.
All right, before we take a toss-up question, I want to check your lights and your signals. Syracuse, may I hear your signal? Right. Trinity, may I hear your signal? Okay, your lights are on top. Let's go. Now, here we go with a toss-up question. Coming up is a 30-point musical bonus. The following is the form in which a zoologist might express an aphorism well known to most children. 10 points if you can give us the popular, well-known version. Quote, the dipterous insect is invited to enter by the arachnid. Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
Won't you come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Right, for 10 points, Syracuse. And here, Syracuse, is your 30-point musical bonus. We're going to play excerpts from 3 classical rhapsodies, each of which extols the virtue of a certain country. Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you identify the country. You may come in and tell me the country as soon as you want to. All right, music. Cut that, please. I've got the wrong musical bonus here. I'll switch. I'll keep the music on the stands and read the right musical bonus. Well, that doesn't spoil anything. Here's a popular musical bonus question, still worth 30 points. We're going to play 3 well-known songs, all mentioning a kind of time in their titles. You're going to get 10 points each time you give us the kind of time described. All right, now that one.
Arlene Yard.
All right, what was it, Sally?
It's a hot time.
Hot time, that's right. Well, you heard a little bit of it, all right? Now, tell me what kind of time is described in this title. What kind of time?
Last time I saw Paris.
Last time. That's right, for 10 points, Syracuse. Now, tell me, what kind of time is described in the title of this one?
Charles Samuels on this.
Anytime.
Anytime, right, for 10 points. Okay. You got 40 on that one, and I got mixed. I'll put this musical bonus back. It's coming up a little bit later. Here's a toss-up question worth 10 points. We got a 30-point bonus coming up. Score 70 Trinity, 40 Syracuse. Everybody knows that Tinker, Evers, and Chance were famous baseball players. Now, for 10 points, with what occupation do you associate Lowell, Gerald, and Schwartz? No takers? Syracuse.
Right. Arlene Yard.
What was that? What was the answer, Arlene? What was the answer?
Toy making.
Can you take it, Trinity?
Joseph Kelly, Alan.
Writers? They are writers. They are poetry writers, but I'll accept occupation. Okay. All right, Trinity, by holding your knowledge there, you got a chance at a 30-point bonus. Now, you seem to be rather literary. This is a good one for you. I'm going to read you lines from 2 19th century poems dealing with the subject of death. You'll get 10 points if you can identify the title and author of either poem, and you'll get 30 points if you can so identify both poems. Is that clear? All right, first, for 10 points. Let there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. Author and title.
Go on, John. That was Crossing the Bar by Tennyson.
That's right. You've got 10 points. Now, you can parlay this into 30 points if you'll identify this one. Quote, for sudden the worst turns the best to the grave, the black minute's at end. Try it. Try it. You know it.
Grace Elegy in the Country Church here?
Nope, I'm sorry. That is Robert Browning's Prosperity. Robert Browning's Prosperity, but he gets 10 points out of that. All right, we're going back to a toss-up question now. Here we go. 10 points for the correct answer. If you were minus a tibia and a fibula, would you have the most difficulty in sitting down, standing up, or lying? Trinity.
Joseph Keller. Standing up.
Standing up, and that's right. That's right, Trinity, for 10 points. And you've got a 25-point bonus coming up. But just a minute, Joseph, is that you?
Yes.
Why? What is a tibia?
Tibia is one of the leg bones.
What's a fibula?
Must be the knee bone.
Well, it's one of the leg bones, the external side. That's right, though. Standing up was the question, was the answer I was looking for. But, oh, brother, have you got a... Billy, here is a bonus. 25 points, Trinity. Get to work together. Get your paper and pencil ready. You've got to come up with one answer, but you've got to work together on this, and you must answer in less than 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Mr. Ken McGregor has the clock. Now, here we go. I'll give you when the time starts. If the alphabet were assigned numerical value in ascending order, such as A equals 1, B equals 2, and so forth, how much would the word bonus equal? Okay, time. 40 seconds. 5. You can work aloud. 10. You can work aloud. 15. Don't distract them. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. Time is called. Would you like to have the rundown on that? B equals 2, O equals 15, N equals 14, U equals 21, S equals 19. The total would be 71. That would have won you 25 points. Trinity, okay. What's the score? Trinity 100, Syracuse 40. Coming up is a 40-point bonus. 13 and a half minutes to go. Here is your 10-point toss-up. If you know your labor history, you know that there are various occupational diseases which are hazards of particular industries or jobs. For instance, miners are susceptible to silicosis. Now, 10 points if you know what occupation is threatened by caisson disease. Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman.
That is, groundhogs are said to caisson.
I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Deep sea diving, working underground, known as the bend. That's right. 10 points for Trinity. For Syracuse, you got a 40-point bonus coming up, and that'll bring you within 10 points of Trinity. Here you go, Trinity. Syracuse, work as a team. Sometimes a small town is remembered primarily for one outstanding event that took place there. For 10 points apiece, tell us what events made the following places famous. Work as a team. Anybody on the team? Callender, Ontario. Syracuse.
Sally Tatorsky.
The young quintuplets were born there.
Right. Philippi, Greece.
Bob Cheeseman.
That's the Battle of Philippi in ancient Greek history. The Battle of Philippi Plain.
Who fought there? Who fought there?
The Greek, Sparta and...
What? Sparta. Who was defeated there? Tell me who was defeated there, and I'll take it. Who was defeated there? Anybody in the Trinity team?
Pompey.
Syracuse team.
Syracuse.
Sparta.
All right, no. The men's names. The men's names I want. Not Pompey. All right, I'm sorry, I will not credit you. It was Brutus and Cassius were defeated by Octavian or Augustus Caesar and Mark Antony. Battle 1440 A.D. Okay, you can still make 30 points on this. Here goes Johnston, Pennsylvania. Johnston, Pennsylvania for 10 points.
Sally Katorsky.
There was a flood there some time ago.
1889, but that's 10 points for you. Okay, you get this one, and you got 10 more points. Shelby, Montana. Shelby, Montana.
Bob Cheeseman.
Shelby, Montana, I believe, was where the champion prize fight was held. That was...
I'll accept it. I'll accept it. A champion prize fight. Jack Dempsey defeated Gibbons there. That's right. A championship bout. Very important in sports history. And
I'm sorry, you've got to hold it, Alan, because that's the halftime whistle, which called for a 1-minute timeout.
Okay, with these 60 seconds we've got out, let's talk to our teams. First, I want to go up to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Bennett Dyke. I understand you had a big day up there at Trinity College yesterday. Can you tell us something about it in about 30 seconds?
Well, I can try. We had President Eisenhower here to receive an honorary degree.
And President Eisenhower is a great friend of President of Trinity, Albert C. Jacobs. And we had quite a celebration here. A lot of the town of Hartford was here. And about 300 members of the press and radio and TV.
Good. We read about it all over the paper, and President Eisenhower made a major address there, did he not?
Yeah.
All right, fine. It was a big day. It was a big day, and it was Wednesday, wasn't it? Wednesday, October 20th, that the day occurred. We are broadcasting, as you know, on Saturday. Okay? Thank you a lot, Bennett Dyke. Now moving up to Syracuse, and Sally Kotorsky. Sally, what's the good word of Syracuse tonight?
Hi, Alan. We're all excited here about the return of the College Quiz Bowl. I know all of us were sorry to see it leave the air last year, and it's really been drummed up here in our campus paper, the Daily Orange. We've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Good. They're excited about it, huh?
You bet.
I'm glad to hear it, and we're glad to be back. Now, before I move along, and I think our whistle is just about to blow, let me point out that starting in their current issue, Good Housekeeping magazine will run a monthly page of Quiz Bowl questions. For a chance to match wits with our collegiate champions, see the November issue of Good Housekeeping. It's on the newsstands right now. You know, Good Housekeeping also awards the $500 weekly cash prize that goes to the college of the winning team here on our Radio Quiz Bowl game. Okay? There we go. Is it time for the whistle, Mr. McGregor? Let's hear it.
Right, that it is, Alan. And with a score, Trinity 100 even points, Syracuse only lagging by 20, 80 points. How about another toss-up question?
All right, how's our time? How much time we got, Ken?
We've got 8.5 minutes to go.
8.5 minutes to go with a 40-point bonus coming up. Here is a 10-point toss-up question. Now, wait a minute. Listen carefully. This is a geography toss-up that a smart grammar school student should be able to answer. But I want you to wait. There are two parts to this question. All right. Name the capital city of the state in the Union having the smallest population and the capital of the state having the smallest area. Trinity.
Bennett Dyke. Rhode Island, Providence has the smallest area, and Dover, Delaware has the smallest population.
Can you take it, Syracuse?
Bob Cheeseman.
That's correct on Rhode Island, but it's wrong. Nevada is the smallest population in the Union, and
the capital.
Carson City is the
That's
capital.
That's right, for 10 points. Syracuse, you've got a 40-point bonus coming up. All right, here we go. It's a quick 4-part bonus question of rather odd-sounding noises. Can you hear me? We got to move along. Rather odd-sounding noises from poetry and song. Poetry and song. For 10 points apiece, you are to identify the source of the following noises. Now, I will accept the name of the work or the author. First of all, for 10 points, the noise. Ba, ba, ba.
Go ahead, Bob.
That's Ba, ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? That's from the nursery.
No, Bob. That's ba, ba. I said ba, ba, ba. Quick.
Arlene Yard.
The Whiffenproof song.
Right, for 10 points. Ba, ba, ba is the Whiffenproof. All right, 10 more points. Listen. Titwillow, Titwillow, Titwillow.
Sally Kotorsky.
That's William Schwank Gilbert, the Mikado.
Right, for 10 points. From the Mikado by Gilbert and Sullivan. All right, for 10 more points. Boomalay, 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 boom.
Charles Samuels.
That's the Congo by Vachel Lindsay.
Right, for 10 points. 10 more points. To wit, to woo, to wit, to woo. What's it from? Quickly.
Bob Cheeseman, go ahead.
I believe that's from the Owl and the Pussycat.
No, that's from Love, Labor, Lost by William Shakespeare. Okay, what's the score? 120 Syracuse, 100 Trinity. Back to a toss-up question with a musical bonus. With a musical bonus worth 30 points coming up next. Here we go. The Oldsmobile gets its name from auto magnate Robert E. Olds. For 10 points, can you tell us what product derives its name from Mr. Day, Mr. Voorhees, and Mr. Bradley? Mr. Day, Mr. Voorhees. Nobody, no takers? BVD. Okay, now the musical bonus question. Here I want you to identify. We have a 3-part musical bonus question here. Oh, I have another toss-up question. I beg your pardon. Nobody got that. Here we go. This is a musical toss-up, so hold on to your hats. It's a musical toss-up question. Careful, because this takes a bit of knowing. You ready? Signal as soon as you can identify the voices singing this duet.
There were never...
Syracuse.
Charles Samuels.
That's Rosemary Clooney and Vera Ellen.
Oh, can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it?
Yes, Rosemary Clooney and her sister.
Another bonus, another toss-up coming up. That is Peggy Lee singing with herself. Another popular record of sisters. All right, here we go with a toss-up question, and coming up yet is a musical bonus worth 30 points. In 405 A.D., St. Jerome made a Latin translation of the Bible for 10 points. By what name is this Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
The Vulgate.
Right, for 10 points. Here you go with a 30-point musical bonus, Syracuse. We're going to play excerpts from 3 classical rhapsodies, each of which extols the virtue of a certain country. 10 points every time you identify the country. First. Syracuse, it's yours. What is the country?
Sally.
Hungary.
That's right, the Hungarian Rhapsody by Liszt. All right. What country is rhapsodized in this rhapsody? Anybody on the Syracuse team? For 10 points. Okay, time is called.
Sally Kotorski.
Sally.
Romanian Rhapsody.
That's right, for 10 points. Romania. All right, what country is rhapsodized in this rhapsody? What country?
Okay, Alan.
All right.
Sally again.
Sally.
I'll guess on that. That's Spain.
That's right. That's Ravel's Rhapsody Espanol. All right, 160 for Syracuse, 100 for Trinity. 4 minutes to go. Here we go with a toss-up question, and coming up is a 20-point bonus. Here's a relationship question for 10 points. Answer this one. Robert F. Kennedy is to Leverett Saltonstall as Joseph McCarthy is to whom? Syracuse.
Arlene Yar.
Alexander Wiley.
Right, for 10 points. Okay, Syracuse, it's your bonus question worth 20 points now. Now, I want you to pick the quickest thinker on your team. This is a one-man question. Who is the quickest thinker in your team, Syracuse?
Well, I'll pick Sally, but there are 4 quick thinkers.
All right, Sally, here's the problem. You are a bus driver taking your bus from New York to Cleveland with 5 stops en route. At the first stop, you pick up 8 passengers. At the second, drop 6. At the third, pick up 19. At the fourth, drop 3. And at the fifth, pick up 47. Okay, now, in 4 seconds, what is the name of the bus driver?
You.
What is the name of the bus driver? You. You. Well, what is your name?
Oh, Sally Kotorski.
I'll accept it. That's right, Sally. You are the bus driver. Your name. That's good. Okay, here we go. For 10 points, coming up now is a 30-point bonus question, 3-part bonus question. Here's your toss-up. A seagull soars for 10 points. What does a whirlybird do? Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman.
A whirlybird is a helicopter. It flies and the arms whirl above it.
That's right, for 10 points. You got a 30-point bonus, Syracuse. The following phases denote violations of the accepted rules in various sports. Now, for 10 points apiece, Syracuse, identify the sport concerned in each violation. First, 12 men on the field.
Football.
Go ahead, Sally.
Football.
Right, Sally, for 10 points. All right, Syracuse, knocking 4 or more down. What sport? What sport? Knocking 4 or more down.
Charles Sanders.
Bowling.
Nope, I'm sorry. It's track in the hurdles. All right. What sport is mentioned in this violation? Turning on the stomach. In what sport is that a violation?
Bob Cheeseman.
Take a try at that. Wrestling?
Nope, I'm sorry. It's swimming in the backstroke race. All right, here we go with a 20-point bonus coming up. Here's your toss-up. American cheese originated in America. Now, for 10 points, where did India ink come from?
Bob
Syracuse. Syracuse. All right.
That's another American invention by a Mr.
Can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it,
Yes,
Trinity?
we can.
All right. Quick.
India?
Nope, I'm sorry. China or Japan? All right, another toss-up question. Coming up still is a 20-point bonus. For 10 points, tell us, by what name is October 24th, 1929, popularly known? Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman.
That's the day the market crashed. Black Friday.
Can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it, Trinity? I have one answer.
Black Thursday?
Black Thursday, I'll accept it from you, Trinity. One answer on a team. One answer on a toss-up. All right, Black Thursday is the proper answer. You got a 20-point bonus. Trinity. This Holy Roman Emperor was noted by the color of his whiskers, or for the color of his whiskers.
Barbarossa.
What?
Barbarossa.
That's right, I'll accept it before I finish the question. 20 points. 20 points. We'll keep going. We've got another 25-point bonus coming up, and here's your 10-point toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, what did they do to Danny Devers? Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
They hung them in the morning.
Right, for 10 points. 25 points for you, Syracuse. On September 21st, 1780, an historic meeting took place at Stony Point. 25 points, Syracuse, if you can name the principal characters in this meeting.
Want to do that, Sally?
Wait a minute. I think I may be wrong here. Benedict Arnold and Major Andre?
That's right, for 25 points. You've got 25 more points for Syracuse there, Sally. Here we go with another toss-up, and coming up with a 20-point bonus. For 10 points, identify the character who rather callously states, quote, "Duty is duty, mates. I give my vote death."
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan, but that's time's up.
Long John
Whistle?
Silver and Stevenson's Treasure Island.
All right. We'll let you get the answer in. Final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is 130 points for Trinity and 245 points for the winner, Syracuse University. To each member of the Trinity team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Syracuse University will receive a $500 gift from Good Housekeeping magazine to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Syracuse will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of Barnard College here in New York City. Meanwhile, to try your hand at more of these questions, read the College Quiz Bowl page in the current issue of Good Housekeeping magazine. It's on the stands now. Here once again, your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
I want to congratulate Syracuse University, and I want to say thanks to those fine men from Trinity College for a wonderful job. Next week, Syracuse meets Barnard, and the following week we'll have varsity scholars from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. So won't you be with us next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying goodbye now.
Your referees tonight were for Trinity College, Jim Strong of WTIC in Hartford, and for Syracuse University, Bob Whitney of station WSYR Syracuse. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network presentation, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, written by Nancy Fogue, and directed by Ken McGregor. This is Roger Tuttle speaking.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Oh.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. For a fat man, Gildersleeve is quite a walker. But on bad days coming home from the office, he sometimes takes the B-Line bus. There have been a lot of bad days lately, and this is one of them.
Back in the rear there. Come on, don't be afraid, folks. Step back. The rear end goes the same place as the front end. Step back. Oh, yeah? Come on, Fatso. You're blocking progress.
Oh?
Shove back, will you?
What do you think I'm doing? Eep, zoop. Pardon, madam.
Well.
All clear there. Come on, watch the door.
Anybody ever rides on these things?
Oh, hello, Mr. Bullard. I didn't see you there.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Here, grab this strap. I'll take this one.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Bullard. It's a little crowded, isn't it?
Yeah, awful. There ought to be a law.
Yeah, you said it.
As a matter of fact, I only happen to be riding on the bus because my car's in the shop. Mrs. Bullard has the station wagon.
Oh, me too. I just happen to be riding on it. Say, what do you think of the election? Or have I asked you that?
It's a mandate from the people.
My opinion exactly. By the way, how is Mrs. Bullard?
No, she's fine.
That's good. And the rest of the family? Haven't seen little Craig around much lately.
Yes, we must get him and your boy together one of these days.
Oh, yes, we must.
Say, tell me, Gildersleeve, is your boy learning anything at that school?
School? Well, I don't know. I guess so. Why?
Well, I'm darned if I think they teach them a thing. Now, Craig's been going to that school for 2 years. Can't read. Can't read a blooming thing.
Well, after all, Craig's only...
Can't even spell his own name. Why, I could read when I was 5. It's this modern education, Gildersleeve. They don't teach him anything.
You don't think so?
Projects. Everything is projects. Everything is too darn much fun. Wasn't that way when I went to school. We worked.
Oh, me too. We really had to buckle down. Yes, sir.
Discipline. That's what's lacking these days. Discipline.
A little of that old hickory stick.
That's the idea. Oh, goodness. Why, do you know when Craig was in kindergarten last year, I found out the teacher had them sitting on the floor, on mats? What kind of foreign idea is that?
Well, that's news to me, Bullard. In my day, we had desks and benches.
You're darn right we did. Kept our hands folded, too. We kept them folded or else.
Yes, sir.
I hated school. I kicked like a steer all the way through. But by Harry, when I got out, I knew something.
Me too.
These darn kids. All they do is have a good time. What kind of a school is that?
I don't know.
Why, they don't even teach them manners. Craig comes home and acts rude to his mother. Say, grab that seat before somebody else gets it.
No. You take it, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, please.
Oh, too late.
Darn women, they slide in ahead of you every time. Well, I don't know what you're going to do about it, but I have a good mind to yank Craig out of there and send him to private school like the older boy.
Well, to tell the truth, I haven't paid much attention, I guess.
There's a lot of monkey business goes on down there, Gildersleeve. You ought to look into it.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Glad you mentioned it. Say, what do you think of the election? Well, I guess I asked you that.
It's a mandate from the people.
Yeah, I guess I asked you.
Leroy, how could you do that? Just when I had the whole house cleaned up nice, all over the place.
I didn't do it. Craig did it.
Well, I ain't going to stand for it, that's all. I don't care who did it. I'm going to have to tell your uncle. Yes, sir, this time I'm really going to tell him. I'm going to tell him, that's all. I'm just going to tell him.
I'll clean it up, Bertie. I'll clean it up.
Well, you better, because I'm going to tell him. I mean it. I'm going to tell him. The minute he walks in here, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, Mr. Gilsey, just look at this living room. It's a mess. I'm going to tell him who did it, too.
I'm cleaning it up, Bertie.
Well, you better, because I'm going to tell him.
Gosh, we were only playing.
I don't care. I'm going to tell him.
I didn't want to do it anyway. It was Craig that suggested it.
Don't tell him, that's all.
It isn't fair. Craig has all the fun, and I have to do all the dirty work.
Quiet, Leroy. Here comes your uncle.
Good evening, Bertie.
Evening, Mr. Gilsey.
Hi, Unc.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, it ain't nothing, Mr. Gilsey.
Leroy, what are these cards doing all over the floor? What are all those boxes? What's that stuff under the piano?
Oh, they were just playing, Mr. Gilsey. You know how it is. Rainy day, two boys with nothing to do.
Yeah, it was all Craig's idea.
Won't take me a second to straighten it up.
Craig, eh? Nothing to do, eh? Why aren't you upstairs doing your homework?
It's done.
Oh, it is it? Well, we'll just see about that.
Hello, Unky. You're late.
Good evening. I suppose you finished your homework, too?
I didn't have any. I did it all yesterday.
Leroy, you know so much. What's the capital of Maine?
The capital?
Yes, the capital of Maine.
Maine, gosh.
What's the capital? I'll give you till I count 5. 1.
Well, Unc, we didn't have that today.
2.
I know where Maine is. It's up there.
3.
Gosh, Maine. It's the only one I can't seem to...
You're not concentrating.
I am so.
4.
Hey, you skipped 3.
All right, 3. Come on. 4, 5. Marjorie, can you tell Leroy the capital of Maine?
Certainly.
Well?
Can you?
All right, what's the capital of Washington?
You mean the state of Washington?
The state of Washington.
Not Washington, D.C. You mean the state.
The state, yes. What's the capital?
Is it Seattle?
I'm asking you. You're not asking me. You're supposed to tell me.
Well, I thought it was Seattle,
That's the trouble, Leroy. You don't really know, do you? You don't really know.
Well, you keep hollering at me. Gosh, how can I
That's the trouble with these modern schools. They don't teach you anything. I was talking with Mr. Bullard about this on the way home. I don't know whether the fault is yours or your teacher's, Leroy, but by George...
Hey, Unc.
By George, I mean to find out.
Unc.
Yes, Leroy, why are you waving your hand?
The capital of Maine is Augusta.
Did you tell him, Marjorie?
certainly not.
Well, you're too late, my boy. I'm going down there to school with you tomorrow morning, and I'm going to have a talk with your teacher.
Oh, Unc, you aren't going to do that.
Why not?
Oh, gosh, I'd die if you walked in there in front of everybody.
Unky, I don't think Miss Goodwin is going to like it if you go over her head and start messing around with her teachers.
Who said anything about messing around?
Well, she's the principal, and after all...
All right, I'll have it out with Miss Goodwin. Maybe you're right. Maybe I ought to take it up with her first. After all, I haven't seen Eve in some time. Might just run over to her place after dinner. I know what she'll say, of course, but I know what I'll say. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out whether she's got those kids tending to business or sitting on the floor. Well, don't get me wrong, Eve. This isn't my idea, but I hear these things.
You evidently think it's worth your attention, or you wouldn't come running over here with it.
I didn't run.
Frankly, Throckmorton, I'm very tired of hearing people complain about the school. We're badly overcrowded. The teachers are overworked and they're underpaid. But they're doing the best they can with the little they have. And I think they deserve great credit for it.
Oh, so do I. Yes, indeed. Don't misunderstand me, Eve.
I think I understand you very well. You're complaining because Leroy isn't taught exactly the way you were taught. Isn't that so?
Well...
Are you so perfect?
Huh?
Are any of us? If we had learned all there was to be learned, would the world be in such a mess today?
I guess not.
School can't take all the responsibility for a child, you know. If you feel Leroy isn't developing as he should, it's just possible that what is partly to blame is the intellectual atmosphere around the home.
What?
Tell me, do you ever read?
Well, certainly. I read to the children. I read to them, I read the Christmas Carol every year.
Once a year. Do you ever discuss things with Leroy?
Oh, all the time.
I mean, besides his faults.
Well, I'm busy, Eve. Gosh.
Do you ever read yourself?
Now and then, whenever I can.
Now and then.
Well, I told you, Eve, I'm busy.
Busy at what?
Well, things.
Throckmorton, be honest with yourself. Do you remember any of the things you learned at college? Or have you tried to keep up any of the interests you had then?
Gosh, Eve, I came over here to talk to you about Leroy.
This has a great deal to do with Leroy. This is very important to Leroy. Because don't you see, you're Leroy's hero. He worships you. He imitates you. You're his hero. And that's a very great responsibility.
I guess I'm no good, Eve. I guess I'm just a drifter.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I guess you must hate me, all right. And I don't blame you.
You're wrong. I like you, Throckmorton, because you're human. And so am I.
Yeah?
It doesn't really seem right. It doesn't really seem right that weakness should be an attraction. But nevertheless...
Oh, I'm awfully weak.
Nevertheless... I sometimes think the only thing that makes life tolerable is the little weaknesses we share in common.
Why don't you move over here where it's comfortable, Eve? I've got another little weakness we could share.
Now, I'm afraid you're making a joke of the whole thing.
Oh, no, I'm not. Believe me, Eve. Just the same, why don't you move over? Oh, you want me to come over there?
I think we're getting off the subject.
Nuts.
Have you ever read Plato's Republic, Throckmorton?
Phooey, why should I read that?
What'd you say?
I said, no, I've never read it, Eve.
Oh, you should. It's one of the truly great books. In fact, I believe it's included in the 100 Great Books.
The what?
The 100 Great Books of all time. Some university's drawn up a list of them. It's really very worthwhile. All the students are required to read them.
Read 100 books?
Oh, I think everyone should read them, if he hasn't already.
Gosh, even if you join the book of the month, you only have to read 12. You're not suggesting I should...
Did you mean what you said, Throckmorton? Do you want to be an example to Leroy? Or do you just want to drift?
I want to drift. Only kidding, Eve. I'm only kidding.
I never know.
I'll do anything you say, Eve.
Well, why don't you just try this book, just to begin with? I'd love to lend it to you.
Well, The Republic of Plato. 389 pages. I don't know, Eve. This looks kind of heavy.
For Leroy, Throckmorton.
Yeah, for Leroy. You say there are 99 others?
Don't let that frighten you. You read them one at a time.
Oh. Say, maybe we could read this together, huh?
I think you'd get more out of it if you read it alone.
Yeah.
But any time you run into trouble with it, why,
come over and I'll be glad to help you out.
Is that a promise?
That's a promise.
I'm pretty rusty.
It's still a promise.
Yeah. By George, the things I'll do for Leroy.
A fine cook is always very particular about the salads she serves, preferring to make them whenever she can with one of two famous products, Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise or the popular Miracle Whip, also made by Kraft. Now, both have been scarce for some time, and Miracle Whip will continue to be fairly hard to get because of the sugar shortage. But I have some wonderful news about Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. Now that the supply of fine salad oil is more plentiful, Kraft mayonnaise is once again available and in reasonable quantity. Your dealer should have some soon, if not already. Kraft mayonnaise, you know, is a truly superior mayonnaise with a delicate flavor that comes from the choice ingredients that go into it. Fine salad oil, selected eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices, and as a final touch of perfection, fresh lemon juice is added. And flavor is not all. Its texture, too, is superb. A special beater patented by Kraft gives this mayonnaise a creamy satin smoothness you could never accomplish in your kitchen. For mayonnaise with a rich, homemade goodness, a texture nothing short of marvelous, choose whenever you see it, Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who is about to rebuild his life at the 11th hour. He's finished a thoughtful supper, and now he advances into the living room, which is already occupied by his niece and nephew. Marjorie is sitting on the sofa reading, and Leroy is lying on his stomach in front of the radio, which is playing.
Leroy, turn off that radio, please.
Oh, get in on me playing. It's Clemmy Cornwell.
I have work I wish to do. Marjorie's doing her homework.
What do you think I'm doing?
Homework with your head practically in the loudspeaker? Turn it off. Get your books up off the floor.
Okay.
I must say, Marjorie, what makes you think you can concentrate without music playing?
Doesn't bother me.
Me either.
Now listen to me, both of you. No wonder you're not learning anything in school.
I'm doing all right.
Well, maybe you are, but Leroy isn't. Anyhow, nobody can possibly study with that radio blatting out that hooray for Bob or whatever it is. You've got to play the radio. Why don't you play symphonic music? Why can't we have a little culture around here? Well?
It's okay with me.
I'm glad to hear it.
What is it?
What's what? What's what? Culture?
Yeah.
Leroy, really?
I'll tell you what culture is, young man. It's a love for the finer things of life. Oil painting, symphonies, great books like, where's that book I had before supper? Where? Oh, here. Look at that. Plato.
What's it about?
It isn't about anything. It's philosophy. 389 pages of it.
You gonna read it?
Certainly I'm going to read it. And I'm going to enjoy it, too. Well, I am. Plato was one of the greatest thinkers that ever lived.
I know. We had him last semester.
Oh, you did?
He made up a stale thing called platonic love.
What's that?
Holding hands.
It had nothing to do with holding hands. It had nothing to do with physical love. Plato was a very great philosopher, above such things.
Some thinker.
Marjorie, I'm surprised at you. Leroy doesn't know any better, but you're in high school. Well, from now on, we're going to run this house differently.
How?
You'll see. I'll get back to your homework, Leroy. I want to read.
Okay. Gosh, it looks funny. Everybody sitting around with their nose in a book.
There's nothing funny about it. It's the way it should be. Let's see here. Special introduction. Guess I can skip that.
Leroy, can't you sit somewhere else?
For corn's sake, you need the whole sofa?
Now, children, can't we all be quiet and enjoy our reading?
Enjoy it. Exports and imports of Paraguay.
Very interesting subject. See that you learn it. See. Translator's introduction. Seems to be a lot of that, too. Say, if I skip all this, it won't be so bad. Here. The Republic, Book 1. Must be about page 50. Page 1. Page 1? What the... Oh, they use those darn little Roman numerals for all that introduction. Still 389 pages to go. Well, here goes.
How do you like it, Unky?
Oh, fine. Great stuff. Deep, though, deep. See, if a man love justice, he needs fear no attack from a dishonorable citizen, for the just man cares nothing for possessions, and the dishonorable man loves only wealth. Furthermore, if a man loves justice, the gods are on his side till eternity. Eternity is the companion virtue of truth, and truth is the opposite of dishonor. Thus the wisest man is the eternal man, and the eternal man is the philosopher. Judas. Say, maybe I could get a little help on this first part.
Where you going?
You keep right on with your work, my boy. I'm going out for a little advanced instruction.
From Miss Goodwin?
Yes. She promised to help me with Plato. I'll see you later.
Okay, but keep it platonic, Unky.
Dark. Where's that darn bell? Oh, well, it probably doesn't work anyway. You must be home. Light in there.
Hello there. I'm afraid you're early.
Early?
I haven't finished dressing yet. I'll unlock the door and you can come and wait in the parlor.
But Eve. What do I do now? Well, might as well go in, I guess. Oh, fire in the fireplace. Cozy for somebody.
What time is it?
About 7:30.
Throckmorton. Is that you?
Sure, it's me. Who'd you think it was?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was expecting someone else a little later.
Tell him not to come.
I can't possibly.
But, Eve, you said you'd help me with my studying.
Throckmorton, you're a child. Wait a minute, I'll be out.
Nuts. You mind if I take off my coat?
No, I suppose not.
Oh, thanks.
The Rachmaninoff Prelude. I didn't know you played that.
That's all I know.
Now, just what was it you wanted help with, Throckmorton?
Say, that's quite an outfit.
Oh, do you like it?
Well, I don't know. You didn't put it on for me.
Silly. What was it you wanted help with?
Plato, what do you think? That's deep stuff, Eve.
How much of it did you read?
How much?
Yes.
You mean how many pages?
Yes.
Well, I don't know exactly. That introduction is pretty long.
Oh, I'm glad you read that. It's an excellent explanation of the whole book.
It is? Well, I sort of skimmed it.
And then you started in at the beginning of book one?
Yes. I couldn't make head or tail of it, Eve. A lot of characters with long Greek names running around talking to each other. What's it all about?
Throckmorton, look me in the eye.
What for?
I want you to tell me the truth. Did you read one single page of the book?
Why, Eve, sure I...
Look me in the eye.
I think I read a page. What's so funny?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will help you, Throckmorton. But you've got to make a real effort to help yourself first. Now go back and try again. Read the introduction. Don't skim through it. Read it. And then read the first 20 pages.
20 pages? That's a lot. The introduction's long, too.
All right, 10 pages. Read the first 10 pages, and if you don't understand it, come over and we'll talk about it.
But if you could give me a little idea what it's about, Eve. I mean, right now, before I start.
I've got to go out, Throckmorton.
Who with?
I don't believe you know him. He's a teacher at the normal school.
Teacher? Going to some concert, I suppose.
No. As a matter of fact, we're going dancing.
Eve! Yes, I'm back. Nuts. Now what'll I do? Well, I suppose I can take another crack at Plato. Where's my book?
Right where you left it.
In your chair.
Oh, thank you. Well, stop staring at me. Go on with your work.
I finished it.
You finished what? Your geography?
Yeah.
What about your history?
I can do it tomorrow.
No, sir, none of that. You get that right now and get it done. When you're finished, I'll examine you.
Gosh.
Now. Where was I? Wonder who that guy is she's going out with. Oh, well. Here. Translator's introduction. The Republic of Plato is the longest of his works. They're telling me. Why the devil does he have to pick the longest one? Doorbell! Keep working, Leroy. I'll answer it.
But you're reading.
I will answer it.
It may be Francie. She told me she might drop over.
And she might drop right back where she came from. You don't wish to be disturbed this evening. Well, hello, Judge. Come right in. Glad to see you.
Well, I'm just passing by, Gildy. I saw the light in the parlor, but if you're busy...
Not at all, not at all. Here, let me have your coat.
Thanks, old man.
Come in, sit you doon a spell.
Good evening, Marjorie, Leroy.
Good evening, Judge.
Hi.
Doing a little homework, I see. Sure we won't disturb you?
No, Judge. They've learned to concentrate. Have a chair. Tell me what you've been doing.
Well, Ooh. Book.
Uh-huh.
Well, who's been reading Plato's Republic?
I was glancing through it. I like to read a little philosophy occasionally. And when you're in the mood for philosophy, you can't beat Plato.
You've been reading... Plato?
It's a lot of hot air, isn't it, Judge?
Well, I wouldn't go...
Don't tell me it's a lot of hot air. No practical value whatever. Why fill your head with a lot of theoretical stuff you're never going to use? Am I right, Horace? You bet I am. How about a game of checkers?
Suits me fine. Where's the checkerboard?
Here, underneath. Well, Leroy, what do you want?
Nothing. I'm just going to watch.
What about your history?
Oh, I've done enough.
You've done practically nothing. You get your nose in that history book and learn it. You understand?
But look, you said yourself. What's the use of filling your head with a lot of theoretical stuff you're never going to use?
Do your homework, you hear? I'll have no ignoramuses in this household. Which hand do you want, Judge?
This one.
I get to move first.
We'll be hearing from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Well, the frost is on the pumpkin and Thanksgiving's almost here. If you're planning a special salad for the big day, top it with real glamour, Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. Yes, this famous and superior mayonnaise is once again available and in reasonable quantity. Now that the supply of fine salad oil is more plentiful, Kraft is making a fair amount of Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise, and your dealer should have some soon, if not now. Yes, it's good news, for this is mayonnaise with a delicate flavor, a homemade goodness that only choice ingredients can give. Fine salad oil, selected eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices, and as a final touch of perfection, fresh lemon juice. Its texture, too, is something to be proud of. Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise is velvety smooth and creamy. So smooth you'll wonder how it was ever accomplished. Well, a special beater patented by Kraft is the answer. Yes, we're happy to tell you Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise is back.
All right, Leroy. Name the 13 colonies. You better have them perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah, perfect.
Gosh. Well, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maryland, Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey. That's 12. And Delaware.
Well, I'll be darned. Go to bed, you lucky boy. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as the girl who doesn't want to go to Memphis, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
It's one of the finest desserts you can imagine. Yes, rich, velvety smooth ice cream made with Frizz. That's F-R-I-Z-Z. Frizz is the new Kraft product women are raving about. It makes real, homemade ice cream that has plenty of milk and cream in it. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. Frizz is made by an exclusive process that retains the fresh cream flavor, gives you ice cream that freezes smoothly. Flavor variations from vanilla are easy. 6 generous servings from one package of Frizz.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen to it fizz. First aid for headache, Alka-Seltzer. First aid for acid indigestion, Alka-Seltzer. First aid for cold distress, Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer presents from New York the Quiz Kids versus 5 distinguished university professors.
Attention, quiz kids and professors, listen closely to today's first question. If the groundhog should see Lamont Cranston next Thursday, what would he do?
Yes, there's the first puzzler from the Alka-Seltzer question box. And do you folks at home know the answer? Well, you'll have time to give it a little thought while the youngsters and the professors here in school answer the roll call. And coming to you from New York City this afternoon, here are the quiz kids, their guests, and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Durward Kirby, and hello, everyone. Welcome to another competitive question session with the Quiz Kids. And I do mean competitive, for again this afternoon it's the Quiz Kids versus the professors. You know, friends, several weeks ago the Quiz Kids matched wits with 4 professors from the University of Michigan, and here in New York City this afternoon they're facing 5 professors from 4 different universities. And both teams are ready and eager to begin, so let's meet them and get started. So here we go with roll call. A Quiz Kid first, then a professor, and so on until we meet all 10 of you. All right, Joel?
I'm Joel Kupferman. I'm 13 years old, and by now I hope I'm a 2B at Roosevelt High School in Chicago.
Professor Kilcoyne.
I am a professor of English at Brooklyn College, and I'm old enough not to compete with these kids.
Naomi.
I'm Naomi Cooks. I'm 11 years old, and by now I'm in 8B at the Grover Cleveland School, Chicago.
Professor Smith?
I'm professor of philosophy at Benedictine College, Columbia University. And as for my age, since I didn't prepare a speech, I guess I'll have to fall back on the truth, 28.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Owen Common. I'm 12 years old, and I'm an 8A at the Fort Dearborn School in Chicago.
Dean Trincy?
Well, I go to school at Hunter College. Or that is, I try to take care of the girls who go to school at Hunter College uptown. As for my age, shall I say, I'm twice 21 and a little over almost the truth.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's dandy. Next we have Rochelle.
I'm Rochelle Liebling. I'm 10 years old in the 6th grade at the Gale School, Chicago, Illinois.
Professor Fairchild.
I am Professor Emeritus of Sociology at New York University, and as everybody knows, an emeritus is a college professor who's not afraid of losing his job because he has no job to lose.
Malcolm.
I'm Malcolm Mitchell. I'm 12 years old, and I'm in the 8B at Winthrop Junior High School, Brooklyn.
And Professor Freeman.
I'm a professor of English at Hunter College in New York, and a doctor, one of those doctors, as a friend of mine once said, who can't do nobody no good.
Well, friends, there's our lineup of experts, and here we go. Back to that first question, which was from Mrs. Raymond Alsop of Salinas, California. If the groundhog should see Lamont Cranston next Thursday, what would he do? Well, now let's see. We have 2 professors' hands up, 4 quiz kids' hands, and Patrick's hand was first.
Well, first I think I better explain. Lamont Cranston is the comic strip character known as the Shadow.
Yeah, right.
And next week is Groundhog Day, so he'll go back into his hole.
He
sees his
certainly
shadow.
was, yes, sirree, when he saw his shadow. Well, that's fine. Now then, Mrs. J.M. Smith of Kenmore, New York, has furnished us 3 or 4 names that are closely associated, but you are to supply the 4th. The first part consists of Jim Crowley, Elmer Layden, Harry Stuhldreher, and whom? Joel?
Well, those are the 4 horsemen, and the 4th is Don Miller.
Don Miller is right, absolutely, yes. See what we do this next one. Harpo, Groucho, Chico, and Professor Freeman. Oh, his hand comes back down. Professor Smith.
Zeppo, and there was a 5th, Gummo.
Get out. Well, how do you like that? Hey, 1 for good measure. Nice going, Professor Smith. I was just wondering when you folks were going to get in on this. Yeah. All right, here's the 3rd part. John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, Andrew Johnson, and who is the 4th president who was never elected to that office but merely served out an unexpired term? Pat?
Well, Theodore Roosevelt is the next one in line.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, well, that's,
All right, again, Pat?
the next one?
Well, yeah, And who is the 4th president who was never elected to that office but merely served out an unexpired term? Joel?
Chester Allen Arthur.
Chester Allen Arthur is correct. Nice going, Joel. That's fine. Yes, sirree. Then that means that your right answer gives Mrs. J.M. Smith of Kenmore, New York, a Zenith table model radio phonograph. And say, friends, you will want to try for one of these Zenith radio phonographs, too. It's a dandy. The record player has the famous Cobra tone arm with 3-way automatic record changer for all types of records, and the fine radio gives a deep, rich tone. Now, this Zenith radio phonograph is always Alka-Seltzer's award when the quiz kids answer your question correctly. But when they miss, listen to this, you have your choice between the Zenith Garfield television set and the large console Zenith radio phonograph combination. The Zenith television set has a new super range chassis to ensure the ultimate in performance, the sensational built-in picture magnet aerial, single knob automatic tuning, the big B-size giant circle screen, and the glare band black tube for clearer pictures. The large Zenith console radio phonograph is a wonderful combination. It plays all types of records and gives you AM and FM radio. So get busy, folks. Send those questions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. All right, here we go with more questions. Now, this question is from Alice Hanson of St. Paul, Minnesota. You are to try to identify these real or fictional people who met under unusual circumstances, and you must get 2 out of 3 on this. First, An English officer, while taking a sightseeing trip through India, trespassed in the garden of a Brahmin temple and met the priest's daughter. Malcolm?
I believe that was in Lockmead.
That's right. And what was
Gerald met Lockmead.
Gerald met Lockmead from the opera by that name. Nice going. Very good, Malcolm. Second part. The first time this next young man meets his girl is when she and her friends plan to go while waiting for her father, the Major General. How about that one? Rochelle?
I think that was in the Pirates of Penzance.
That's right. And can you give me the name?
Well, I think it was Edith, Mabel, and Isabella were waiting for the Major and General.
So, and who? All right, Joe?
Well, the boy's name was Frederick.
Frederick met Mabel. Yes, that's right. Pirates of Penzance. Now, in this last case, a young man paid $35 for a salesman's course, exhibited some paintings, and ended up with a wife. Now, there is a very difficult one. How about that? No hands from either board? No? Do we give up? Well, Mrs. Trinzy, that was your husband. Well, after all, don't you remember? Oh, dear, didn't we catch her off guard? But good. Well, I know you have a very busy mind, but well, would you mind telling us, Dean Trincy, just how did this all happen?
Well, I think he paid more for the course than that.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
How much more would you say?
Well, perhaps I never heard the whole story.
Well, I'll tell you what. We sort of took him over in a corner and asked him about these things, and he told us, and oh, dear. Well, all right, that was a lot of fun, and that's what we want to have once in a while. Now, that was a very interesting question, and so is this next one, but before we tackle it, let's hear about first aid and Alka-Seltzer.
First aid for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer. Friends, on those occasions when you eat too much or too fast, or when something you've eaten doesn't agree with you, the result is sometimes acid indigestion. And that's when you want fast, dependable relief. So be wise. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, drink a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer and see how quickly its soothing action can settle the upset stomach. How efficiently it acts to reduce gastric hyperacidity. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer. It leaves a clean, fresh taste in the mouth and a mighty welcome feeling in the stomach. We think you'll be amazed at Alka-Seltzer's fast, effective action against the distress of acid indigestion. So try it and see, won't you? Remember, when acid indigestion causes discomfort, first aid is Alka-Seltzer.
Yes, sir. Well, here's our next question, class. For Mrs. Ida Young of Detroit, Michigan, try to identify the following romantic ballads from hearing only a few snatches from each. Now, Arlo with the organ will play them for us. All right, Arlo, let's have number one. Professor Smith has his hand up.
How can I leave thee?
How can I leave thee? That's right. Professor Smith, could you sing just a little, a little sample?
Oh, yes. How can I leave thee? How can... I hope that gets us ahead. I think we probably need one.
Oh, well, it definitely does. Yes, sir. Crooner Smith. Oh, that was just fine. And here is number two. Patrick?
Well, that's He's Only a Bird in a Gilded Cage.
That's right, yes, And can anyone sing a little sample of that, Professor Fairchild?
Not that one.
Oh, can't you really?
No, give me another one, sir.
Oh, it's an old-timer.
I know.
No, you don't remember?
I'd hate to admit how old it is.
Oh! Well, Pat, how about you? Can you give us a little
I think
sample?
I can. He's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. You'd think she'd be happy and free from...
wonderful, Patty. Why, say, we just got singers all over the studio this afternoon. Yeah. Now, here's the last one. Professor Smith.
That Abdullah Bulbul Amir? But that's not the name, is that?
You sure? That's right. Yeah. Can you sing it?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Professor Fairchild.
Oh, the sons of the prophets were warlike and bold, and quite unacquainted with fear. But the bravest of all was a man, we are told, named Abdullah Bulbul Emir.
I must confess I've never heard such singing.
No, I'm sure.
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, please. Now, please don't. All right. Here we go to our next question. Just to see how well you keep up with the news, Mrs. Grace Hawkins of Miami, Florida, wants to ask what important happening last week will necessitate the rewriting of a great many science books in order to insert the number 97. Malcolm?
Well, I believe out in California they discovered what they think is an element, a new element.
Yes.
And they're at present undergoing the element supposedly is undergoing the test to determine whether it really is an element.
That's right. Absolutely. Yes, sir. And, by the way, the key man on this, insofar as the element is concerned, is our old friend, Dr. Seaborg. Yes, sir, from the University of Berkeley. Well, now let's see. Harry Collins of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, says he's a great believer in reading mystery stories for relaxation, and he would like to see if you contestants can identify 3 old favorites from the following quotations. You must try to get 2 out of 3. Here's the first one. The only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League and the copying of the encyclopedia must be to get this not overbright pawnbroker out of the way. Professor Smith?
That's Sherlock Holmes, Conan Doyle, the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League, that's right, Professor Smith, yes. Very good. All right, now we're not through yet. In what detective story would you find this? I'm not taking you up to Batty Thomas, Miss Hillary. She's an unlucky belle. Professor Smith.
That's Dorothy Sayers, the 9 Tailors.
Well, how do you like that? Well, now, twins, kids, you're going to have to watch these professors now. That's all there is to it. Here's the last one. The fog has swept in swiftly from the lake. Even against the fire, it seemed now to wrap the 2 men in a gray and clammy blanket. Pat?
I said that was the gold bug.
No. No, but I might say you're a little warm, Pat. Professor Smith?
Wilkie Collins, the Moonstone.
No. You give up? Well, let's see. This mystery was written by Professor Freeman on our board this evening. Professor Freeman, that's a rough. Don't you read what you write? That's from the mystery, The Case of the Blind Mouse. Do you remember now?
Still don't remember.
Oh, dear. Well, that was certainly fun. Mrs. Ruth Daves of Croton, New York, wants to try you on this one. If United States senators had characteristics that rhymed with their last names, who would these senators be? For instance, if a certain senator always held still, he would be... well, this is the example, but I have 2 hands up already. Pat?
Well, that'd be Lister Hill of Alabama.
Senator Lister Hill. That's the idea. Now then, here we go with a question. Try this. If one senator were a myth, the senator would be Professor Kilcoyne.
Smith?
That's right. We're from, by the way?
New Jersey?
New Jersey is right, Senator H. Alexander Smith, Republican from New Jersey. And... here's part 2. If a senator found reason to plead, he would be...
Reed?
Professor Kilcoyne.
Senator Reed?
But you must hold your hand up before you talk. He's slapping his wrist now.
I'm used to talking without permission.
Yeah. That's right, from Kansas, Senator Clyde M. Reed. Now, if this senator is careful when he drives... What did you say, Professor Kilcoyne, without your hand up? Oh, it was Professor Freeman. Meet me in the hall room after the cloakroom, yes. All right, Professor Fairchild.
Senator Hayes of New York.
That's right. Nice going. That's fine. Now then, we're going to have a few sound effects to help us with this question from Leo J. Burke of Harvey, North Dakota. You ought to keep in mind what the different days of the week were named for and tell what day is suggested by each of the following sounds. You must get 2 out of 3, and here is number 1. Naomi?
Well, that was thunder, and that would be the god of thunder, Thor, and the day of the week that's named after him is Thursday.
No, now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. We're just a little bit off the beam. Let's have the sound once more, please, just like... Malcolm.
Well, that sounds like war, and the god of war was Mars, so it might be Tuesday.
No, Pat.
Well, it was Tuesday because the god of war was 2.
No, wait a minute, Professor Smith.
It's a Wednesday for Wotan's Day, God of War.
Wotan, God of War. That's right, Professor Smith. That's correct. Well, let's see what we can do with number 2. Professor Smith's hand went up so fast he's standing up. All right, Professor Smith.
We can clean up on this one. It was Friday cleaning day.
Why do you say Friday, though?
Vacuum cleaner.
All right, but you have to give me more.
Cleaner.
You have to give me more. Friday was named for whom?
Oh.
Naomi.
Well, that would be Freya.
Well, no. Joe?
Freya, the goddess of the home.
No, you're wrong. Naomi was closer. It's,
Fricka?
Frigga. That's right. Absolutely right. All right. Here's number 3. All right, Professor Fairchild.
That's Thursday from Thor.
That's right, because it was thunder. Absolutely right. It's nice going. That was a lot of fun. That was a good question. Now then, you are all allowed to use puns in answering this question from Beatrice Wilson of Washington, D.C. Describe a woman by using terms associated with any collegiate sport. For instance, you could say, always the center of attraction. You get the idea? All right, collegiate sports now. Describe a woman. Professor Kilcoyne?
He's a regular catcher.
What is that?
Catcher.
Well, all right. Okay, you really had to stoop for that one, though, didn't you? Yeah. And let's see.
That's rather base.
She's always on the ball.
Always on the ball.
Okay, and she's swimming in dresses.
Swimming in
That's what I
dresses?
like to be.
Fine. Malcolm?
Well, you could use a term in baseball, a curveball. She got beautiful curves.
Oh, yes, we could. That's right. And Joel?
Well, you could say she was forward or a far throw from this.
A far throw from this. Well, those were all very, very good. Now then, we'll get going on this next question, students, as soon as we hear from Durward Kirby. So let's have that good advice, Durward.
Right, Joe. Friends, remember, first aid for headache, Alka-Seltzer. Yes, when a headache is making you feel miserable, the first thing to do is to drop 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets into a glass of water, watch it bubble up and dissolve, then drink it. And just see how soon the pain of your headache is relieved. Now, there's a reason why Alka-Seltzer is so fast and effective, and that reason is this. Alka-Seltzer is already dissolved when you drink it, and because it is, its pain-relieving agent, sodium acetylsalicylate, is ready to go right to work. And Alka-Seltzer's effervescent base, that Alka-Seltzer Fizz, speeds this pain-relieving action on its way. So remember, when you have a headache, when you want fast, dependable relief from that pain, first aid is Alka-Seltzer. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in either the 30 or 60-cent package. Never be without it in your home.
Yes, you bet, friends. That is good advice. And here's some more good advice. Be sure and give to the March of Dimes, won't you? Now, here's a tricky little question from Francis Holmes of San Francisco, California. A lot of us may remember that Richard Wagner wrote the operas in the Ring of the Nibelungs. But who wrote the words to all those operas? Rochelle?
Well, that was Richard Wagner.
That's right, he wrote them
Not the
himself.
words and the music.
That's
And all his
right.
operas, too.
Well, certainly, that's right. That's the answer. Here's one from Miss Lee Lessing of Fayette, Mississippi. The clock on the church tower takes the same time to make 3 strokes as the town hall clock takes to make 2 strokes. Now, as I came home, they began to strike the hour at the same instant. The church clock finished striking completely finished rather, while the town clock had 2 more strokes to go. Now, what time was it? Joel.
Well, let's see. I think if you let X equal the hour, then you could have 3 halves. Well, you have to discount the first strike, as it's only the pauses that are really count. So listen. Oh, you'd have twice as much of that, because actually the first one counted, you've had 3 in a row and 2, then there'd be 1 against the last 2. So you'd have twice times X minus 1, or minus the 2, or that's X minus 3. Twice times, in parentheses, X minus 3 would be equal to X minus 1. So you'd have 2X minus 6 equal X minus 1. So that'd be the X equals 5, so it'd be 5 o'clock.
That's right, absolutely, Joel. Good boy. That's it. And as I said, as I came home, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, not the morning. Now here's a quickie from John Messer of Danbury, Connecticut. What war, might you say, began with 3 apples and ended with 1 horse? Professor Trinzy.
The Trojan War.
The Trojan War, that's very good. The next one is from Phyllis Colbert of Chicago, Illinois. Name 2 baseball players who had the same last names as 2 United States presidents. 2 baseball players who had the same last names as 2 United States presidents. Joel?
Well, there's a player out on the Pacific Coast, I think he won the batting championship there, that has the last name Wilson.
Wilson?
And there was President Wilson.
That's right. Can't you think of another Wilson, very famous Wilson of bygone days, Joel? Hack Wilson, that's right. All right, how about the other one now? Can we think of another one? Professor Freeman.
What about Walter Johnson?
And the president's name?
The president's name was also
Well, I was just double checking. I thought I might possibly catch you off base on that. But I didn't. Yes, sir. Mr. H.G. Hofcroft of Seattle, Washington asked this question. If you climb these biblical mountains, what important event that once took place there might you reconstruct in your imagination? And first is Mount Sinai. Pat.
Well, Moses got the 10 Commandments there.
That's right, Patty, that's right. How about Mount Ararat? All right, Professor Smith.
The Ark rested on Mount Ararat.
That's right. And how about the Mount of Olives? The Mount of Olives, Pat?
Well, that's when Jesus went to pray for the last time. That's
That's right. That's correct, Patty. Yes. This question is from Catherine Hudson of New York City. When most good ball players walk out on the field, you hear a lot of O's and R's and gollies and G's from their fans. But what player gets 100 G's for walking out on the field? Professor Fairchild. DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio. $100,000. And then you'll need plenty of imagination for this question from Mrs. R. Hogan of River Forest, Illinois. If you were buying a garment of clothing for the following people and chose garments that were appropriate according to the name of each person, let's see what you could purchase. For instance, you might buy a racketeer a slicker. You get the idea? All right. Now here's the question. What might you buy a girl paratrooper? A garment of clothing. Professor Freeman.
Jumpers.
A jumper, yes. And what might you buy for a painter? Real quick. A painter. Remember, a garment of clothing. Joel.
Well, something that I just brushed by.
Well, yes, but what else now? What do they put on a house first? Naomi.
A coat.
A coat, that's it. Good girl, yes. Well, say, that old school bell means our question session is over, class. The next puzzler's for the judges. Which team won? The professors or the quiz kids? We'll have the answer for you in just a minute, but first here's an important message for our listeners.
Don't take chances. Are you giving your family the protection of one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsules for these winter months? You buy winter coats and warm clothing as insurance against winter's colds and snows. But by all means, remember your wintertime vitamin insurance, too. Make mealtime your vitamin time. Put that one-a-day brand multiple vitamin bottle on the table and make sure everyone in your family takes one-a-day brand multiple vitamins. 60 capsules, 2 months supply, only $2. Ask your druggist for one-a-day brand multiple vitamin capsules.
All right, well, here's the answer. The judges report that as a class, you didn't miss any questions this afternoon. The score for our team of professors is 88, and the quiz kids, 92. Well, congratulations, quiz kids. And congratulations to you professors, too. You really put up a good fight. Yes, it's been another great session in radio's famous Classroom of the Air. It was a privilege to have you professors with us this afternoon, and we want to thank you for participating so splendidly. And for each of you professors, we have a Zenith table model combination radio phonograph, and we hope you like it. Now, next Sunday, we'll be back home in our Chicago classroom with quiz kids Ruthie Duskin, Rennie Templeton, Lonnie Lundy, Harvey Deitch, and Patrick Conlon. We hope to mark all you listeners present in school, too, so plan to be with us, won't you? That's next Sunday, same time, same station. And until then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing class. Goodbye, kids. Goodbye, Goodbye Professor.
Don't forget to do your share for the March of Dimes, and do it today. Listen to the Quiz Kids every week and see and hear Alka-Seltzer's Quiz Kids television show over NBC every Friday night. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is Durward Kirby speaking.
Roma Wines presents
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a distinguished all-feminine cast of stars headed by Margot, Miss Elsa Lanchester, and Miss Janet Beecher. The suspense play which stars these ladies, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Finishing School. Despite the absence of male participants in Ethel Lena White's story, we can promise you there is nothing dainty about the proceedings. And so, with Finishing School, and with the performances, in the order of their appearance, of Margot as Caroline Watts, of Janet Beecher as Melody, and of Elsa Lanchester as Dean Sterling, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
I can see them so vividly now, just as I saw them the very first time. Those high stone ivy-draped walls of Miss Nash's School for Girls. And the first person who greeted me, that amiable soul, Miss Melody. I can see her, too. It was she, in fact, who showed me into my new room and who stood there watching me a moment, smiling.
This is your first teaching job, isn't it?
How did you know?
Well, if you've been around nothing but teachers for 30 years, you'd know, too. Let me guess now. Your subject is either French or... No, it's sport.
On the nose. What's your subject, Miss Melody?
Mine?
Come in.
Caroline Watts?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sterling, the dean.
Welcome to the Nash School.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Sterling? I've been looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you. I wanted you to know about the general faculty meeting in my office at 3 this afternoon. I'll see you then.
At 3 o'clock?
Oh,
Yes.
Melody?
Yes,
Sterling. Miss Nash is a little concerned about the new students. You might just check up on supplies for the 3rd floor. It's already taken care of. Oh, very well. I should answer your question, Miss Watts. You see, my subject is housekeeping.
Oh, I didn't know. I just supposed that you were one of the teachers.
I was, up until a year ago, when Miss Penelope passed away.
Oh, yes, that was Miss Nash's sister.
No changes like that are inevitable, I suppose. As inevitable as, well, that ugly rumor.
Ugly rumor?
About Miss Penelope's death.
But I hadn't heard any rumor or anything about her death.
Oh, then I'm sorry, Miss Watts. I assumed you were that familiar with the school.
What was the rumor, Miss Melody?
Oh, it was nothing really, not even worth repeating. But I imagine
Wait, Miss Melody. Look, I'll hear about it sooner or later.
Well, it was just a silly, stupid tale. But somehow it got around that Miss Nash's sister had been frightened to death.
This, then, was Caroline Watt's introduction to the Nash Institution, a place which future events proved to be, with a vengeance, a finishing school. Thus, the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense. The narrative will be resumed in a moment. But first, let's take a little journey.
We'll journey to a capital in Latin America. Here at a gay legation party on a lantern-hung terrace beside a garden pool. Listen.
Everything is perfect at your wonderful party, including this exquisite wine. It is a wine that helps to bring back pleasant memories.
I, of course, agree. It helps good friends such as us to appreciate good food, too. And this sherry has come far to add enjoyment to our legation party. It is of the famous vineyards of California in the faraway United States. See? It is the celebrated Roma wine.
Yes, Roma wines are prized in other countries for the great enjoyment their superb quality affords. They are esteemed as something rare, a luxury. But you in America may enjoy Roma fine wines in all the variety of types as an inexpensive everyday delight. So trifling in cost are these fine Roma wines here in America that you can be a most generous host, offering to each of your guests his or her favorite. A delicious, tangy California sherry, a fine California claret or burgundy, or a heavier, sweeter California port. You'll be delighted to learn from your dealer at what small cost you can get an assortment of several types, permitting you now to boast of your private wine cellar. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, America's largest selling wine. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher in Finishing School, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Frightened to death. Miss Nash's sister. Well, if I had known then what I know now, I would have been able to judge with real accuracy the importance of Miss Melody's remark. But the excitement of my first classes left little room for other thoughts. A week or so later, out on the athletic field, one of my students, Flora Nash, the niece of the owner, became quite ill. I sent her to the infirmary, but within 10 minutes she had returned. Miss Sterling, she said, had ordered her back. I was furious, and, well, I told her I was going to have it out with that woman.
Miss Watts, wait. I know it isn't my place to say this, but please, for your own sake, don't antagonize Sterling.
Oh, now, really?
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. Listen, you know Miss Melody, don't you?
Of course.
Miss Watts, she practically started this school with my two aunts. When Miss Penelope died, everybody thought she'd move up to take her place. But she didn't. Somehow or other, Sterling saw to it she was left with the job of housekeeper. Miss Watts, don't have any trouble with that woman. Please.
Oh, all right, Flora. I'll go see Miss Nash.
Oh, no.
Why, Flora, Miss Nash is your own aunt.
But Sterling would find out. Please, you mustn't.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in all my life. Hurry straight to bed. I went to the top floor of my building and entered the small waiting room of Miss Nash's quarters. It was empty, but just opposite was the door to the private apartment, almost halfway open, and I walked over to it, ready to announce myself. Then I stopped, dead still.
Penelope.
For it was then that I heard...
Are you there, Miss
Sterling's
Penelope?
voice.
We're almost in touch. Yes, I hear her now. Very faint, but nearer. Nearer.
It was an incredible sight.
Penelope.
Seated at a table wholly unlike the elderly but austere white-haired lady I'd seen before was Miss Nash. Her eyes were closed, and swaying gently, she seemed utterly transfixed as she listened to Dean Sterling's low murmur.
We're here, Miss Penelope. We're waiting. Yes. Speak to her, Miss Nash. Speak to her now.
Oh, all right. Can you hear us, Penelope? Miss Sterling says you have predicted some tragic accident for another of our loved ones.
And then Sterling turned toward me.
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. I wanted to speak
This
with
is not
Miss
the
Nash.
time or the place for that.
What is it? Miss what?
Miss Nash, it's about your niece.
I'm familiar with this matter about Flora, Miss Nash, and at the moment I don't want you to be disturbed by anything so trivial.
Trivial? But well,
I don't
what's
see how you
happened to
can call
Flora?
it trivial, Miss Sterling. Flora was ill today. Why did you send her back to the field?
Because she was no more ill than you are. She was simply up to her old trick, playing on the sympathy of a new teacher. Come, we'll talk about this outside.
No, Miss Nash, your niece really...
Miss Sterling. She'll handle it. Miss Sterling knows best.
Yes, Miss Nash. Good night.
Good night.
If you'll just step out here. Now.
Miss Sterling, you evidently don't realize that Flora Nash suffers from a slight heart condition. It's entered on her card.
I'm sure it is, because I entered it. I'm a fairly competent judge of her state of health, Miss Watts, for the simple reason that I happen to be a registered nurse. Can you say the same?
Well, no,
After this, please be assured that I don't make a practice of deliberately murdering my students, especially the niece of my employer.
I'm very sorry, Miss Sterling.
Very well, Miss Watts. That will be all.
But it wasn't all. I was bewildered, even alarmed, I suppose, at the recollection of that voice calling out, Miss Penelope. And I went to the one person that I felt must be told. For quite a while, the housekeeper said nothing, then she motioned me to a chair.
You might as well know this, Miss Watts. Sterling, you see, has deluded Miss Nash into believing she can actually hear Miss Nash's sister. She then reports, relays, messages, which are supposed to come from Miss Penelope.
But, Melody, I'm afraid I don't understand.
My dear, these messages direct Miss Nash to delegate more and more power to Sterling. That's her grip on Miss Nash. That's the instrument she's using to get the whole school away from her.
I can't understand. Miss Melody, how could she ever delude Miss Nash that way? The head of a school and intelligent...
Also an old, grief-stricken woman, Miss Watts. More important, she's a woman who's been thoroughly sold on Sterling's clairvoyant power. You see, Sterling's made quite a number of predictions, and always they've come true.
They've come true?
Because she makes them come true. Miss Watts, there's a reason why I've told you this. I have the feeling that rather soon there'll be another prediction, and somehow, some way, it mustn't be allowed to come true. I want your help.
Miss Melody, what could we do? Yes?
Sterling.
What? I'm perfectly aware that you regard me as a very ominous creature, a sort of Lady Macbeth. No doubt your special charge, Flora Nash, shares the same view. So, bring her along when you come to my cottage tonight.
Your cottage?
Yes, there'll be some other girls. I'm having a little party.
Well, I hadn't...
What's the matter? Don't you want to?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do, Miss Sterling. I'd love to come, thank you.
Good. And you can come too, Melody. 8 o'clock sharp.
We were prompt, Flora and I, and the sharp tenseness and alertness we carried with us into that cottage vanished almost at once. To my surprise, I discovered that when Sterling chose to be, she was one of the most compellingly charming women in the world. And that night, she chose to be.
Flora, since you're the one student in the whole pack of teachers, we'll make you the guest of honor. Now, what would you like to do?
Gee, I don't know, Miss Sterling. Anything, I guess. Have you any ideas, Miss Watt?
Well, we can always play cards.
That, of course, is exactly why we shouldn't.
Sterling, I've got it.
What?
Remember last spring, that seance you gave us?
Oh, no.
Oh, swell.
No, I don't think so, Helen. In the first place, I haven't picked up a single new trick.
Oh, that's all right. It'll all be new to Watts and Flora. Come on, give them a chance to see you demonstrate your real powers.
Yeah. All right, then.
Oh, no, I'd rather not.
Flora, you're not scared, are you?
A little, maybe.
Well, don't be. It's all in fun, like watching card tricks. Need any help in here?
Oh, thank you. Yes, we'll use this large table.
Come on, Flora, you stick with me.
All right, Miss Watts.
So presently, in a room quite dark, we ranged ourselves about a large bare table, at the very head of which sat the dean. And then, for several long moments, there was quiet, broken at last
Yes.
by the low drone of Sterling's voice.
Yes. I hear you. Yes. Yes. But you must announce your presence. Let us know you're here. Speak louder. Louder. Your name is Coleman.
Miss Watts.
Coleman Nash.
That's my great uncle.
And you're trying to warn? To warn?
She's faded. Turn on the lights quickly. It's her heart. Get the doctor quick.
Call him somebody. The phone's in the bedroom. And Helen.
Yes?
I'll want some digitalis. You'll find it in the medicine chest in the infirmary. Here are the keys and hurry. I'll be
Hurry
back,
back, Sterling.
Here, Watts. Here, let's pick her up. We'll put her on the sofa. That's it. Must have been frightened.
Yes. Frightened nearly to death. There. Miss Sterling, you did this deliberately.
Deliberately?
You knew that girl's heart condition.
Why, Watts, you can't anticipate a thing like that. I was simply going to tease her, warn her not to fake any more illnesses.
Yes, well, you see how she's faking this one. You planned this, Miss Sterling. The party, having her here, finding out her uncle's name.
I happen to know her uncle's name. It was a joke, a game. Everybody knows that.
A game?
She's coming to.
You tell these women it was a game, but will you tell that to Miss Nash?
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, she does. You'll show Miss Nash the proof of another successful prediction.
Melody.
You'll have her completely at your mercy. Flora's the only remaining heir to the school. The only person who stands in your way.
Caroline, don't leave.
Oh, it's all right, Flora. I'm only going to get my coat. We'll be right back. Please, don't worry about a thing. Come along, Miss Melody. It was 5 minutes later that Melody and I crossed the campus to Sterling's cottage and found it empty. We learned that the doctor had arrived, had prescribed for Flora, and ordered her to the infirmary. Sterling alone was left in charge of the girl. That's where Melody and I found her, directly before Flora's room at the infirmary. We wasted no time. Literally, we pushed her aside and hurried into Flora.
Can't you see she's asleep? The doctor gave her something to make her sleep.
Is that what this is?
What?
This bottle on the nightstand.
You can see from the label what it is. Digitalis.
A heart stimulant, Miss Melody.
And not, oddly enough, a deadly poison. The doctor left it here, and it's been given to Flora every 2 hours. Now, will you please be good enough to leave?
Yes, I'll leave, but I shan't go far. I expect to stay very close to this girl until she's safely under someone else's care.
You're completely mad, aren't you?
That's an odd remark, Sterling, coming from you.
We maintained stationed a watching post not far from the room. And from there, first Melody, then I made regular trips to the bedside. Flora was better, there was no doubt of that. And so at last I dropped off to sleep. A sleep that lasted for an hour or more. For dawn was filtering into the long infirmary corridor when I awoke. Suddenly, Melody was shaking me.
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
She's dead. Flora's dead.
Oh, Sterling, just tell us what happened. It was only a few minutes ago. It was time for her medicine, and I went over to wake her up for it. Her heart, it had just stopped beating.
The medicine? The digitalis, you mean?
That's right, Melody.
Where is it?
What?
Where is it? Where's the bottle of medicine?
Why, it's...
It used to be on that nightstand there. But it isn't now. Where is it, Sterling? What have you done with it?
I don't know. Let's see. Under the bed. It might have rolled under...
But it didn't. Nor under the chest of drawers either.
Perhaps we should look out of the window. Maybe Sterling decided not to give her any medicine at all.
Miss Melody, this medicine chest, it's locked.
Locked?
Yes, do you happen to know where the key is?
One of our housekeeper's major duties. See if this will work, Caroline. Being keeper of the keys.
It works. Melody! Miss Nash, look!
What is it?
It's Sterling's bottle of medicine. Unopened.
Unopened and unused. I was right, Sterling. You just sat there and watched her die.
That's not true. Helen, you saw me give Flora some medicine early tonight, right after the doctor left. Helen, you remember that, don't you?
Well, it looked like a different bottle, Sterling. A different bottle, yes. And I can guess what was in it. A sleeping draught. That's what you gave us, Sterling. You knew that even a slight overdose would stop a weakened heart.
All right, Sterling. We found one bottle. The one that would have saved Flora's life. Where's the one that took it?
You should know that, Melody.
What?
You should know where that bottle is because you took it out of this room just a little while ago when I was calling Miss Nash.
You are insane.
What's more, you brought it into this room tonight in one of your countless visits. You brought in a bottle of heavy sleeping draught and exchanged it for digitalis. You were hoping I couldn't tell the difference and that I'd give that to Flora instead of the heart stimulant. And that's what I did.
You did it all right, but without any help.
Sterling, just how, for example, could I produce a bottle of sleeping draught so exactly like the digitalis that you couldn't tell the difference?
You had a whole medicine chest to work with. That's how you did it, and that's how I knew you did it. Helen?
Yes, Sterling. I know what you're thinking. It just came to me.
Go on.
When we were at the cottage, when you sent me over here for the bottle of digitalis.
That's it.
And there wasn't any. There wasn't any in that chest.
Of course not. Sterling didn't put it there until tonight.
Well, that's not the point, Melody. She couldn't have put it there at all because she had no way to get into the chest. You see, when Sterling sent me over here, she gave me her keys.
Well,
I forgot to give them back to her. Here they are. I still have them.
In other words, Melody, you were the only one who could have put the digitalis bottle there in the chest. It's very true what you said before. One of a housekeeper's major duties is being keeper of the keys.
Miss Melody, that isn't true, is it? Miss Melody, it isn't true.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. Don't listen to them, Caroline.
No, Caroline, don't listen to us. Listen to Melody. Let her keep drugging you with lies until you see everything she wants you to see and hear everything she wants you to hear. That's what she did to Flora, you know. She flooded that poor girl's imagination with absolute terror. And then she killed her.
I didn't kill her. Why should I? Why would I want to?
Why? So you could get Flora out of your way. So you could accuse me of killing her and get me out of your way, too. So you could have a clear path to Miss Nash. Well, Melody, your plan backfired.
But you're not getting me out of the school.
Helen, Watts, go phone the police.
I'll never leave. Do you hear that? I'll never leave. Never.
Oh, yes, you will, Melody. Yes, you will.
And Sterling was right, too. For within the month, Melody was an inmate of a quite different kind of institution than the Nash School. Life settled down then into a state of normalcy that lasted through the rest of the year. Lasted, in fact, up to just 4 hours ago, when I was crossing the grounds toward the main gate. All of the teachers had gone into town, and I was on my way to join them, when I saw it there on the grass. A tiny object, glistening dully in the late afternoon sun. What made me pick it up, I don't know. But when I did, it was as though a rocket exploded in my brain. It was a small empty bottle, and its label bore the slightly faded letters of the word digitalis. Then in the next instant...
Find something?
Sterling! Yes, I have found something, Sterling. This bottle labeled digitalis. You know, I bet anything in the world a good chemist can find traces of a sleeping drug in it.
You mean? Then you found it. Melody's bottle.
Melody's bottle? My guess is that Melody's bottle, as you put it, never will be found because it never existed except in your mind.
What?
I picked this bottle up right here, Sterling, right where I'm standing, just 3 feet from the trash bin behind your cottage.
That was careless of me, wasn't it?
You used this bottle. You used it to get Flora Nash out of your way, to kill her and make good on your warning.
You're taking it to the police, I suppose?
I want to see if they can find your fingerprints on it, Sterling. Yes, I'm going to take it to the police as fast as I can get there.
Certainly, Watts. And the best of luck.
She went on inside her cottage, and I struck out across the grounds for the main gate and the road into town. I reached the gate just in time to hear the school caretaker clang it shut. Miss Sterling, he explained, had just telephoned the order. An early closing hour. I remembered the service driveway then, the other passageway through those high stone walls which encompassed the grounds, and I found that it, too, was locked. I was a prisoner. And then, it was right then that the solution came to me. I should have thought of it before. Miss Nash herself was in those grounds, right on the top floor of my own building. I would take the bottle to her. I would show her the proof. I flew up the stairs, down the corridor, entered her small waiting room, and then stopped. Just beyond me, through the open doorway of the darkened suite, was Sterling and Miss Nash.
Another tragedy before this school year ends. That's the warning I hear.
A warning? From Flora, did you say? From my niece?
From your niece.
Oh.
She says there will be more tragedy.
Oh, no.
Before this school year ends. Tragedy.
Oh.
For one more woman here.
My strength left me completely then. I don't know whether I fainted or not, or how I got back to my room. But I'm here in it now. And it is just 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes before this school year ends. My door is locked. She has locked it from the outside. But now that door is going to open. And she's coming in.
What?
What are you going to do with it?
This revolver. I'm going to use it to fulfill a prediction.
Oh, please, don't, please.
Laura made a prediction to Miss Nash tonight. No. Laura made it through me. No. Do you understand that? Laura made it. I heard her. I really heard her saying that there would be one more death before the school year ends.
Please!
And that prediction is going to come true. Now!
Hello, the police station. You'd better send someone over to the Nash School right away. There's been somebody's shot herself dead. And please tell Miss Melody Miss Melody that she'll be out soon. Tell her that Lady Macbeth is gone.
And so closes Finishing School, starring Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we tell you about our star and story for next week, a word about an American anniversary of 173 years this week. Still standing in California is a little winery founded in 1771. Settlers from foreign countries discovered early that California vineyards were among the world's finest. That in the rare combination of climate and soil which produces perfect wine grapes, California surpasses some of the most famous Old World vineyards. Take Roma California Sherry or Port. They are magnificent wines, truly delightful. Yet, like all Roma wines, priced astonishingly low, because you pay no duty, no costly shipping charges. Toast the new year with Roma wines, America's largest selling wines. And let us hope that next New Year's we'll all be together, our sons and daughters, our husbands and fathers, in a world at peace. We help make this more certain with the war bonds and stamps we buy. So for 1944, increase your purchases of United States war bonds. Good luck and health to you one and all from the makers of Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Next week, Roma Wines take great pleasure in bringing to you, in his first radio appearance of the year, Mr. Alan Ladd. Mr. Ladd will be heard in a swift-moving action drama played against the colorful background of the Midway in an amusement park and called The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Alan Ladd in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, I want to remind you that these are challenging days for every one of us. It's our duty to produce more to help meet our country's increasing needs. And that takes plenty of good food, as you wise homemakers know. Wholesome, nutritious food that provides the energy and nourishment your hard-working, hard-playing family needs. That's why you should know about Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Parquet Margarine is a delicious food that's packed full of wholesome nourishment. It's one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. And important to you housewives who know how essential vitamins are, every pound of Parquet Margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it a reliable year-round source for your whole family. What's more, Parquet is the margarine with the delicious flavor, whether you use it at the table for baking or for pan frying. So why not give your family the benefit of this grand-tasting, nourishing food? Tomorrow, ask your dealer for a pound or two of economical Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Come on, wake up, Judge Hooker. Pay attention to your checkers. It's your move.
I know it, Gildersleeve. I was merely studying the board.
What, with your eyes closed? Let's speed this up. We haven't got all night here.
All right. There, and there. Now crown me.
I'd love to, but I haven't got anything to do it with. Hooker, I don't see how you keep beating me, honestly. In fact, I don't think you do, honestly.
Gildersleeve, you're a pushover. You couldn't win a game from a backward baboon with a dozen checkers up your sleeve.
I could, too. I wouldn't need a dozen checkers. I'll show you, Hooker. Set 'em up again and pull in your belt. Because this time I'm going to beat the hell out of Leroy. How are you tonight?
Hi, Uncle Mort. Hello, Judge Hooker.
Leroy?
Say, Unc, can I...
Can you what, Leroy?
Well, I hate to keep pestering you about it, but can I see the circus tomorrow afternoon?
Not unless they happen to pitch the tent in the front yard of the Peter B. Flugelhammer Junior High School.
Is that where you go, Leroy?
Yeah, Flugie Junior High.
Say, I grew up with Peter B. Flugelhammer Sr. That's who the junior high school was named after.
Well, I thought the school was named after Peter B. Flugelhammer Jr.
No, Junior was the son of Senior, after whom the junior high school was named. Poor Junior. He never could finish senior high.
Yo.
But, gee, Uncle Mort, could you call up school and ask if I could skip tomorrow?
I did, Leroy. I even went so far as to predict that you wouldn't be feeling very well tomorrow.
What did they say?
They told me that an excuse for illness while the circus is in town must be accompanied by a note from your doctor.
Shucks, that's a heck of a note.
Yes. Well, there's no use grousing, young man. Remember, school must come first. Now, sit down and get started with your homework.
Yes, Leroy, your homework, that's the thing that's going to count in later life, not going to the circus.
I don't think so, Judge. Because in my later life, I expect to be a lion tamer.
Oh?
You don't need any education for that. All you need is a kitchen chair and the right kind of breakfast food.
Well, yes. This lion taming is new, though. Last week you were going to become a pitcher with the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh, that was last week.
Oh.
Gee, I wouldn't mind missing the circus so much, Uncle Mort, but I hate to see those passes go to waste.
Oh, did you get passes, Gildersleeve?
Did I get passes? Yes, sir. I've got certain connections.
Yeah, Uncle Mort gets the right number of beans in that jar in the drugstore window.
Yes, I connected that time.
Gee, Uncle Mort, are you sure you can't take me?
I'm sorry, Leroy, but you'd better make up your mind to skip the circus.
Oh, gee, a guy can't get any fun out of life.
You know, Gildersleeve, sometimes I think our school system has become too scientific, too streamlined.
You're right, Judge. These days, everything is streamlined. Except me.
Yes. Things were a lot different in the days when I went to school.
What a memory.
I sat next to Petey Flugelhammer.
Huh?
That was long before he was elected lieutenant governor and then named the school after himself.
Oh.
We had none of this modern stuff like getting a doctor's prescription to go to the circus.
Yes, it was the same in my school days, too, Judge. Of course, I'm not as old as you are.
What do you mean, Gildersleeve? You were shaving when I was a little shaver.
I was not.
You were, too.
All right. I was always taught not to contradict my elders. Come to think of it, Judge, we kids used to have a lot more fun than modern children have. I can still remember some of the tricks we pulled at school.
So do I. Shenanigans, they were called.
Yes. I'll never forget the time I dropped a paper bag full of water on the Spanish teacher. Only it turned out to be the new athletic coach. And when he caught me, boy, was he athletic.
That's nothing. I once sneaked up behind Miss Pettibone's desk and tacked her dress to the floor. Kids don't do a thing like that these days.
Yeah, kids can't do a thing like that these days. Say, Judge, did you ever put eggs in the principal's umbrella?
No, did you?
Uh-huh. I had my own hen, and I saved eggs for a rainy day. I can still see him lifting that umbrella over his head.
Well, I put alum in the water pitcher at our graduation exercises.
Oh, that's a peachy stunt. What happened?
I didn't graduate.
Ah, yes, youth. Sometimes I wish I were a kid again, just so I could pull a few more of those cute little innocent juvenile pranks.
Well, they're a thing of the past.
Yeah.
I never hear of kids doing those things these days. Not enough imagination, I guess.
That's right. You know, I remember when a dog and pony show came to our town, and all us kids made up our minds to go. You know how we got the afternoon off?
No, how?
Well, I climbed up on the schoolhouse roof and stuffed my coat into the chimney. Boy, I wish you could have seen that smoke pour in and those kids pour out.
Gildy, I'll bet you were card.
Oh, that wasn't anything. Did I ever tell you about the time we smuggled the horse up in the bell tower at college?
Gee, no, Uncle Mort. Tell us about it.
Well, I borrowed this. Leroy, I didn't know that you were still here.
Sure, you told me to do my homework. Say, did you ever do any homework, Uncle Mort?
Stacks of it.
Gee, when did you find the time? Didn't it interfere with your jokes?
Now see what you've done, Gildersleeve, giving the boy a wrong impression of our childhood.
Me? You started it, tacking teachers' skirts to the floor. And you, a Superior Court judge. Aren't you ashamed?
Well, how about you, egging the principal on and trying to brain everybody with bags of water?
What do you mean, everybody? Just our Spanish teacher, Miss Olafson, that's all. Now, Leroy, don't get us wrong. Judge Hooker and I were merely reminiscing about an era that doesn't exist anymore.
I'll say it doesn't. You couldn't get away with those corny gags today.
Those gags weren't corny, Leroy. They were mighty clever. Huh? Oh, yes. They were terrible. The big kids made me do them. I'm ashamed of myself. Aren't you, Judge Hooker?
Yes. I was a bad boy.
You see, Leroy?
Gee, you two treat me as if I was 12 years old.
You are 12 years old, Leroy.
Sure, I know it, but I don't like to be treated that way.
You'll have to hurry, Marjorie, if you're going to the circus with me.
I'm almost ready. What's the rush, Uncle Mort?
Well, I'd like to get there on time for once. No matter when I start, it seems I always arrive in time to get caught in the opening procession. One year, a hippopotamus chased me around the ring twice. I never did find my seat.
It's too bad Leroy couldn't get off from school to come with us.
Yes, the poor boy. Well, we'll bring him back a red balloon and a little whip with a tassel.
Hey, anybody home? Hi.
Leroy!
Gee, I'm glad I caught you before you left for the circus.
Well, Leroy, what are you doing home at this hour?
School was dismissed just now. Come on, let's go to the circus.
By the way, Leroy, why were classes dismissed?
Well, you might call it an accident.
Accident? What was the accident?
Oh, nothing serious.
Then what was it?
Oh, it seems they had to get all the students out quick on account of all the rooms had to be aired out.
Aired out? They did? Why?
Well, nobody knows for sure exactly, but the general opinion is that somehow or other, a skunk got into the air conditioning system.
Oh!
That circus swell.
The best I've ever seen.
How did you like the fellow who did the swan dive into the tank of burning gasoline, Uncle Mort?
I liked him, but I don't think Secretary Ickes would. Leroy, there's something that's been troubling me. It's that skunk in your school.
You mean Mr. Proctor, the principal?
No, Leroy! The one that got into the air conditioning system. Do you happen to know how it got in there?
No, I don't. Say, remember the tiger that rode on the elephant's back? How did they train him to do that, Uncle Mort?
Oh, with kindness, I suppose. Leroy, did you happen to have anything to do with it?
With the tiger, Uncle Mort?
No, the skunk.
That wasn't a skunk, Uncle. It was a tiger. Tigers and skunks have different kinds of stripes.
I know they have. I'm talking about school.
So, I've been thinking. Isn't it a strange coincidence that this accident occurred on the day the circus came to town?
Yeah, funny, ain't it? Say, Uncle Mort, what do you think would happen if when the lion tamer had his head in the lion's mouth, the lion suddenly had a sneeze?
Well, I don't think anyone would say gesundheit. Now, Leroy, I hope that nothing Judge Hooker and I said about our school day pranks caused you to try to imitate us.
Oh, no, sir.
You understand we were just talking about old times.
Yes, sir, like Judge Hooker says. That's about all you old-timers have got left. Your memory.
Yeah. What did you say? Good afternoon, Bertie. Is Leroy home from school yet?
Well, let me look in the refrigerator. No, sir.
Did you expect to find him in there?
No, but I can tell if he's here by what ain't.
Well, maybe he wasn't hungry this afternoon.
That boy? Why, he's nothing but appetite held together by skin and bones. Oh, what's the matter?
Well, there's a lot of strange things going on at Leroy's school, and I'm afraid that maybe I'm partly to blame.
How come you messing around the school? Is you one of them pants teachers?
No, it's just that Judge Hooker and I were talking about some little pranks we used to play when we were in school. Little harmless things,
Uh-huh.
Well, Leroy happened to overhear us, and now I'm afraid he's showing us the modern versions with the chromium trimmings.
Uh-huh. What makes you think little Leroy's doing fumadiddles?
Well, did you read the afternoon paper?
No, sir, it never gets to me till the following morning.
Oh. Yes. Well, I've got it right here. Listen to this. Juvenile joker startles school. Police were called early today to investigate a large, stout lady's body seen suspended from the window of Principal Pulteney Proctor at Flugelhammer Junior High School.
Oh, who was it, Miss Proctor?
Yes. No, but listen. Closer inspection revealed that the body was a dummy, stuffed with old football pads, wearing a green and purple silk dress size 48.
Green and purple silk? Size 48?
Yeah.
Sounds like my Sunday go-to-meeting dress. The one that was kidnapped off the clothesline last night.
Yes, doesn't it?
Well, what's my dress doing in the newspaper?
I don't know, Bertie. Shh, Bertie, here comes Leroy.
Do you think he did it?
Afternoon, Uncle Mort. Hiya, Bertie. Say, is this your old dress?
That's my new dress, Leroy, and what you doing with it?
Why, Piggy Banks just gave it to me. He says the wind must have blown it over into his yard. He found it under a window.
Young man, isn't this the dress that was hanging out of Mr. Proctor's window this morning?
You mean on the dummy that was suspended from school? Well, how could it be if it belongs to Bertie?
What do you think, Bertie?
I ain't saying nothing. I'm only too glad to get my dress back without paying ransom. I'm going to hide it this time.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. Look, Leroy, don't think of me just as your uncle and your guardian. Think of me as your pal, your buddy. Now, if there's anything that's troubling your little mind, why don't you just come right out with it?
Well, okay, Unc. There is something that's been bothering me.
I understand. Go right ahead, my boy. What is it?
Well, how did you ever get that horse up into the bell tower at college?
Oh! I asked you to come here tonight, Judge Hooker, is because you and I are turning Leroy's school topsy-turvy.
Why, I haven't been near the place.
We've been doing it by remote control. Remember how we shot off our mouths in front of Leroy about our school day monkey shines?
Yes, and say, I just remembered another one.
Forget it. Leroy's been up to all our old tricks.
Oh, his teachers have caught him, huh?
No, that kid's smarter than we were. But we got to stop him from going on with him.
Well, maybe if I gave him a little lecture.
Hooker, you don't understand children. That wouldn't work at all. We've got to pretend we don't know what's going on.
That shouldn't be hard for you to do.
When Leroy comes in, that'll be our cue to start casually chatting about the evils of practical joking. Subtle propaganda, you know. How about it, Hooker?
We can try it. Too bad this whole thing had to happen. You know, Gildersleeve, it would never have started if you hadn't opened your fat face.
Me? Why, it was you that started it, you little travesty on justice.
Is that so? Why, Gildersleeve, if you had the intelligence of a jackass... but no, why should I daydream? There's no use arguing with you.
Why not?
Because I don't argue with blubberheads.
Well, I do, you blubberhead. Just because you're a judge, do you think? No, I can answer that myself. You don't think.
Don't you provoke me, you big wad of wind.
Oh, that settles it. I'm going to lambaste you with...
Oh, excuse me, I didn't think...
Come right in, Leroy. I was just telling Judge Hooker how to baste a lamb. Wasn't I, Judge Hooker?
Huh? Oh, yes. Don't let us disturb you, Leroy, my boy. Go right ahead and do your homework. Just pay no attention to us.
I won't.
As we were saying, Judge, don't you think that juvenile delinquency often starts with some innocent boyish prank?
When were we saying that? Oh, of course, Gildersleeve. Quite often a young fella starts out for a lark and winds up in a cage. How's that?
Oh, Judge. Then you think that practical joking can lead to serious consequences?
Surely. It starts out with a fella dipping girls' pigtails into inkwells, and then he becomes bored with that and puts firecrackers in the coal scuttle.
Yes. Or water in the teacher's galoshes, and then setting them out to freeze.
Never heard of that one before.
Huh?
That's only good in real cold weather.
Well, in summertime, you can always put flypaper on all the chairs.
Yes. With the words, "Kick me," printed on the back. Say, I did that when I was in 4th grade. You should have seen the fun at recess.
You know, I used to hunt for frogs during recess and put them all in the lunchboxes. Once I made a mistake and put one in my own lunchbox.
Did I tell you about the time that I snagged our principal's wig with a fish pole and then hoisted it to the top of the flagpole?
Oh, boy. I wish I could have seen... Oh, my goodness. What have we been saying?
Huh?
Leroy, don't you pay any attention to this old... Say, where is Leroy?
I don't know. You said pretend he wasn't here, and by George, he isn't.
Yes, and a lucky thing, too. How did we ever get started talking like that again?
I remember distinctly. You began it, Gildersleeve.
Me? Why, you feeble little fuddle-headed fuddy-duddy.
Smile when you say that, Gildersleeve.
Smile? I'll laugh right out loud.
Hello, Marjorie.
Hello, Pierpont.
I came to see Meatball. Who? Meatball. You know, Leroy. Only you don't like us kids to call him Leroy anymore. Like I don't like to be called Pierpont.
All right, Piggy. Come on in. Oh, Leroy, Piggy Banks is here to see you.
Come on in the library, Pig.
It's right that way.
Thanks.
Well, come on in. Don't be bashful.
But your uncle, that's him behind that newspaper, ain't it? What's the matter with him?
Oh, nothing. He always does that after dinner. He's digesting his food.
Oh. Ain't we going to disturb him?
No, we had roast beef and potatoes for dinner. Nothing will bother Unc for another hour at least. Now, let's get going on that history stuff.
Well, I know Miss Keller's going to ask us about the vice presidents tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. She's going through the book exactly the way she did last year, the first time I took the course.
Okay, I think I got it memorized. But is she going to ask us the names of all the vice presidents?
She did last year. I kept a diary.
All right, but gee, what a question to ask. Well, you check the list and see if I get them right.
Shoot.
John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr, Aaron Burr...
You said that. Say, Meatball, what do you think of the stuff that's been pulled off at school lately?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think of it?
Oh, I don't know. Have any idea who's doing it?
Gee, I don't know. You got any idea?
Well, I don't know. Who do you think?
I don't know. Let's get back to the vice presidents.
Okay. Shoot.
John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr. Say, I wonder who put the iron sulfide in Miss Keller's inkwell.
How'd you know it was iron sulfide, Meatball?
Shucks, anybody knows that's the stuff that puts the smell in inkwell. You know who pulled that one, Piggy?
Let's get back to vice presidents.
Okay. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr. I don't know what good knowing the vice presidents is going to do a guy who's going to be a stuntman in the movies.
I thought you were going to be a lion tamer.
Well, lion taming's just one of the stunts I'm going to do.
Talking about stunts, did you hear about the one somebody just pulled tonight over in the schoolyard?
Which one's that?
I bet you know about it already.
Well, maybe I do and maybe I don't. I ain't saying. What are you talking about?
Oh, about what they did to old man Flugelhammer's statue. Somebody dressed him up in a set of red flannel underwear and a corset.
No kidding.
Yeah. Boy, if they ever find out who did that, they'd be expelled from school pronto, I bet.
Let's get on with the vice presidents, Pig.
All right. Say, could I borrow a glass of water? We had corned beef for dinner.
Sure. Come on out in the kitchen. I'll get it for you.
Boy, wait till Mr. Proctor sees the woolies on Flugie.
Did I hear right? Red flannels and a corset on Flugie? Or was I just dreaming? No, there's Piggy Banks's hat. It's true. Oh, let me think. Yes, that's what I'll have to do. Yes, 6. Hooker's just as much to blame as I am. I can't let Leroy be expelled. Hello, Judge. This is Gildersleeve. You got to help me with something. I can't explain now, but I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes. We got a date with an old schoolmate of yours.
You sure this is the right part of the schoolyard?
Why, of course.
Not so loud, Gildersleeve.
Oh.
I'm a Superior Court judge. Can you picture what would happen if I'm caught?
Yes, scandalous, isn't it?
Oh, why do I let you get me into situations like this?
Because you haven't got any more brains than I have.
And where in the name of Goots and Borglum is that statue? Oops. Never mind, I found it.
Yeah, that's Flugelhammer up there. Flannels, corsets, and all.
Let's not hang around here all night, Gildersleeve. Come on, I'll boost you up.
Well, wait a minute, I take this top coat off.
All right.
Yeah, that's better. All right, get down now. Upsy daisy. Oh,
my poor back. You'll cave it in.
Push my other foot up, Judge.
I will if you take it out of my hip pocket.
Yeah, there. Is that better?
No. Ow, now it's in my ear.
Well, in one ear, not the other.
Gildersleeve, get up there.
Okay. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Judge, do you notice a sudden cold wind?
No, can't say that I do. Which way is it coming?
Up. Judge, hold my feet so I won't fall.
I got him. You're all right. Solid as a rock.
No, you're holding Pete's feet.
What?
The flat-footed flugelhammer. Yeah, that's better. Now I can get to work. I wonder where Leroy ever found this corset.
Make it snappy, Gildersleeve. Who do you think you are, Gypsy Rose Lee?
Yep. Okay, I've got it now. Here, catch it, Judge.
Hurry up before somebody catches us.
All right. Hey, Leroy must have sewn this underwear on. I never knew the little rascal could sew.
How's it coming, Gildy?
Just another second. Yeah. Cut out that whistling, Judge.
I'm not whistling. That must be the night watchman.
Oh?
Come on, rip it off. Let's scram.
Okay, head for the car, Judge.
Hey, who's that?
This way, Judge.
Quit calling me Judge, Gildersleeve.
Oh, Horatio!
Don't you believe him, Gildy?
Oh! Scatter, Judge, scatter! I'll meet you at the drugstore.
I wonder why the principal sent for us, Uncle Mort.
Well, now, you let me handle the whole thing, Marjorie.
Do you think that Leroy might be in some trouble?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, Marjorie, but your brother has turned his school into a midget version of Hellzapoppin'.
Leroy? But he had such a fine record.
He had, until he heard Judge Hooker and me brag about the foolish antics we performed as children. Oh, I hang my head when I think of it. And I'd like to hang the judges, too.
Oh, now, Uncle Mort, it can't be that serious.
No? Well, come on. You'll see. You know, after all, boys will be boys. Leroy is just a bit high-spirited. And what's wrong with that, sir? You were a boy once yourself, weren't you?
Me? No.
I was talking to the principal. Rehearsing, I mean. After you, my dear. Yes. Look at George Washington and the cherry tree. Just high spirits? Washington was a boy, too. We were all boys.
Uncle, are you all right?
Of course I am. No, I'm not. It's been a long, long time since I was called to the principal's office, but I still get that old feeling.
Me, too.
Yeah.
Well, brace up, Uncle Mort. Here we are.
Okay. Let's go in. Hope he doesn't make us stay after school, Marjorie. Mr. Proctor?
Yes?
I'm Leroy Forrester's uncle, and this is his sister, Marjorie.
Well, I'm glad to see you two. I want to talk to you about that young man.
Yes, I know, Mr. Proctor. Really, he's a fine boy at heart.
I realize that. There's something I want to tell you.
Sure,
about.
But you were a boy once yourself, weren't you, Mr. Proctor?
Of course I was.
You see, Marjorie, didn't I tell you? Mr. Proctor was a boy once himself. Probably high-spirited, too.
Surely. Now, about your nephew.
I hope you're not going to be harsh with him.
But why should I be, Mr. Forrester?
Excuse me, my name's Gildersleeve. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Did you say Gildersleeve?
Yes. Did I say something wrong? That happens to be my name.
And does that happen to be your top coat hanging on that hook?
Where? Yes. How did it happen to get here?
Last night, that coat with your name in it was found by our night watchman.
Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. I just remembered a dental appointment.
One moment. Here's something else that belongs to you. Your red flannel underwear and your corset.
Corset?
Why, Uncle Mort. I don't understand.
Neither does Mr. Proctor.
I understand only too well. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? A grown man. A big, fat, grown man. Going around at night putting union suits on statues.
Uncle Mort, what is this? Now, can't you explain?
Sure, if I can get a word in edgewise.
Actions speak louder than words, Gildersleeve. It's a lucky thing for you that Leroy Forrester is your nephew.
It is?
Yes. I'd expose you in a minute, but I don't want to spoil Leroy's big day.
Leroy's big day?
Oh, what has he done now?
That's why I sent for you. Today, he's going to be presented with the Chamber of Commerce Medal as the outstanding student in Flugelhammer Junior High School.
What? Leroy? Well, I knew it all along.
great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to ask you, what is the most welcome compliment a hostess can receive? Well, I'm told it's sincere appreciation of the dishes she serves. Comments on the lightness of her cakes, the flakiness of her pie crust. Exclamations on how downright good everything tastes. So here's a tip for you housewives. For baking that's sure to win compliments, use delicious Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is a genuine flavor shortening, not a bland, tasteless fat. Yes, the same delicate, appetizing taste that makes Parquet margarine so delicious for table use gives added flavor to baked foods, too. And Parquet mixes so easily and creams so smoothly, it's really pleasant to use. Remember, too, that Parquet margarine's flavor makes pan-fried foods taste better, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And whether you serve delicious Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you are giving your family a nutritious, wholesome energy food. Remember, too, that Parquet is an excellent source of vitamin A. So give your family the benefits of this delightful, nourishing food. Serve them economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay. It's made by Kraft.
That's a beautiful medal, Leroy, and I'm mighty proud of you. But won't you answer just one question for me, my boy?
What is it, Unc?
Who was responsible for all those escapades around your school?
Now, Uncle Mort, I positively don't know. What's more, I don't want to know. And then even if I did know, you don't think I'd squeal on my pal Piggy, do you?
You're a bright boy, Leroy. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
A new sound for 1950 resounds throughout the world. A symbol of hope, a call to arms. Hear it, recognize it, keep it ringing. It's the Freedom Bell. Ho, rider, why so urgent? If you be on honest business, stop. Give your name. Give your destination.
Name's Revere, friend. Paul Revere. Destination? Destination, freedom. America is more than a plot of land. It is a way of life, clean and decent, based on faith in God and man. Any man on earth who professes God and respects the dignity of man is a true American. And until all such men are free to speak, work, raise families, and worship their God as they see fit, no other American is truly free.
That was the spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland on the new radio series titled Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination? Now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom, my friend.
Paul Revere. You're actually here.
Aye, my friend. To talk about freedom. We fought for it in my time. Bloody battle after bloody battle. Now I've shaken loose the sands of time to ride the wind across the land to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it, and are always ready to guard and defend it. An old fact, little remembered.
On the contrary, it's a very familiar quotation, repeated by most anyone.
Aye, there's the trouble. A way of life has become a quotation. In my day, we fought for freedom. We won it, too. And after the battles, we fought in earnest to keep it. Can you say the same?
Why, yes. This generation and the generation before it fought for freedom. Surely you know that, Paul Revere. 2 world conflicts to preserve human rights.
But what of the peace? One failed, else why fight twice? There is no peace today. When will it come?
We work toward peace, world peace, the union of all nations.
That is good. I agree with such an aim. But remember, my friend, I've been watching. Been watching for close on 200 years. Never could retire. Kept my horse ready, grazing in the heavenly pastures. Can't spend all eternity working my craft on the Golden Gates.
Ah, yes, I remember. You were a goldsmith, Revere.
Goldsmith? Silversmith? Coppersmith, yes. And good at my trade. But to the point, friend, to the point. Yes, I've been watching you. I've seen a few things that are good. Later additions to the freedom I fought for. Your United Nations. Ah, wonderful conception. You see, I've been watching the world, not our America alone. I know about oppression, about the limitations of human rights which exist over the world. And when I look back to America, I see it's time for me to ride again. Oh, freedom exists here. Some enjoy it and realize its value. Many others still seek it, even here in the land which symbolizes freedom to the world.
Why do you come here? To warn Americans? Surely it's the oppressed people in other nations who need your warning and your encouragement. We have freedom here.
Aha. But do you have freedom? How do you know you have it? Do you work to keep it and to help others get it?
You spoke yourself of the United Nations.
Yes, but you. What are you doing? Do you know how much freedom you have? That's enough, you see, because if you know, then in times of crisis, war, or peace, you'll fight to keep that freedom. You'll make any sacrifice, even your life, to preserve a free man's way of life. Tom Paine knew, and so did others, but you don't know, most of you. You don't know. Tell me, friend, when you think of people who fought for human rights, what names come into your mind? Perhaps they can help me convince you.
Why, Thomas Paine, Abraham Lincoln, Ben Franklin, Susan B. Anthony. You mean just Americans?
No. The fight for human rights is old. America is new. What about Plato? What about Voltaire?
Oui, monsieur. Voltaire. Surely there's a place for me in your discussion of human rights.
Monsieur Voltaire.
Aye. Here is the spirit of a man who knows about freedom and oppression, about the struggle for human rights.
Vraiment, I tell you, monsieur, when I was alive, sometimes I scarcely dared to walk the streets of Paris, for fear my enemies would have me arrested without reason, and I would disappear. I spoke out of turn in my day, yes. It took great courage then. But today, my free speech would seem tame by comparison with a modern newspaper. No one would pay any attention to an old-fashioned character like me.
But the fire of a genius like yours, Monsieur Voltaire, is immortal.
Merci, vous êtes très gentil. And yet, my peculiar fire burned for my day. I would have a different sort of fire now. I would try to influence not just Paris or New York, but by use of the radio, the airplane with its, what is your word, supersonic speed, I would take your freedom, which is partly my freedom, since I help work for it, and make that freedom real wherever in the world there is a living individual. I would be a sort of, how you say, a press agent for freedom.
You wear your years well, Monsieur Voltaire. You seem to bear no scars from even the Paris of the 18th century.
No? Oh, come back with me a moment, monsieur. See what happened to a neighbor of mine. The real scars are in the memory. This was before the revolution, remember, when the tyranny of a false aristocracy made personal freedom dependent on the whim of those in power. One day, as I was writing in my study...
Monsieur Voltaire! Monsieur Voltaire, it is Rodolphe Villard.
Eh bien, come in, madame. The door is not locked. Oh, what is it, madame? Sacre bleu, what is the matter with your arm?
Oh, it is broken, but it is of no matter. I was fortunate to get away from those brutes.
Get away from them? From whom, madame?
You know that my husband and I have not been getting on so well. He is ambitious and unscrupulous.
Oui.
To get rid of me and our children, he went to the king himself.
Oh.
He had my youngest son declared insane. Pierre, the most brilliant boy in Paris. My eldest in prison, dear Jean, who would harm no one. He decided to have me, his wife, spirited away Le Bon Dieu knows where. Oh, hide me, please.
But of course I will hide you. First, I will lock the door.
They brought a letter de cachet an hour ago. A piece of paper signed by the King of France and countersigned by his minister with the royal seal. My husband pinioned me against the wall, and the gendarmes took my children away. As they were dragging me down the stairs, I broke away, even though my arm was half twisted off in the struggle. But I don't care about myself, monsieur. What will become of my little one?
Now, you must have courage, madame.
No. It is that of the cachet direct from His Majesty. There is no chance of a trial, no defense. There is nothing that can be done against this silent weapon.
Oh.
To think, Monsieur Voltaire, my own husband, conspiring with the king against his family. And I am not the first to suffer, nor shall I be the last. Does a human being have no rights?
Can you imagine such a scene happening today?
Aye, we've come far. Yet it could happen again. In some countries it is happening. Human rights have no place under a communist regime.
True. And a few years ago, the Nazis and fascists were guilty of exactly that sort of injustice.
Ah, but where are they today? They have been on trial as the greatest criminals the world has ever seen, and are being punished thanks to world public opinion. Oh, your generation, monsieur, rather universally admits the right to personal liberty. It was strange to us. It is a commonplace to you. Oh, what a pleasure to go out in the streets and feel that you are safe, protected by laws which the people themselves have put into effect. It is like the France, like the world that I dreamed of, but never saw in my own lifetime. Oh, monsieur, only think of voting for the kind of government you want.
Aha, the right to vote. That concerns me.
Most certainly it concerns you, sir. It concerns anyone who could write as you did on the Republic.
Why, it's Plato. Who else? Wherever there's free discussion of ideas, I will be present. I might say it was my idea originally.
And which of our human rights impresses you most, Plato?
The right to vote. And I'm already familiar with that procedure to some extent. Surely you know that in the Greece of my time, and later in Italy, the right to vote was well known.
As long ago as that?
Yes. In the primitive days, it was customary for the heads of government to ask for opinion from their people on matters that vitally concerned them. It was done in this way.
It is proposed that a new system of providing water direct to the homes of Athenians be put into immediate effect. This will necessitate added taxes. What is the will of the people? Those opposed will indicate by striking their shields. Those in favor of the measure by a shout.
Later, with the development of democracy in Greece, the taking of votes was effected in the form of a poll with a show of hands. In the cases of questions affecting the status of individuals or lawsuits and proposals of ostracism, these were determined by secret ballot. At first, it was done by the use of pebbles. But in my day, this secret ballot was a slip of wood covered with wax.
Then our right to vote is also not such a modern thing as we like to think.
Not modern, perhaps, but even more precious than you recognize.
Human rights, my friend, have been the goal of man since the beginning of time. Freedom, like happiness or life, is not a static thing. It must be fought for, in free discussion preferably, and clung to passionately. As your American saying has it, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. History, my friend, is full of cycles of freedom and tyranny, but always freedom must be the ultimate victor. And as the Roman Cicero said, freedom suppressed and again regained bites with keener fangs than freedom never endangered.
It seems strange to hear you speak like this, Plato. I thought you were more interested in philosophy than in action.
Well, there must be a conception, a philosophy, before there's action. First the dream, then the reality. And besides, my friends in the sacred groves of Parnassus agreed that I can perhaps argue as well or better than any of them, but my friend Diogenes almost got here instead of me.
Diogenes? Is he still looking for an honest man? Surely he has found one where he is.
He has been given a great star for a lantern, and he goes through the spheres, still looking in limbo. I don't know if his search is over.
I never knew that Diogenes was interested in human rights.
Oh, yes. Have you never heard his famous saying? The most beautiful thing in the world is freedom of speech. We of the ancient world, centuries ago, dreamed even then of what your day takes as a matter of course.
I think we do appreciate our rights. We know that the freedom which we have attained has not been easy.
Let me speak. I've listened too long to this ridiculous nonsense. When I was Royal Governor of the Colony of Virginia, such talk would be cut short with a good stout rope about the traitors' necks.
How did you get here, Barclay?
Governor Berkeley, if you please, Revere. I tell you, things have changed. This wild talk of human rights, it's deplorable. Some few humans have unlimited rights, and the majority have only those which it pleases their superiors to grant.
You know this wheezing, imbecile American? No, of course you don't. He was even before my time. Governor of the Virginia colony for 30-odd years back in the 1600s. He had a liking for executing colonists and a horror of schools and newspapers.
I said it in 1671, and I repeat it fervently in 1950. Learning has brought heresy and disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them. Can you deny that I was right? Just see where it's put you, rebel.
Yes, I see. And I'm beginning to see better how tremendous a struggle we made to get here. A struggle against your kind.
My kind, yes. The aristocracy. Superior in even their blood and bones. You have no aristocracy.
No, thank God.
Go away, Governor. Even your own countrymen had no use for bigots like you in 1950.
I had no use for bigots like him a century and a half ago, and I was born an Englishman.
Tom Paine.
Oh, you recognize me. Well, then perhaps you remember my battle cry. Tyranny, like hell, has never been easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation within us. That the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated.
I like your adjective, celestial.
You should see our heavenly trophy room. We have freedom under glass, in the most honored place.
Aye, there's my grievance. Most Americans of 1950 don't honor freedom, they simply use it. It's an everyday commonplace to them, like electricity.
What's that? Thunder?
No, that's just old Ben Franklin. Ben must have heard Revere say electricity. He's still experimenting, you know. Such a racket as he keeps up, playing around with thunderbolts.
I heard you, Tom Paine, and I came to speak of human rights, not electricity. Though how you can take either one for granted is more than I can understand. Let me say to you, my modern compatriot, that while tyranny exists anywhere in the world, you cannot take freedom for granted. And let me remind you as I go that it's a long struggle, but one most eminently worth the fighting.
Must he go so soon?
Yes. There's been some argument about his right to be present at a discussion of human rights. In a way, that kite of his, made possible your atomic bomb. It's nice to be trillions of miles away from that, I can tell you.
Yes, in your own words, Tom Paine. These are times like your own to try men's souls.
Do you know what they call me, sir? The perpetual rebel. Once I said, where liberty is not, there is my home. I meant that where inequality and oppression crushed my fellow humans, there I would make my temporary home and fight on the side of liberty. Well, now I've done with fighting, but you haven't. Remember that. Remember that, sir.
The women of the present haven't done with fighting either. Just keep this in mind, that there be no nonsense in your plans for the rights of women as well as of men.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Anthony, or is it Miss Anthony?
Never you mind, Paul Revere. A single woman has the same rights as a married woman. Call me Susan. Yes, gentlemen. We women have finally got our foot in the door of freedom after humiliation, imprisonment, and public neglect. In 1950, woman, like atomic energy, is here to stay. Nobody can deny that any longer. In fact, it was a woman who helped to discover atomic energy.
A suffragette is certainly welcome here, Susan.
You are amused at my wearing trousers. Well, I'll admit it is a bit old-fashioned. They should be slacks. Dear me, I wish I had a gavel. Sometimes I can hardly think without one.
By all means, a gavel. Here you are.
Now then, this is much better. I have only one complaint to make, gentlemen. It took a war in this country to earn the right to vote. It took woman's record in World War I to break down the barriers of opposition. And just look at the record for World War II. And speaking of wars, it took the war between the states to get us started at all. I personally tried to have women included when the franchise was granted to Negroes. But women were still slaves, so to speak, in spite of the war between the states.
The war between the states concerns me.
Mr. Lincoln. Gentlemen, goodbye. I bow to presidential authority. But I shall be present at each session of the Commission on Human Rights. You may expect me without fail.
Goodbye, Susan B. Anthony. And you may keep the gavel.
Welcome, Mr. Lincoln. I was expecting you.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. My principal reason for coming to this discussion was to remind world citizens of the present that what I said about a house divided not standing must apply to them. Always. Since the world has shrunk, we may think of all peoples as being married, as I hoped in my lifetime to see the states of my own country. I said then that though a man and woman may be divorced and go away to live apart from one another, the states could not. And I say today that one country cannot be divorced and live apart from another. This marriage of the world, this union, must work through mutual sympathies and cooperation, and through the recognition of basic human rights for everyone.
I sincerely believe that our United Nations know that there must be real union of effort to secure world peace and human rights for member nations.
Aye, well, they might know it by now.
You know, Mr. Revere, it is gratifying to see that the peoples of the world can at long last sit at the conference table and peacefully discuss the qualities that make one nation similar to another and one nation different from another, and yet all entitled to a certain inalienable right. It is vital that the question of liberty and human rights be always before the people in this world you live in. There is always danger of losing one's liberty.
Well, that's why we are here, Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, the poet Milton said that unless that liberty which is of such a kind as arms can neither procure nor take away, which alone is the fruit of piety, of justice, of temperance, of unadulterated virtue, unless that liberty shall have taken deep root in your minds and hearts, there will not be long wanting one who will snatch away from you by treachery what you have acquired in blood. This is a question, gentlemen, which has puzzled idealistic men throughout all history.
Aye. Milton knew. He knew.
It is only when a man loses a valuable possession that he begins truly to evaluate it. Foresight has always been more difficult to achieve than hindsight. The important thing is to keep constantly aware of the words and deeds of the men in the past who have enabled you today to seek the true definitions of liberty and human rights for your own time, and to lay as good a foundation for future generations as has been laid for the work you are doing in 1950.
Now, do you see? Do you understand, American of 1950, why I'm concerned? Want to warn you of the peril to your freedom?
I do. And yet, Revere, don't you think that we in 1950 are aware of our enemies?
Aware? Perhaps. But the enemies of human rights wear many masks, take many forms, like evil. I'm restless in this era you live in. There is peace, and yet no peace. There is freedom, but many are not free. If only you'll hew to the line set forth by men who blaze the trail of democracy and human liberty.
You have made me realize that we do need to be reminded again and again of what we have, and the examples set by those who have gone before, their sacrifices, and their uncompromising integrity.
Of all the spirits who have spoken today, I am the symbol to reckon with, for I was the man who once awakened America to impending danger. The danger in 1950 is as intangible as my own spirit, yet it is very real. Heed my warning. Learn from the experiences of those who established the guideposts which lead to freedom. There are stories we need to remember today, stories which show that freedom is not license, that freedom entails action as well as philosophy. Until we remember, before we lose our heritage, may God grant that the torch of freedom may burn eternally and ever brighter, till darkness is gone from the world.
Oui, Monsieur Revere. The prayer of the human heart is important.
Monsieur Voltaire, back again?
Oui, monsieur. You may well be surprised that the man who is called an agnostic was recalled by a prayer. But perhaps you did not know that 2 centuries ago I composed a prayer myself, a sincere one, which might well have been written for your world of the present.
Will you repeat it for us?
Willingly. That is why I returned. I should like, most of all, to be remembered for this. O God of all creatures, of all worlds, and of all ages, Thou hast not given us hearts so that we may hate one another, and hands that we may slay one another. Grant that the trifling differences in the clothes with which we cover our frail bodies, in the inadequate tongues we speak, in our absurd customs, in our imperfect laws, in our meaningless convictions, grant that all these trifling distinctions, which appear so vastly important to us and are so insignificant in thine eyes, grant that these differences may not become tokens of hatred and persecution. Grant that men may learn to abominate and outlaw tyranny over souls, as they abominate and outlaw robbery and violence. Grant that we may not hate and tear one another in the midst of peace, but that we may employ our existence in 1,000 tongues, yet in one united feeling, in praising thy goodness, which has given us the brief moment we call life.
My stories are about freedom. And I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories, to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
You have just heard the first in a new radio series presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom. The spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, will return next week at this same time to narrate another chapter in the story which we call Destination Freedom. Today's script was written by Bill Hodapp and produced under the direction of John Cowan. Everett Clark was heard as the narrator. Others in the cast were Donald Gallagher, Arthur Peterson, Alma Plotz, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller and Dave Squires. This is Charles Mountain reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. October is Community Fund Month. Everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From South Bend, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and New York City, New York, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. Transcribed is the All-American Quiz Game, which pits against each other the varsity scholars of two great American colleges in the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight we'll hear the University of Minnesota, Quiz Bowl winner for 6 consecutive weeks, on the air from Minneapolis to defend its title against the challenging varsity scholars of Notre Dame University, broadcasting from South Bend, Indiana. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hello there, everybody. It's good to have you with us. We're ready to go with another intercollegiate battle of the brains. Tonight, Notre Dame tackles an assignment which has proved to be too much for Northwestern, Radcliffe, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and NYU. They're out to beat Minnesota. And Notre Dame might do it. On the other hand, with 6 scalps already tucked under their belts, the Gophers are confident they can outfight the Fighting Irish. Well, we'll know the outcome in 30 minutes, but now, let's get out to the Minnesota team at Minnesota campus and meet the Minnesota team. With them to serve once again as the Minnesota referee is Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. Are you there, Ben?
Right here, Alan, and all set to introduce the Minnesota team, which will be gunning for victory number 7. Here they are.
Tom Clayton, Winona, Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
And Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Yay! Rah-rah! Gophers! Okay, and we've met the Minnesota team. Now let's skip down to the Notre Dame campus in South Bend, where Charles Chan of NBC Chicago is on hand to act as referee for the Notre Dame team. How are you, Chan?
Well, Alan, I came out here with laryngitis, but I feel better since meeting these Notre Dame representatives in the Quiz Bowl. Somebody's got to wallop that Minnesota team, and here to introduce themselves are the Notre Dame students I think can do it.
Tom Calder, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Joe Imbriaco, Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Dave Burrell, Akron, Ohio.
And John Griffin, Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay, Howard Reed, we've met both teams. Now, before we get started, will you give us the rules in this battle of wits?
Right, Alan? Well, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so we have toss-up questions. This is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Notre Dame signals, you'll hear. When Minnesota signals, you'll hear. By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it.
Okay, and that's the opening whistle, and here's the first toss-up question. Before I read it, may I remind you that if you get a chance, if you win the toss-up, you'll get a chance at a 20-point bonus. All right, here is the first toss-up question. We're going to give you 10 points. If you can name the mythical kingdom in which horses were kings and yahoos were slaves. Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Prester John.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, Tom Clayton.
Brobdingnag.
I'm sorry, you were near Minnesota, but not right. It was from Gulliver's Travels, but it was from the mythical kingdom was the Winnims. Remember the Winnims? Supposed to pronounce it like you do a horse's whinny, I think. Okay, here's another toss-up question. See if you can get this. The 20-point bonus is still coming up. Tell us for 10 points, when is the next leap year? Minnesota.
Jack Davies has his hand up.
1956.
Right, Minnesota, and you win a chance now at a 20-point bonus. For 20 points, anybody on the Minnesota team, tell us, in the solar system, which planet is the furthest from both the sun and the earth?
Pluto.
Pluto. Everybody on the Minnesota team knows that. You're right for 20 points. Okay, coming up next is a 30-point bonus, so on your toes, Notre Dame, Minnesota. Here we go. Here's your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, what poet wouldn't think of taking his girl out without bringing his lunch along? Oh, nobody's going to take this? I'll take it. Omar Khayyam. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, is thou from the Rubaiyat. Okay, here we go with another toss-up on your toes. Tell us for 10 points why the following numbers made headlines recently. 275 against 244. Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
It was the vote by which the president's policy in France was approved, the vote of confidence.
That's right. Premier Laniel was given his vote of confidence by that. Okay. You have a chance now to 30-point bonus, Minnesota. Now, history and literature are full of allusions to brave men and gallant ships. Now, for 5 points each, you are to name the famous and, in some cases, infamous commanders of the following celebrated ships. You get 5 points each time. Let's go. Anybody on the Minnesota team, and let's go fast. Commander of the Half Moon.
Hudson.
Hudson. Right. The commander of the Cane. Captain Queeg. All right. The commander of Bono.
We got that, didn't we? Roger said it.
Oh, did you hear it? I didn't hear it, and I was too late.
I said it just as you were saying it.
Oh, okay. Mr. McGregor says okay. We'll accept it for 5 points. The Bonhomme Richard.
John Paul Jones.
Right for 5 points. The Flying Enterprise.
Captain
Kurt Carlson.
That's right for 5 points. The Victory. The Victory.
Nelson.
Right for 5 points. Almost. Man. The wooden shoe which had 3 commanders.
Lincoln, Blinken, and Nod.
Right for 5 points, Minnesota. Well, what do you know? Now, before we move along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Howard Queeg?
Well, each week, NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches, since 1866 maker of watches of the highest character. Those are the stakes, and now with the score Minnesota 70, Notre Dame 0, we go back to a toss-up question. Remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Alan Queeg.
Thank you, Howard Breeg. Okay, here is your toss-up question. Now, on your toes. In the woods of Powhatan, a princess used her royal prerogatives to save the life of a captain. For 10 points, name the princess. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson has her hand up.
Okay, Colleen.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas, right for 10 points. And Colleen, you won a chance at a 25-point bonus question for the Minnesota team. Now, here it is. The first, fourth, and 24th letter in the alphabet, along with the numeral 2, has caused quite a lot of controversy in scientific circles and some embarrassment to the Republican administration of late. Now, you're going to get 25 points if you can tell us what these 3 letters and numbers stand for and what's the controversy. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
It was ADX. I forget that last number.
Well, the number...
ADX4.
ADX2, that was in the question.
And it was a battery additive.
Yeah?
And the government was buying it, and I think the Bureau of Standards, or some government bureau that checks up on the value of...
The Commerce Department, Secretary Weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it was under the Commerce Department.
Yeah.
And the head of this Bureau of Standards, who goes about seeing if it's worthwhile, said that it wasn't worthwhile. And its manufacturer said it was, and I think Senator Thigh from Minnesota says that American businessmen who are using this know that it's good, and therefore it must be good.
Yeah. So what was the outcome? The latest outcome?
They found out that it really wasn't good.
Yes.
And it was quite useless. And it didn't help the batteries at all. And
all right. I think you've got the controversy pretty well outlined. Aston was reinstated after this latest finding. You did then understand that the first, fourth, and 24th letter of the alphabet along with the numeral 2 referred to the ADX2 battery controversy, okay? And for doing that, Minnesota got 25 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
We're ready.
Are you on your toes? Because here we go. Don't answer that question. For 10 points, what famous Reformation priest turned family man wrote the children's Christmas carol, Away in the Manger? Sorry, you answered before I finished the question. You pushed the button, and so I will disqualify the question. It was, of course, Martin Luther who wrote Away in the Manger. Here's another toss-up question. Men have often been made to look like monkeys. Now, for 10 points, how recently did the reverse of this make news? Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
The Piltdown skull found in England was found to be almost a counterfeit. Only the cranium was actually belonged to prehistoric man. The rest of it belonged to a modern ape.
You put your finger right on it, Tom Clayton, for 10 points. And for doing so, Tom Clayton, you won Minnesota a chance at a 30-point musical bonus question. Now we're going to play 3 musical numbers which mention exact times of day in their titles. For 10 points each, what time is mentioned in the following titles? First...
I think that's the 1 o'clock jump.
No. Just keep playing it. High noon?
High noon, right for 10 points. Okay, here we go. What time of day is mentioned in this title?
3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, thank you for getting that one. Okay, now what time of day is mentioned in this one?
That's the 1 o'clock jump?
That's the 1 o'clock jump. I had an awful time there not saying these things at once. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
Ready.
All right, here we go. During World War I, a man called Nicky sent a lot of telegrams to a man called Willie. For 10 points, who were Willie and Nicky? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Nicholas was the Tsar of Russia, and Wilhelm was the Emperor of Germany.
Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany. You're right for 10 points. And for getting it right, Minnesota, you've got a chance at a 20-point bonus. 20 points if you can identify the U.S. Air Force Base, which bears the name given by ancient geographers to the northernmost part of the habitable world. You know it? The Air Force Base, which has the same name as the name the ancient geographers used to call the northernmost part of the habitable world?
They haven't heard that it was reduced from top secret yet.
Well, you will when I tell you. It's Thule, Greenland. And you may remember that Ultima Thule means end of the world in Latin. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us the names of the couple in the famous opera who were married as a result of a singing contest. Notre Dame.
Joe Imbriaco.
And a Meistersinger,
The names of the couple. You're right for the opera, but I've got to take it if you don't know the names. Do you know the names, Minnesota?
Yes, Colleen Helgeson has it.
Elizabeth and Walter.
No, I'm sorry. It's Eva and Walter. You would have got it right if you'd said Eva. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. It was from Die Meistersinger by Wagner, though. All right. Here we go back to a toss-up question. Everybody remembers that Dolly Madison saved the Declaration of Independence when the English burned the Capitol. Some say she saved the White House silver. We're going to give you 10 points now if you can tell us what else Dolly saved. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
The portrait of General Washington.
Right. Stewart's portrait of General Washington. That's 10 points. Okay, you won a 30-point bonus, Minnesota, and I'm going to ask you to complete the following statements. You are to complete the following statements of relationship, so think very carefully, for 10 points. World War II was chronicled by Winston Churchill as the Peloponnesian War was chronicled by whom? What?
Thucydides.
You're right for 10 points. Thucydides.
That was Clayton, by the way.
Tom Clayton. Very good. You remember that? Can you describe that war, Tom, incidentally?
It was a war between the Spartan League and the Athenian League.
That's right. Who lost?
The Spartan League. No, the Athenian League.
The Athenian League. That's right. Okay. Here's another statement of relationship. Mona Lisa was to Leonardo da Vinci what the famous Olympia painted in 1863 was to whom?
Manet.
Manet, right. Edward Manet for 10 points. You're right. Now let me know if you're going to get this one. For 10 points, I want you to complete this statement of relationship. Dialectical materialism was to Karl Marx what hedonistic calculus was to whom?
Jeremy Bentham.
You got it right. You got it right for 10 points. Okay.
Hold it, Alan. That's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
All right, here we go now. With 60 seconds to go, I want to spend 30 seconds talking to you, Colleen, out in Minnesota campus. Because I have heard, my spies out there have told me, Colleen Helgeson, that tonight you're wearing a very attractive corsage. What does it mean?
Well, this corsage is from the Brothers of Sigma Chi, and it's a congratulatory message on my being on the Quiz Bowl.
Uh-huh. Why would the Brothers of Sigma Chi send you a corsage?
Well, I'm engaged to a Sigma Chi.
Oh, I see. That makes you a sweetheart of the Sigma Chi.
But I'm sitting next to her.
Oh, Okay, tell me about the corsage, Colleen. Anything to identify it?
Well, it's made of white roses, and it has blue and gold ribbons, the colors of Sigma Chi.
Very good, and congratulations, Colleen. Now I'd like to move down to South Bend and the Notre Dame campus and talk to Dave Burrell. Because, Dave, I noticed a very interesting fact after your name here. I noticed that you are called a Great Books Major. Now, I'm sure a lot of our friends don't know what that means, and I'd like to have you explain it. What is a Great Books Major at Notre Dame?
Well, the Great Books program is a 4-year program of study integrated about the Western tradition of philosophy, literature, and the natural sciences. And we spend most of our time studying the primary source material. We seldom see a textbook. We spend 4 hours of our study a week in seminars, which are concerned with reading the great books from the Greeks to the moderns in the first 2 years, and then more comprehensively from the Greeks to the moderns in the last 2 years. That's it in a capsule.
Well, that's fine, and I'm very glad...
Okay, Alan, it's time to get back to the quiz. And now with the score, Minnesota 195, and Notre Dame a sheer unmentionable. Let's get back, and how about another toss-up question?
Okay. You mean the score is 0 for Notre Dame? Okay. I would like to tell you before I read the next toss-up question that coming up is a bonus question worth 50 points. It'd do a lot for you, Notre Dame, so let's go. Here we go. Just 52 years ago today, December 12th, the letter S resounded throughout the world. Now, for 10 points, why? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Was it Morse inventing the telegraph?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Was it a volcanic eruption?
No, neither one of you can take it. In December 12, 1901, was the day that Marconi sent the first transatlantic message from England and Newfoundland. And the message consisted in part of 3 dots, the letter S. Okay, here, let's go with another toss-up question. Coming up yet is a 50-point bonus. Here we go. For 10 points, what nursery rhyme animal went in for interplanetary space travel? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
That would be the cow that jumped over the moon.
That would be right, Colleen Helgeson. And for getting that nursery rhyme animal, Colleen, you won for Minnesota a chance at a 50-point bonus. Now, the lines of many famous poets have been set to music. Now, here are 5 well-known songs, and for 10 points each, I want you to tell us what famous poet wrote the words. First of all, Auld Lang Syne.
Burns.
Robert Burns, right, for 10 points. The recessional God of our fathers known of old.
Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, right, for 10 points. Believe me if all those
Ben Jonson.
No. Thomas More.
You're right, Colleen. Believe me if all those endearing young charms was written by Thomas More. All right, now for 10 points, tell us what poet wrote the words to the song, Who is Sylvia?
Shakespeare.
Right, from 2 Gentlemen of Verona. Right, for 10 points. Now, for 10 points more, tell us what poet wrote the words to Drink to Me Only
Ben
with Thine
Jonson.
Eyes. Ben Jonson. Right, for 10 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up. Coming up is a 30-point bonus. A 30-point musical bonus, incidentally. We've all heard of the Daughters of the American Revolution, but for 10 points, we want you now to identify the Sons of Liberty. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
That was an organization in New York at the time of the American Revolution.
All right. Can you tell us any of the members in that organization?
John Jay.
Yep. Okay, we're going to leave it there. You got it right. It is a secret organization that sprung up in the American colonies to protest the Stamp Act, and it included all the colonies. Okay, you got 10 points, Minnesota, and a chance at a 30-point musical bonus. Here is a 30-point bonus question about villains. Now, we're going to play 3 arias from great operas, each sung by a dyed-in-the-wool villain. You're going to get 10 points each time you identify the villain and the opera. Here we go first of all. What villain is singing that? Well, you'll know it when I tell you. It's the Iago's Creed from Othello by Verdi. I believe in a cruel God. That was Iago, a black villain if there ever was one. Now, what villain is singing this song from opera?
Oh, up, galop, galop. My broomstick nag can do not lag at dawn of day.
The witch?
From Hansel and Gretel.
Right for 10 points. The witch from Hansel and Gretel. That was the witch's song. Hansel and Gretel by Humperdinck. All right. Now, what villain from opera and what opera, incidentally, is this song?
I would say that was Mephistopheles from Faust.
You would say right, Colleen Helgeson, for 10 points. Here we go to a 10-point bonus question coming up. What 2 Major League Baseball teams might have been named by an ornithologist? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
The St. Louis Cardinals and the Toledo Mud Hens.
Is there a Toledo? No.
Major League.
Major League. Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Baltimore Orioles.
Right, Notre Dame.
That was Minnesota.
Can you take it, Notre Dame? Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Joe Embriaco.
St. Louis Cardinals and the...
Go on. All right, I'm going to throw it out. They gave you the answer in Minnesota, Notre Dame. It was the Baltimore Orioles and the St. Louis Cardinals. You remember on a toss-up question, we have only one answer from one member of a team. They gave you the answer there, but I realized that it was a bit confusing. Well, here we go back with another toss-up question. Now, for 10 points, tell us what known Stoic philosopher was also a Roman emperor? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Marcus Aurelius.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. And you won for Notre Dame. Well, here we go, Notre Dame. You got a chance now at a 40-point bonus. A long list of literary characters have languished in jails, dungeons, and assorted kinds of pokies. Now, for 10 points each, give us the names of the following prisoners of fact and fiction. First of all, the prisoner, the English playwright prisoner who wrote the Ballad of Reading Jail. Notre Dame.
Who wants to do it?
Anybody in the Notre Dame team? The Ballad of Reading Jail.
Oscar Wilde.
Right for 10 points. All right. The American poet prisoner who wrote The Enormous Room. The Enormous Room.
Edgar Allan Poe.
No. Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
E.E. Cummings.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. All right, for 10 more points. The Russian ex-commissar of the people who was an inmate of cell number 404.
Dostoevsky.
Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
Turgenev.
No, I'm sorry, it's Rubishov from Kessler's Darkness at Noon. All right, for 10 more points, the French doctor who, as a prisoner of the Bastille, spent 18 years as an occupant of number 105 North Tower.
Dr. Manet.
Right. In what book?
This was in Tale of Two Cities.
That would be right for 10 points. And here we go back to a toss-up question. What's the score, Howard?
Well, right now the score is Notre Dame 40, Minnesota 285 with 4 minutes left to play.
Okay, here we go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, what story with a holiday theme commences with the statement, Morley was dead to begin with? Notre Dame.
Christmas Carol.
What?
Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Right, Notre Dame, and for that you won a chance at a 35-point bonus question. Here we go for 15 points. What mythical character gave fire to mankind and was punished by Zeus for 13 years?
Dave Burrell.
What was that?
Prometheus.
Right for 15 points for 13 centuries. I thank you very much. All right, but you got the answer right. Now, for 10 more points, I want you to name a Greek author who created a classical tragedy based on this myth around 470 B.C.
Aeschylus.
Aeschylus is Prometheus Unbound.
Prometheus Bound, yeah.
Prometheus Bound. All right, now, in 1820, I kind of jumped my question, didn't I? In 1820, another writer created a lyric drama titled Prometheus Unbound. Now, for 10 points, give me the name of this writer.
Shelley.
Shelley, right for 10 points, Notre Dame. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Tell us for 10 points, what was Galileo attempting to prove when he dropped the cannonballs off the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
That unequal weights of equal mass will fall to the ground at an equal rate.
That's right. I couldn't have said it better if I'd read it off the card myself. And you won for Minnesota, Jack Davies, a chance at a 20-point bonus. What sport would I be describing if I said some of them babbled and were disqualified, others were tossed out for running cunning, but even so, 2 grays were killed and a red cornered? What sport?
Fox hunting.
Fox hunting, right for 20 points, Minnesota. Babbling, you know what babbling is, incidentally? Who is this, Jack?
I don't know what it is, but it's Jack.
Okay, Jack. Babbling is baying before the scent is picked up, and running cunning is working the wrong trail. Here we go. For 10 points, here's a toss-up question. Tell us, what 2 pre-adolescents ascended an incline to obtain a vessel of H2O? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Jack and Jill.
Right for 10 points, Minnesota. And here you go with a 25-point bonus question. You need your pencils and papers for this one, Minnesota. Anybody on the team work as a team. Now, first of all, it's a mathematical question. You are to start with the date of the Norman conquest of England. And from that number, you are to subtract the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Now, divide by the number of peppers, in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop. Divide by the number of peppers in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop, and give me your numerical answer. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
212.
Right for 25 points, Minnesota. 212. 1066 was the Norman conquest, of course, minus 6, which is the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, divided by 5, which was the number of peppers in the Harriet Lothrop series, equals 212. Okay, here we go back to the toss-up question for 10 points. Is the mythological animal Pegasus Omnivorous, carnivorous, or herbivorous? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Herbivorous.
Right. He's herbivorous. He's an animal, meat-eating animal, right? He eats
No.
both animal and vegetable. Both animal and vegetable food. All right. I want you to call out your cook now, Minnesota, because I'm going to read you the ingredients of a souffle, and I want you to find the missing ingredient in the list. Butter, flour, egg yolk, salt, milk, and cheese. Now, what essential ingredient is missing for 20 points in a souffle? Butter, flour, egg yolk.
That's it. Time's up. Sorry, Alan. The game's over for this week.
All right. May I say, though, the missing ingredient was, of course, egg whites, which would give the souffle lightness. Okay.
Okay, Alan, and the final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is Notre Dame 85 points and 360 points for the winner, Minnesota. To each member of the Notre Dame team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Georgia. Now here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Congratulations to Minnesota, and may I say thanks to the Notre Dame team. Tom Calder, John Griffin, Dave Burrell, Joseph Imbriaco. You did a great job. Now, in the weeks to follow, we'll have varsity scholars from Brown University, the University of Michigan, Georgetown University, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. So won't you be with us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Notre Dame, Charles Chan of NBC Chicago, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. Howard Reed speaking.
Tonight, enjoy a salute to the Queen of Roses on the NBC Radio Network.
This is Greer Garson.
I'm Basil Rathbone.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting the story, Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you again to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Tonight, it pleases me more than I can tell you to present here one of the most beautiful stories of all time, James Hilton's Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Basil Rathbone and that beloved Mrs. Chips, Greer Garson.
Speaking for myself, Roger, it pleases me more than I can tell you to be here, and I am delighted that Basil Rathbone is to play Mr. Chips. I think when our story is finished tonight, you will all agree that he has given one of the finest radio performances of this or any year.
Thank you, Greer. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our curtain will rise on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater presentation of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Meanwhile, Bud Heaston wants to remind you of something.
All right, Bud. Folks, you've probably been preparing for this fall weather in lots of ways. For instance, getting out your overcoats and sweaters and such things. Well, don't forget to prepare your automobiles, too. Now's the time to change that dirty, worn-out summer oil for a crankcase full of the right seasonal grade of Gulf Lube motor oil. Gulf Lube is the finest motor oil Gulf has ever sold at a regular price. It's refined by the exclusive Multisol process. It resists the formation of sludge, helps prevent hard carbon deposits, and gives you surprisingly long mileage. And, folks, when you change to Gulf Lube motor oil, here's something else it will pay you to do at the same time. Protect the wearing points in the chassis and running gear of your car with Gulflex registered lubrication, the newest and most scientific lubrication in the market today. Yes, let the Gulf man protect your car in these two ways. With Gulf Flex registered lubrication and Gulf Lube motor oil.
Right you are, Bud. And now Oscar Bradley's music opens our story tonight, and you'll hear Basil Rathbone and Greer Garson in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Deep in the heart of that green island that is forever England stands Brookfield School, founded 1492. Old walls, old buildings, old oaks, all sleeping in the peace of a September afternoon. And sleeping, too, in the bedroom of a house on a historic quadrangle is an old, old man. There's nothing remarkable about him. He owns no shining medals for valor. He's accumulated no great wealth. He's accomplished no heroic deed that will be recorded in the books of history, and yet, throughout the length and breadth of England, people speak his name.
Bad news, Ashley. I thought you'd want to know. I'll go to Brookfield by the first train. Cancel all my appointments and say I've gone to see Chips.
Prime Minister cannot be disturbed, Sir William.
Oh, yes, he can. You tell him Chips of Brookfield is dying. He'll listen.
Chips. Yes, that's what everyone calls him. Old Chips. Or, more formally, Mr. Chipping. Beloved Master Emeritus of Brookfield School. The white head turns on the pillow. And Chips smiles in his sleep. Of what is he dreaming? Of textbooks and chapel bells, of roll calls and scuffling feet, of names half forgotten, of events long ago, perhaps dreaming of the desolate figure of an unpopular middle-aged teacher as he stands in the schoolyard on the closing day of a school term. Dream on, Mr.
Lincoln, Trevor, Turner, Webb,
Wentworth.
Wild.
Very well. Class is dismissed. Incidentally, I want to wish you all the...
Say, isn't it wonderful? No more Latin, no more Greek. I'm going to burn all my books and swim till I go thin.
Oh, well.
Now, Chipping, wait.
What? Oh, hello, Max.
Chipping, look. Just see what I have here.
A cake. Where did you get it?
A present to the professor from my German class. It's a beauty, no?
Yes, indeed, Max.
What did you get from your class?
I? Oh, nothing.
Oh. Well, I'm glad the summer's here. I will miss the young devils, though. Where do you go for your holiday?
Oh, Harrogate as usual.
Harrogate?
Yes, I've been going there for 19 summers. Ever since I came here to teach at Brookfield. It's quiet and it's convenient and economical.
But Harrogate is a resort for romantic old ladies.
Oh, now really, Max.
Look here, why don't you come with me, huh?
With you?
Yeah, I'm taking a walking trip through the Alps, over the Tyrol into my country, Austria.
Oh, no. It's very kind of you, Max, but really it's quite out of the question, quite impossible.
Oh, Mr. Chipping.
Yes, Jenks?
The headmaster's compliments, and he'd like to see you in his study right away.
Oh, thank you, Jenks.
I hope it's good news, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me, will you, Max? This may be something very important to me.
I can guess what it is. You are going to be promoted to housemaster for next term.
I think so. I hope so.
Of course you are. Congratulations. And now you must take this trip with me to the Tyrol to celebrate.
No. As a housemaster, that wouldn't be quite well. It wouldn't be quite dignified. And I must think of that, because, well, I'd better not keep Chatterton waiting.
Now, don't be nervous. Look him straight in the eye.
Oh, I shall indeed. Goodbye, Max.
Auf Wiedersehen.
A housemaster. Think of that. A housemaster at Brookfield.
I want you to understand, Mr. Chipping, this is immensely difficult for me. But frankly, the Board of School Governors feels that any man in the housemaster post should be popular with the boys. That's why, in spite of the fact that you were in line for the position, we decided on Farrington.
Yes, I see. This is a very great disappointment. Mr. Chatteris, I seem to have been a failure here, and I don't quite know why.
Now, Mr. Chipping...
When I came to Brookfield, I'd never taught before. It was the big chance of my life. Teaching was my great ambition. I was fiercely determined to succeed. But somehow, from the very first day, I missed the trick of getting the boys or anyone else to like me. Instead of a friend, a teacher, I've become, well, just a disciplinarian.
The board has no complaint to make about your work, Mr. Chipping. We would like you to remain in your present post, if that is agreeable.
Yes, yes, of course. It has to be agreeable, doesn't it? Do you know of another school that would accept a teacher who has got nowhere in 19 years? Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chatteris, and good day.
Have a nice holiday, Mr. Chipping. You're going to Harrogate as usual, I suppose.
Harrogate? You do know all about me, don't you, Mr. Chatteris? Ever since the day I came here, you've known what I thought, what I felt, and how I'd turn out.
Now, Mr. Chipping...
but this time you're wrong. I'm not going to Harrogate. I'm going abroad on a walking tour. Yes, Mr. Chatteris, I feel I need a change. And by this time next week, who knows, I may be climbing the Alps. Confound it. I must have taken the wrong turn back there where the trails come together. A man my age has no business climbing the Alps all alone. I should have stayed back at the inn with Max. Oh, dear, now I am in a hole. Fog as thick as pea soup. It's getting dark and... Oh, it's infernally cold. Oh, dear. The safest thing to do is to stay here and not move until Max or someone comes after me. Hello? 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 What an extraordinary echo. Hello? Hello? Well, that's very strange. Well, in all my experience, good heavens, it's not an echo.
I said, where are you?
It's a woman. Hello? Are you in danger? Stay right where you are. Don't be frightened. I'm coming. Hello? Hello? She doesn't answer. She must have fallen. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What? Oh, hello. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, quite thanks. This fog's rather a nuisance, isn't it? You shouldn't be moving about, you know. It's very foolish of you.
Foolish? I heard you call and I thought you were in some difficulty.
What, you mean you climbed up here in this fog to rescue me?
Yes, indeed.
I never heard of such stupidity. Well, I'm probably a much better climber than you are.
Then what were you screaming about?
I wasn't screaming. I just let out a shout at random, trying the echo, you know. Oh, really, it was idiotic of you to take such a risk. And rather wonderful.
Oh, not at all.
Well, anyhow, I'm awfully glad you came. It was going to be very lonely. Won't you sit down? This rock is quite comfortable, as rocks go.
Oh, yes. My name is Chipping.
Mine's Ellis. Catherine Ellis. Have a sandwich?
Oh, have you...
oh, yes, loads of them. Here.
Well, thank you. I am hungry.
That one's ham.
Yes. Pardon. It's very good, too.
I'm sorry I wasn't in any danger.
It was rather inconsiderate of you. What are you doing alone on a mountain?
My friend didn't feel like climbing, so I left her down at the inn. We're bicycling.
Bicycling?
Yes. Do have another sandwich.
Thank you. Good heavens, I didn't know that ladies rode those awful things.
I'm afraid they do, Mr. Chipping.
With one leg, I beg your pardon, I mean, one limb on either side of a saddle.
Now, how could anyone ride a bicycle side saddle?
But what happens to your dress?
Oh, they breed female bicycles now. Didn't you know?
Really? Ladies riding bicycles. It's quite daring, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Well, being a schoolmaster, I may be a bit old-fashioned. You see, I've never been what they called a ladies' man.
Afraid of them?
Terrified.
Oh, not of me, I hope.
No. No, it's very strange, but I'm not. Perhaps it's the altitude. Tell me, do you experience a sort of exhilaration?
Definitely.
As though we owned the mountain?
Every stone of it.
We're pretty superior persons.
We're gods.
Yes, it must be the altitude. Yes, we'd better start getting off this mountain at once.
What, in all this fog?
Well, we've got to get back to the inn. It'll soon be night.
Well, what are you saying? Why, we both missed the park and be killed. Oh, I'm staying here.
But it's damp. It's cold.
Yes, isn't it? I'm freezing.
Oh, dear me, how rude of me. Here, do take my coat.
What, and leave you unprotected? Of course not.
Oh, I'm warm enough. Really, I am.
No, I have a much better idea. It's a big coat, and we'll share it.
Oh,
like this.
Say now, really.
There, see? Oh, there's nothing wrong with this, is there? Cozy, isn't it?
But good heavens, Miss Ellis. suppose someone were to see you. What would they think? What could they think?
Now, who's going to see us away up here on a mountain? May as well face it, Mr. Chipping. We're here for the night.
Oh, I'm sure someone will discover us before morning. They've got to rescue us before morning.
And what if they don't, Mr. Chipping?
Well, in that case, Miss Ellis, as you said, I suppose we'll just have to face it.
Balcony, Catherine?
I'm looking up at my mountain, Flora, in the moonlight.
I should think after last night you'd have seen enough of it.
It's going to be rather a thrilling memory when our vacation is over.
It is a pity your knight Aaron was such an old stick in the mud.
He's not old, Flora, and I think he's quite charming.
Why, Catherine.
Oh, that doesn't mean I'm in love with him, of course.
Well, that's fortunate, because his friend just told me they were leaving for Vienna tomorrow.
Oh, he did?
I wonder why your Mr. Chipping didn't look in to say goodbye.
Oh, he's terribly shy. I'm always so sorry for shy people. Aren't you? Must be so lonely sometimes. Flora?
Yes?
How far is it to Vienna by bicycle? Isn't it the most amazing coincidence, our meeting in Vienna, Mr. Chipping? You know, you were the very last person on earth I expected to see.
Believe me, it's the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me, Miss Ellis. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Some wine, please. Oh, no. No, bring a champagne.
Yes, sir. Perhaps Paul Roger, 1865.
Oh, dear me, no. Nothing as old as that. We want something fresh. The very best.
Fresh? Yeah.
I feel like a little girl at her first party.
So do I. Well, that isn't... I mean, of course, I feel like a small boy.
Perhaps we feel young because this room is so old. Did you know that the Treaty of the Five Kingdoms was drawn up here nearly 100 years ago?
I shall always think of it as the place where I dined with you.
Thank you.
And I shall never forget they were playing the Blue Danube Waltz.
Wouldn't you like to remember that you danced to it?
Dance? I?
Of course.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, I haven't danced for years.
Then it's high time you started again.
Oh, no, not before all those people.
Well, of course, if you really don't want to.
Oh, it's not that. It's, I do want to.
It would have been fun to remember.
Yes, it would. But, Miss Ellis.
Yes, Mr. Chipping?
May I have the pleasure of this dance?
Oh, Chips, you darling. You see, you haven't forgotten. Why, you danced beautifully.
Thank you.
Now, reverse.
Reverse? Oh, I don't believe I could.
That's it. You see how easily it's done?
Yes, by heavens, I did make it, didn't I?
I haven't had such fun in years.
Neither have I.
It's a pity it has to end so soon.
So soon?
Yes. I have to start for home tomorrow.
Oh, but look here, you can't.
Reverse.
Hey, what? Oh, yes.
I shall have so much to remember when I get home.
Oh, so shall I.
Marvelous memory.
Miss Ellis, Kathy, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Chipping.
Of course, it's very presumptuous of me. I couldn't possibly expect a favorable answer.
Why, what is it?
Well, it's this. I haven't much to offer, but would you consider...
Yes, Mr. Chipping.
Could you... That is, would you consider trying that dance step again? Reverse, Miss Kathy.
Alle Einsteigen, Irrweg, Ramhaar, der Zug des Hausburg and Punkten am Rechte.
The train's about ready to start, Kathy. What time do you get to London? Oh, dear me, yes, of course, I asked that before, didn't I?
Yes. Oh, isn't saying goodbye awful?
Yes, isn't it?
I mean, it's so...
Yes, that's exactly what it is. There, the train's starting to move. Jump on, Kathy.
Oh, dear, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Chip. And when you're remembering, please remember me with this. Goodbye.
Miss Ellis! Kathy, wait! Kathy! Kathy, do you hear me?
Yes, but don't fall under the train.
You just kissed me, you know.
I know. Wasn't it dreadful?
But look here. You'll have to marry me now.
Oh, do you want to?
Oh, frightfully, do you?
Dreadfully. Goodbye, Chip, darling. Goodbye.
Kathy! Kathy, wait! I'll meet you in London. Wait for me.
I say, this is a dirty trick on your part, Max, getting us here to meet the newlyweds.
Yes, any girl who'd marry Chipping must be a fright. Chipping's bad enough, but now we'll have to put up with a Mrs. Chipping, too.
Come up and stay out. Put that tea away, Max. Yes, let's shorten your deal as much as possible.
And Max, for heaven's sake, don't ask them to sit and stay.
Come in, Chipping. Oh, hello, everyone. Hello. You can only stay a moment, Max. Come in, Kathy.
Thank you.
These are my colleagues, my dear.
How do you do? Oh, it's so nice to meet you all. And just a little terrifying. Chip told me how distinguished you all are.
Chip? Oh, Kathy, really. Just a nickname she's given me, fellows.
I would. Chips. Why didn't we think of that?
Please sit down, Mrs.
Yes,
Chipping.
please. Here's a chair. Sit here, Chips, old man. It's good to see you again.
Oh, Max, for heaven's sake, where are your manners? Aren't you going to give Chipping some tea?
Thank you, Mrs. Chipping.
It was a jolly party, Mrs. Chipping.
The scoundrels were wonderful. Goodbye, Mr. Chip. Mr. Chipping.
Goodbye, boys. I haven't enjoyed a party so much for ages.
Goodbye, boys. Hurry now to assembly or you'll be late.
Bye. What a nice lot of boys they are.
Yes. Your idea of giving a party for them was a good one. But, my dear, what authority will I have in my classes after such an affair?
10 times more, Chip. Because they'll know you as a friend.
Know me as a friend? Oh, Kathy, how I wish they would.
They will. You wait and see, Chip.
Kathy, where are you? Oh, the most glorious news. Wilkinson is leaving, and I've been advanced to housemaster. Well, Mrs. Chipping, prepare yourself. Beginning next term, my salary goes up £20. So where shall we spend this summer?
That's wonderful news, Chip.
Thanks, old man. I wanted you to be the first to know.
Of course, I hope it will be a boy.
So do we. Both Kathy and I would like him to go to Brookfield, you know.
Oh, Chips.
Kathy, darling.
I'm so sorry. So sorry the way things turned out.
That doesn't matter, darling.
The doctor said that it would have been a boy.
You're all I care about.
Chips.
You mustn't talk.
I'm going away. Aren't I?
No, of course not, Kathy. I couldn't live without you.
Oh, Chips, I've been so happy. No one's ever been so happy. Ever.
Darling, dearest.
Will you make me a promise?
Yes. Yes, Kathy.
You'll carry on. Even if I'm not here. Won't you?
Kathy,
The boys, Chips. The boys of Brookfield. They're the only children you ever had.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Kathy.
Please. Promise.
All right. I promise.
Say it. No matter what happens, I shall carry on at Brookfield for always.
No matter what happens, I shall carry on at Brookfield for always.
Now tell me. I want to see if you remember how we met, what we did, and how we fell in love.
Well, once upon a time, there was a very lonely teacher, and he went to Switzerland. There he met a beautiful girl on a mountain top. In Vienna they danced all night and fell in love. And Kathy, do you hear me? Kathy! Oh, Kathy! Kathy! Class will please come to order.
Did you hear? Mrs. Chips is dead.
Turn to page 29.
She had us to tea last week.
The first paragraph at the top of the page.
I don't know what Chips will do without her.
Collie, will you begin the translation?
Yes, sir. In every age, the barbarians have oppressed.
Go on, Collie.
Yes, sir. Have oppressed. Oh, I can't.
Collie, please. I know how you feel, but we must go on. That's what she wanted. For all of us to carry on at Brookfield for always. Now come, Collie. Read with me. In every age, the barbarians have oppressed the peaceful nations all over the world
who neglect and
Chips went on through the years as he had promised. He saw 3 generations come and go. He became headmaster of Brookfield and was the most honored, most loved man the great school had ever known. Then, in his 85th year, he retired. And now, mourned by all of England, old Chips is dying. The doctor and the present headmaster of Brookfield are in his room. Chips' eyes open slowly as their voices come to his ears.
Remarkable character, Marshal.
A great character, Doctor. I knew him and I knew his wife.
She died many years ago, I understand.
Yes, that's her picture there on the table by his bed.
Ah, lovely head. Pity he never had any children.
What was that you said about me?
Nothing, Chips. We were just talking and waiting for you to come out of that beauty sleep of yours.
No, I heard you. You said it was a pity I had no children. But I have. You know, I have thousands of them. And all boys.
Chips.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Is it the end, Doctor?
I'm afraid so.
I've kept my promise, Kathy. I've carried on, my dear. I've carried on, Kathy. Oh, it's been such a long time without you, Kathy. Such a long, long time. The job's finished, Kathy. It's done.
Goodbye, Mr. Chips. 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 Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Hello, Mr. Chips.
so our Gulf curtain falls on the conclusion of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, which was written for radio by Charles Tazwell and Hector Chevenix. Greer Garson and Basil Rathbone will be with us again as soon as we give them a few seconds to sort of catch their breath. And during those few seconds, we've something of interest to everyone who's ever sat behind the wheel of an automobile.
You know, friends, a doctor can tell a lot about a patient's condition just by having him take a little exercise, then getting out a stethoscope and listening. Well, in much the same way, you can tell a lot about your car just by accelerating suddenly or driving up a steep hill and listening to the engine. For if you hear a knocking, pinging sound, that's a sign your car is wasting gas and wasting power. And it may also mean some expensive repair bills. So better fill up with Gulf No-Nox gasoline. This extra-value gasoline has been raised to an extremely high anti-knock rating. It's especially designed to stop that harmful hammering and pounding in your motor. As a result, Gulf No-Nox gives you a quieter, smoother-running motor at maximum mileage. So the very next time you need gasoline, get a gasoline designed to make your car run quieter and run better. Gulf No-Nox gasoline.
Basil, I want to tell you that your performance was all that Greer said it was going to be.
Thank you.
And as for you, Greer, your interpretation of Mrs. Chips, both on the screen and on our program tonight, will always constitute one of the really fine performances of our time.
Thank you, Roger. That's sweet of you.
What's your dramatic treat for next week, Roger?
We're going to do that delightful comedy melodrama hit of stage and screen, The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope you'll have Eddie Robinson starring in it.
You can bet on that, Greer. We'll not only have Edward G. Robinson playing Dr. Clitterhouse, the scientist who became a crook, but in addition, we'll also have Humphrey Bogart and Marcia Hunt. So be with us next week, won't you, friends? Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Now, a special announcement. If you would like to have a beautiful full-color portrait ready for framing of Loretta Young, be sure to get the new issue of Photoplay Movie Mirror magazine, now available at all newsstands. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 42. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred Collins. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, a word of sincere thanks for the many wonderful letters which you wrote to us about last week's broadcast, Note on Danger B. We're very glad you enjoyed it and very appreciative of your praise. However, we wish to emphasize again that Note on Danger B was fiction, not fact. The broadcast was based on a short story by Gerald Kirsch, which appeared in the Saturday Evening Post. And not only the characters themselves, but all events and plot material were imaginary. None were true or actual. And now our show tonight. We have with us two very fine actors making their second appearance on Radio City Playhouse. Louis Van Rooten is heard as Professor Gildia, and David Gothard as Father Murchison in How Love Came to Professor Gildia, Attraction 42 on Radio City Playhouse.
As a minister of the gospel in New York City, it is part of my job to help people in trouble. Any kind of people in any kind of trouble. More than anything in the world, I wanted to help one man. But he was beyond help when I met him. It is tragic, incredible, terrifying, but true. The story of how love came to Professor Gildia. I first saw Professor Gildia at a lecture he gave at the Botanical Society. I am interested in botany, Perhaps because flowers are so close to God. I was struck by his brilliance, by his piercing blue eyes. But most of all, I was struck by the fact that here was a man so afraid of something that he couldn't conceal it, even on a lecture platform. Perhaps no one else in his audience noticed it. But in this strong and brilliant man, I could sense terror. He was living, moving, and breathing in a fear so desperate that it was driving him crazy. I was drawn to him. I wanted to help. Yet I was afraid to intrude. I waited until the lecture hall emptied and he was gathering up his notes. Then I went up to him and thanked him for his talk. Professor Gildear, my name is Murchison. I enjoyed your talk very much indeed.
Well, that's very kind of you, Father Murchison. I'm glad you liked it. Yes?
I have a very strange impression that, well...
That what?
That something is bothering you.
Have you?
I thought that perhaps you wouldn't mind if I offered to help.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't go to church.
That, of course, is your own affair. I merely felt that... I'm sorry. It's none of my business. I'll get along. But I did want you to know how much I enjoyed your...
Wait just a minute, Father.
Yes, Professor.
What you say is quite true. You see,
You are afraid of something.
Yes, I am. Could you have dinner with me tomorrow night?
Why, I think so.
Here's my card. It's apartment 1A, 5th Avenue, just north of 89th Street. About 7:30?
7:30 will be fine. I'll be there.
Thank you. And thank you very much for speaking to me. I do have need of somebody, something. I'll see you tomorrow night at 7:30. This is the drawing room. We'll have our coffee in here.
Coffee here, coffee here.
What on earth is that?
That's Napoleon, a parrot I picked up 3 years ago. I was making a study of the imitative powers of birds. Say hello, Napoleon. Say hello.
Hello. Coffee here, coffee here.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, the way they talk? I've never had much to do with parrots.
Well, sit down, won't you? Pitting will bring our coffee in a moment.
Coffee here.
Certainly with that parrot around, you'd never be lonely.
I would never be lonely anyway.
What a strange thing to say.
Well, I'm afraid I have a rather poor opinion of my fellow man, Father Murchison. The masses are stupid and dull-witted. Friends and enemies take too much time. Women are a bore. I'm quite happy to live alone. I always have.
Have you never been in love?
Why do you say that?
What is the matter with you? There's something. I can feel it.
Yes, I imagine you can. I can feel it, too.
What do you mean?
Here's Pitting with our coffee.
Will you have it on the coffee table, sir?
Yes, Pitting. We'll pour our own.
Will that be all, sir?
That's all, Pitting. Good night.
Good night, sir.
How do you take your coffee?
Black, please.
There you are.
Thank you.
Since you seem to be so observing, I'll tell you everything. The fact is, I'm very upset. 2 weeks ago, I was working in this room at night. It was quite late, about 11. I went to the door to get a breath of air. I stood on the steps for a moment, and I noticed somebody sitting on one of the park benches across the street. Would you mind if I showed you the bench?
You want to go over to the park now?
Oh, no, you can see it from my window. Would you mind stepping over here?
Well, not at all.
I just want you to get the exact picture in your mind.
Over here.
These curtains are dusty. You know this district?
Not very well. My, what a beautiful night. Does the traffic keep you awake?
I'm used to it. This is 5th Avenue, as you know. That's Central Park. Now, do you see that bench? The bench against the wall.
Over there.
The one against the stone wall, just this side of the streetlight.
Yes.
Well, that's the bench where I saw it.
Saw what?
Let's get away from this window. Is your coffee cold?
No, fine.
I was standing on my doorstep looking across the street at that bench. Suddenly, I became aware that somebody was sitting on it. I became intensely interested in this person, as though... Well, very interested. I crossed the street intending to make some remark about the weather. I felt compelled to speak. And then when I got to the bench, the person had vanished.
Vanished?
Well, it wasn't there anymore. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. When I saw the bench was empty, I was ridiculously disappointed. I felt sad, depressed. Then I turned around and came home. When I got to the apartment, I discovered I'd left the door open.
The door into the street?
Well, both doors, as a matter of fact. The door from the street into the hall and the door from the hall into the apartment. However, I wasn't gone more than 5 minutes, and I wouldn't think any more about it. If it weren't for the fact that...
The fact that what?
That when I came back, I had a very definite feeling that somebody or something had come into this room while I was out.
And then had left?
No. Had stayed.
Had stayed?
Is staying. Is here now.
Oh, you're joking.
Do I look like I was joking?
You mean you think there is someone in this room now?
I know there's somebody in this room now.
But you can't see whatever it is?
No, I can't see it.
Then how do you know that it's here?
I can feel it. I can sense it.
But this is... Do you mean some sort of...
I don't know. Believe me, I don't know. Now, I'm a scientist. I think I'm as sane as the next man. Look at me. Do you think I'm capable of making this up?
My dear Professor Gildear, it's so fantastic that
That you don't believe it.
I believe that you certainly have this sensation. But... Oh, good heavens, man, you're shaking.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Have you had this sensation for long? This feeling that there is somebody in this room?
Ever since that night.
For 2 weeks?
Yes.
Now, look here. Would you mind if I spoke very frankly to you?
Please do.
I think you're very tired, overworked, strained. You look strained. Why don't you take a vacation?
You think this whole thing is a hallucination, that it's mental?
I'm sure of it. The way you live isn't natural. No friends, no social life.
Friends are a waste of time, believe me. There's nothing personal in this. I just frankly find most people completely unsatisfied.
Won't you take a couple of weeks off?
Well, all right, I will. I'll go to Cuba. I'll go to Cuba for 2 weeks.
And will you do something else?
What?
Before you go to Cuba, will you go to a doctor? I thought about Professor Gildy a great deal during the next 2 weeks. He had a strangely hard face tipped with a little black goatee. Everything about him was solid, cold fact. The scientist, the intellectual. I liked him. I admired his brilliant mind, and I made a point to inquire about his work. He had much to do with the discovery of penicillin and some of the sulfur drugs. He sent me a postcard from Cuba showing several very beautiful girls lying on the beach. I think he thought it might shock me. The night he returned to New York, he telephoned me. I was in my study. Hello?
Father Murchison?
Speaking.
Fred Gildear.
Well, welcome home. How was the trip?
Splendid, thank you. I got home this morning. Are you busy at the moment?
I'm working on my sermon for this Sunday.
Could you possibly come over here?
Right now?
Yes, right now, if you could.
Is anything wrong?
Yes. Something is very wrong.
Is it the same thing that we discussed?
Yes, only worse. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd appreciate it very much if you could come.
All right, I'll take a cab. I'll be there in half an hour.
Professor Gildy is in the drawing room, sir. Just go right in. He's expecting
Thank you, Pitting. Well, so the travelers returned.
Oh, it's good of you to come so quickly. Sit down.
Thank you. Why, but you're looking very tanned and healthy.
Before I left, I did go to a doctor. One of the best diagnosticians in the country. I'm in perfect shape.
Oh, splendid. I'm glad to hear it.
That's why I'm so upset.
You mean your visitor is still here?
Yes.
In this room?
Yes, in this room. He welcomed me here this morning.
But how? In what way?
Simply by being here, that's all.
Gildear, I really don't know what to say. I don't know what...
If I were in your position, Father, and you were in mine, I should certainly think you were crazy, the victim of some sort of nervous delusion. I believe I can prove to you now that there is something in this room. If I can't, you can take me to every psychiatrist in town. Take a good look at Napoleon.
He seems the same as usual.
He knows we're looking at him. Do you notice his attention is fixed on something in that corner of the room?
Surely you don't think that a parrot can see this thing, too?
I'll prove it. I'll prove to you that Napoleon sees it. I merely sense it.
Oh, my dear fellow, you're trembling.
Yes, I am. Would you mind getting behind the drapes? I'll pull them apart a little. Would you mind?
I know.
Would you stand in here? It's a bay window. There's plenty of room for both of us.
What are you going to do?
I'm covering Napoleon's cage. This is a green baize cover I put over him at night.
Why did you cover the cage?
To remove his attention from everything in the room. Now, if you'd move over a little, I'd get in the window beside you.
Well, this is all very mysterious.
Now keep your voice down and keep perfectly still. You know Napoleon invariably watches anything that's moving. Oh, you can sit on the windowsill. Just keep very quiet. Now reach out, lift the cover off the cage. There.
Seems to be behaving quite normally.
Wait.
What's the matter with him?
He's seen something. Look. See how still he's standing? He's watching something and listening. You see? The way his head tilts to one side. He's listening to something.
Why is he rustling his feathers?
Watch him. Please keep your voice down. You see? He's pecking at the bars of his cage. Watch him. See him moving over? Now watch him. In a moment, he'll put his head through the bars of the cage.
Oh, good heavens.
He's being stroked, Murchison. Something is stroking his head. I've done it too often myself. Look at the way he's pressing his head up against something. Look at him. He loves it.
What in the name of...
Listen to him.
Hello, Gilda, surely you don't think...
Yes, I do. He's imitating an idiot. Oh. Shut up, Napoleon! Shut up! All right, come on, Father. Sit down.
Oh, I don't know what to say. May I have some of this?
It's brandy. Help yourself. Well?
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Do you believe that bird saw something? Was being stroked by something?
Yes, I do.
What did it remind you of? The noises Napoleon made. What did it remind you of?
I don't know.
It's the slobbering, the horrible look of the bird, the sickening way he moved. He's imitating something that is mentally abnormal.
It suggested extreme sentimentality with feeble-mindedness.
Exactly. Now, I'll have some of that brandy myself.
Oh, that's the most nauseating thing I've ever seen in my life.
You wouldn't think a parrot could do it, could you? Napoleon's very clever. I've studied him for hours.
Oh, it reminds me of something. There was a woman once, a poor sick soul that came to all my sermons. She never missed, and she'd always sit close to the front. All through the sermon, she'd smile and smirk and nod her head and make faces at me. She used to wait after church was out to shake hands with me. Once she reached up very suddenly and kissed me. I was revulsed and horrified. She was quite harmless, but no mind at all. Even knowing this, I couldn't banish the sick loathing I felt when she touched me. God's house is open to all, but I'm afraid I told her not to come back. Napoleon reminds me of that woman.
Then you know what I mean. The actual physical nausea I'm experiencing.
You mean you are conscious of this visitor all the time?
Yes, all the time. At this moment, even... Excuse me for spitting. This thing makes me literally sick to my stomach. There's no brain, only the cunning of idiocy. Murchison, it loves me.
Loves you?
I know it. I have no reason to fear it. It loves me. That's what's so disgusting.
Look, will you let me talk to Pitting?
About this, he'd think you were out of your mind. I haven't told him.
Oh, no, not about this. I'd like to ask him some questions.
All right, anything you like. I'll ring for him. I warn you, he's as cold as a fish. Been with me 7 years. I don't know any more about him than the day he came. We're not the least bit interested in each other as human beings.
That's unfortunate.
You think he might be a better servant if I cultivated him?
No, I think he might be a better friend.
Oh, here he is.
Did you want something, sir?
Well, come in, Pitting. Father Murchison here would like to ask you some questions.
Ask me some questions, sir? What kind of questions?
Pitting, while Professor Gildia was away, did anybody come in this room besides you?
No, sir.
You're sure?
Yes, sir.
Did you move Napoleon's cage anywhere while the professor was away? Did you take him outside, into the park or anything?
Oh, no, sir. I've never been interested in Napoleon.
His cage stayed right here all the time. He saw no one?
No one, sir.
All right, Pitting, thank you.
Is that all, Professor Gildia?
That's all, Pitting. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night, Father Murchison.
Good night.
Well?
I'm baffled. Completely baffled. And I must leave. I have a sermon to finish.
Will you come tomorrow?
I did have an engagement.
Please come.
All right, I'll come.
I'll see you to the door.
Try to get some sleep. Take a pill or something. Have you anything?
Some Nembutal.
You look exhausted.
I am. Is that door kept locked? Yes, and so is this one to the street. You can catch a Fifth Avenue bus, or there's lots of cabs.
Oh, I'll manage. I'll try to get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow night around 9. Good night.
Good night. And thanks. Thanks very much.
Good night.
No. No. Get away. Get away! No. Get away from me, you hear? Get away. Bidding! Oh, don't touch me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Bidding!
Yes, sir, I'm coming.
Hurry, Bidding, hurry.
What's the matter, sir? What is it?
You took long enough coming. You suddenly gone deaf. When I call you, I expect you to come. You hear?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm getting sick of the way you act around here. Yes, sir, no, sir. Very good, sir. But are you Bidding, a man or a machine? I'm sorry, Bidding. You won't understand this, but I felt something brush against me. I wish you'd sleep on the couch in my room.
Are you ill, Professor Gildear?
I don't know.
Is it the brandy, sir?
What? No, I'm not drunk. Do you understand? You better keep a civil tongue in your head or you can go.
That might be the best arrangement.
Now, look, Bidding, I'm sorry.
I really don't care for your manners.
All right, get out of here then. Pack your clothes and get out right now.
I will leave in the morning, sir. It is not convenient for me to leave here at this hour of the night.
Thank heaven it's you. Come in.
Well, where's Pitting?
I fired him. He left this morning.
Fired?
After you left last night, I felt it. Felt it? Oh, sit down. Excuse me if I don't. I can't sit still. Last night, immediately after you left, I felt it brushed against me in the hall. I felt it squeezing against me with loathsome, sickening tenderness. I called for Pitting. I forget what we said exactly, but we had a row. He left this morning. I sat up all night. It never left my side. It kissed me. It kissed me from inside my mouth. Gildear. Murchison, you've got to help me. I can't stand it any longer.
Oh, Gildear, get hold of yourself. You can't break up like this.
Downstairs this morning, and Napoleon was making those same horrible, lovesick sounds. I grabbed the cage and took him to a pet shop on 3rd Avenue and sold him. I'm at the end of my rope. I can't stay in this house alone any longer.
You said something about a lecture in Boston the other night. When is it?
The day after tomorrow.
Why don't you go up to Boston now?
Oh, what's the use? I'm in no condition to lecture.
If this thing didn't go with you to Cuba, did it?
No.
Then perhaps you'll be free of it in Boston.
Could you possibly come with me? I know you're busy, but please come with me.
All right, I'll come.
Now, let's drive up. Can you leave now? My car's just around the corner in the garage.
All right, if you'll drive me home first so I can pack a bag.
Remarks tonight by reminding you that parasitism and consequent structural degeneration are not all confined to animals. Many plants show marked degenerative characteristics. You're all familiar with the corn and wheat infesting chinch bug of the Mississippi Valley. This is a parasitic fungus. No. Get away from me! Get away and leave me alone! Father Murchison, help me! It's here! It's on the stairs!
In an instant, the lecture hall was in a turmoil. Somehow, I got him back to our hotel. The next day, we drove back to New York. It was now impossible to leave him. He was a shattered and broken man. I moved into the apartment with him. I was afraid to leave him alone. The night after we got home, he thought he had the solution. It was suggested by something I said. We were sitting in the drawing room with the curtains drawn and a fire going. Gildear, you've always had a strange, unhappy attitude to love. You told me once that friends, enemies, and women were the greatest time wasters in the world. You've always fought against intimacy, against affection. Why don't you give this thing what it asks?
What do you mean?
Give it love in return.
No! It's sickening. If it was an enemy, I could fight it. But it loves me, with its Indian's brain and falling, sickening affection, horribly physical.
Can you feel it now?
Yes, it's pressing against me. In this chair.
Oh, Gildia, please.
I'd better go to a hospital. I can't expect you to live here indefinitely. I can't stay in this house alone.
Would you like me to pray for you?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Now?
Yes, now, right now.
Will you try to stop resisting people? You've got to open your heart to people, to friendship, to love.
But not to this. Not to this. I hate it. I hate it.
Gildia, stop it.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Stop killing yourself. You've got to stop this.
I hate it.
Oh, please, Gildia, control yourself. You've got to hang on to yourself. This is terribly hard on you. You've got to...
Wait. Hutchinson, wait. Wait.
What? What is it?
It's going. Going. Yes. Yes, it's going. It's leaving me. Because I said I hated it. It's leaving me. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Gildia, for the love of heaven,
quick,
stop.
Murchison, it's leaving. Quick, open the door. Quickly, please open the door.
Gildia,
Don't
you've got
stand
to...
there staring at me. Open the door.
Gildia,
Can't you understand English? It's leaving me. Open the door.
All right.
And open the other one, the one out to the street. Open the one to the street. Open it wide. Wide.
I stood there shaking, terrified, blasted at what I had seen happen to a man. I half thought I might feel something brush past me, but it didn't. I looked out through the light drizzling rain, and there on the park bench, I saw a figure. I saw it. I saw it sit down on the bench, huddled as though it was crying. It was frozen to the spot. It was real. I had seen it, too. I started to rush after it when I heard Gildia scream. When I got back to the room, he was dead. The doctor said it was heart. I don't know. As I look back on it, I can't be sure whether I saw this figure on the bench or not. At the time, I was sure. Now I don't know. I know that Gildia was sane. He was a brilliant man. I liked him. His death was a great loss to the world. As for this strange thing that came to him, that is hard to understand. But I think that it is dangerous to resolutely shut out love and friendship from one's heart. It is dangerous, and it is abnormal to love no one. There is, of course, no explanation.
You have just heard How Love Came to Professor Gildia. Attraction 42 on Radio City Playhouse. Professor Gildia was Louis Van Rooten. Father Murchison was David Gothard. The parrot was Frank Milano. Pitting was Eugene Francis. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. The story was written by Robert Hitchens and adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the entire production.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week, a tight, suspenseful story of an innocent woman convicted of murder, starring Bernard Grant and Mitzi Gould. Please join us next week at the same time to hear Motive for Murder, Attraction 43, next week on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
House in Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman, we invite your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorite, Don McNeil and his Breakfast Club. And here is your Toastmaster, Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. We woke up bright and early just now. Howdy do ya. First of all, the Breakfast Club for all of you out there. Here we go when the Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, hail, the gang's all here on this Monday. And I tell you, we are surrounded by high school senior classes today. I want them to let us know they're here. If any of you have a school yell when I mention your name, yell out your school yell. Millbank, South Dakota. We also have a quiet group from Morristown, Minnesota. Another senior class from Shelbyville, Missouri. That's the quiet group, friend. All right. They're here. There's nobody here from Ravillo, South Dakota, or Summit, South Dakota. That's right. Maynard, Iowa. No? Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. They're here, but they don't have an organized yell. Well, we certainly have a splendid group, as you have already heard. And we have other assorted seniors here who are just going to yell for themselves. And we also have our entire cast here. We have Anita Bryant from Oklahoma. We have Dick Noel, Mr.
H-U-N-T-I-N. I remember mine.
Do you?
Sure, all the way through.
What was it?
H-U-I... Wait a minute, I'll spell it.
Oh, I got one.
High school, that's it.
Yeah.
I like Eddie's. He's got one.
Razoo, Johnny get your bazoo, ips to the eye-kai, rah-rah tech.
Yeah? So it's a wonderful thing the way some of those prisons had yells like that. You got one? All right, Cliff.
I'm in the Sioux-Sa, bus, caldo hard, and the bus, caldo hard, and the loot, the fist, I got another one for Superior.
All right, Superior.
Ole Olson, Jan Jansen, Superior, Wisconsin, yeah, but caldo hard and Superior, yeah.
All right. All right, you forced me to it. S-A-G makes pretty little she. B-O-Y makes a boy. G-A-N, do it over again. And that spells she boy again. She boy again, high school. Yay! 4 minutes past the hour. Darrell Hopman, please. May I speak to you? This fella here. Evidently quite a character among the group from Morristown, Minnesota. You ask these students from Morristown, who's the president? Point to this guy. Who's the smartest guy in the class? Point to this guy. Who's the president of the Audiovisual Club? Point to this guy. Who's the president of the M Club? Point to this guy. Who's in the student council? You're everything.
Well, a lot of things, not everything.
Well, just about. Darrell, I think that's wonderful that you found time to do so many extracurricular activities. You find time to study, too, with all this?
Well, probably not as much time as I should, but I get at it once in a while.
You're doing all right, I bet, aren't you?
Fair.
Well, Darrell, a guy who's done as much as you have in your class must have some great plans for the future. What are yours?
Well, I expect to go to college next year for the next 4 years, and then I imagine I'll probably have to go in the Air Force or Army or things like that.
Yeah.
And then I may be a school teacher or an engineer or a journalist. I'm not sure, one of those three.
Well, those are good diversified fields to pick from. How do you feel about the gal situation now that you're a senior about to embark on this great field of life, Darrell?
Well, I have nothing against girls.
That's a nice, broad attitude to have, I suppose. Broad attitude is right. Well, yeah. I didn't mean that, but it kind of slipped out, yeah. Darrell, I'm glad to hear you say that, old boy. I've got a suggestion for you here. Would you like to hear it in song?
All right.
Dick Noel? If you can't make up your mind whether to be an engineer or a journalist or a doctor or whatever else you're thinking of, here's a suggestion for you. Just go back there and listen to this, okay?
Rock away your troubles, rock away your cares. You find peace and comfort in that easy rocking chair. You feel just as wealthy as a millionaire when you get back to Dixie in that easy rocking chair. Everyone your neighbor will come on the mat, just sitting doing nothing much and not too much of that. Thumbing through the good book, thinking of a prayer. You rock your way to heaven in that easy rocking chair. Play it, Jack. Rock away my troubles, rock away my cares. Oh, I'll find peace and comfort in that easy rocking chair. I'll feel just as wealthy as a millionaire when I get back to Dixie in that easy rocking chair.
Come on. Yeah, boy. All right, where's Mildred Rogers now? Hope, Arkansas, gal. Here's Mildred. Mildred wants to know if I remember something she did a long time ago. What did you do, Mildred?
Well, when you had your youngest child, your son, my mother and I were very ardent listeners to your program. So she was making little baby crocheted shoes, booties, and we sent you and your wife a pair for your son.
Oh, was that our first son?
No, your last son.
The last son.
Was Mike?
No, that's Bob.
Bob.
Robert Patrick. He's 18 years old now. You're the one who sent those crocheted babies?
Yes, sir.
I want you to know he's still wearing them for sweat
Well,
socks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Nita, let's find out.
Every little breeze is sighing of love and dying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while shadows are creeping in a little
Thank you, Miss Nita.
Son, you didn't give me a chance to give my yell.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You've been out of high school less than a year, so...
That's right.
All right.
I-L-I-K-E-B-O-Y-S.
Guess that applies to any school, doesn't it? Where's Phyllis?
Can I give mine?
Yeah, Sam. Sorry.
A-L-C-A-T-R-A-Z. Alcatraz. All out. Change clothes.
All right, where's Phyllis Reiners from Millbank, South Dakota? Phyllis, will Doc come up here, please? Most popular young lady. She's wearing pins all over. Are those yours, or did somebody pin you?
They're my own.
Oh, I see.
That ring slipped out of her nose, too.
Do you have that deal where the boys pin the girls? Not in high school, I guess.
No.
No, that's college stuff.
Just give them that ring.
Yes. In fact, oh, is that some guy's ring?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, how come then you're president of an interesting and educational club called the Old Maids of America?
This is our result. We have a goal.
What is your goal? Oh. The goal of the Old Maids is to not become old maids, is that it?
Yeah, I'm a member of that club.
Are you a member of that club? Yeah. Well, I suppose most high school girls are. I'm sorry that I can't join your club. You're going steady, I suppose, because that ring shows that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for you. Congratulations. Is it Reiner's or?
That's right. That was perfect.
Thank you. Did you take any economics or domestic science in high school?
Yes, I did.
All right. What are some of the things you learned in that class?
Not to take it a second year.
One more crack like that, you may be a senior next year. Yeah. I think Dick really ought to put more into this song than he has in any for a long, long time, because just about, how long is it, a week or so ago?
It's about 10 days now.
10 days ago. Dick and his wife adopted a little boy, 18 months old, and he's a very, very welcome addition to their household. Little Peter Noel. And so when you sing that little boy of mine, you'll be singing about something.
A tiny turned-up nose, two cheeks just like a rose, so sweet from head to toes, that little boy of mine. Two arms that hold me tight, two eyes that shine so bright, two lips that kiss goodnight, that little boy of mine. No one will ever know just what his coming has meant, because we love him so. He's something heaven has sent. He's all the world to me. He climbs upon my knee. To me, he'll always be that little boy of mine.
Well, Pete's a good boy, as good as he can be. But when he starts crying, oh, woe is me. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the crying. He cries so happily. But tell me, how can I explain to him I get up at 5 a.m., not 3? In dreams I see his face and feel his sweet embrace. There's no one can replace that little boy of mine.
Couldn't have been finer, Dick. Now it's hymn time with Anita Bryant. Each in his own words, each in his own way. For a world united in peace, let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. Memory Time, and Alvin Small of San Francisco sent me this little poem which tells the measure of a man. The measure of man is not how did he die, but how did he live. Not how did he gain, but what did he give. These are the units to measure the worth of a man as a man, regardless of birth. Not what was his station, but had he a heart? And how did he play his God-given part? Was he ever ready with a word of good cheer to bring back a smile and to banish a tear? Not what was his church, nor what was his creed, but had he befriended those really in need? And not what did the sketch in the newspaper say, but how many were sorry when he passed away? Ray Kosuski, please. Ray, you look like a smart guy.
Not very.
Huh?
Not very.
Well, that's what all the other cards said. All your friends filled out cards and said, be sure and call on Ray. How do you pronounce your last name?
Kosuski.
Kosuski, yeah. They said, call on him. He's the smartest kid we got around.
I wasn't going to have any friends. They call that.
Well, that's what they all said. Now, you go to what high school?
Millbank High School.
Yeah. Good high school, isn't it?
That's the best.
Yes, sir. You intend to get out of there, I presume?
I'm hoping to.
Ah, boy. All right. Now, you're a bright student, as they all said. I want you to tell me just one little thing, and I'm sure you'll have it right at your fingertips. What's capillary action?
That is, what is it? Water going up in a plant. I don't know how it gets there, but it's moisture moving in a plant.
Well, you've got the idea. In other words, it defies the... Never mind it. It defies the law of gravity and goes upwards, doesn't it?
Right.
So it goes up. Water or any other fluid. All right. You said in plants, and you're right. Well, thank you, and I certainly wish you the best of luck in your farming.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil.
Yes, sir. Keep digging, boy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now, boy, thank you. Yes, sir. He is a bright young chap. Oh, look out now. Here she comes, our human dynamo, Aunt Fanny. Come on in, Aunt Fanny. How are you this morning, Aunt Fanny?
Well, pretty good. Gee, I was almost late getting here today.
Were you?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you, I always say there's nothing that improves your driving like a fellow following you on a motorcycle.
Oh.
Especially if you don't know that he's a Western Union boy. Well, sir, I'm just limp from Friday.
What's that?
Oh, them group, that was up
From Indianapolis?
yes,
Yeah.
The part-timers
Mhm.
with Ann Wagner. Wasn't that a wonderful...
Party liners.
Party liners, yes. I knew it was something like that. Well, did you see that beautiful telephone they brought me?
Yes.
With the crank on the side.
Regular
I'll
old
say you
wall.
can get feeling into it. It's just wonderful. Gee, did you try to lift it?
No.
Oh, so heavy. I carried it home, and I fell down right outside Mrs. Sherman's place here. And it's the first time, Jing, in a long time you can say, I wasn't on the phone. The phone was on me.
Really?
Oh, saved. Just awful. And that lovely recipe that she brought me.
For piccalilli.
Ms. McCrary, yes, for piccalilli.
Piccalilli.
I'm going to make some of that.
Are you?
If I can just get my hands on some green tomatoes.
Oh.
I don't know where Oh, Mr. Noel. That's the only kind he raises.
Yeah.
Had a red one time, they threw it out.
Yes,
it was
that's
sunburn.
right, yeah.
Well, it's the receipt itself sounds like fun. Because it says put all the ingredients together and then proceed to get boiled. So I think I'll just do that. When I get it run, I'm going to send a quart to Ms. McCrary, and if she's smart, she'll give it to somebody else.
Yes.
Because she doesn't care much about my receipts never seem to turn out well.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Now, I made Welsh rarebit here just last week, and it said served 6.
Yes.
I served the whole block and had enough left to plaster the pantry.
No kidding.
Yes, I did. I really did. Well, say, is this a convention of Mr. Valentine's grandchildren or what?
No, these are...
That's one way to get an audience. Raise your own.
Yeah. These are high school senior classes.
Well,
yes,
they're
seniors.
at that point whether it's either get out or start over.
That's right.
Great plays. The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Scandal by Richard Brinsley Sheridan, another great play in the development of the history of drama. It was in Wren's Drury Lane Theatre 161 years ago in London, England, that the premiere performance of Sheridan's The School for Scandal was presented before a brilliant audience. Throughout the years, the greatest men and women in the history of the stage wove their magic spells within those walls. John Phillips Kemble, Thomas Betterton, Peg Woffington, David Garrick, and Sarah Siddons were among the immortals who glorified that stage. After the retirement of David Garrick in the year 1776, Sheridan, the author of this afternoon's play, took over the duties of managing the Drury Lane with his father-in-law Thomas Lenty, the composer, and Dr. Ford. From the outset, Sheridan's first season was remarkable, due in large part to the production of his School for Scandal. Once again, we invite you to be our guest at a great play, The School for Scandal, which was first presented on Saturday afternoon, May 8th, 1777, at the Drury Lane Theatre, London, England. Sheridan begins his comedy at Lady Sneerwell's house, where she and her contemporaries indulge in the gentle art of gossiping. Their chief topic is scandal about their neighbors. The not-too-harmonious marriage of Sir Peter and Lady Teazle comes under their observation, and also the mode of life and the loves of the brothers Charles and Joseph Surface. It so happens that Joseph Surface is allied by mutual self-interest to Lady Sneerwell, but his real interest is Maria, ward of Sir Peter, whose money rather than her person appeals to him. To further his schemes, he flatters and plays the gallant to Lady Teazle. Charles Surface, on the other hand, is ardently attached to Maria and seeks nothing but her hand in marriage. The first scene in this afternoon's production of The School for Scandal is a room in Sir Peter Teazle's house. Sir Peter, a newlywed, bemoans his state of matrimony.
When an old bachelor marries a young wife, what is he to expect? Well, 'tis now 6 months since Lady Teazle made me the happiest of men, and I've been the most miserable dog ever since. We tiffed a little going to church and fairly quarreled before the bells had done ringing. And I was more than once nearly choked with gall during the honeymoon, and had lost all comfort in life before my friends had done wishing me joy. And yet I chose with caution a girl bred wholly in the country who never knew luxury beyond one silk gown or dissipation above the annual gala or a race ball. Yet she now plays all her part in all the extravagant fopperies of fashion in the town with as ready a grace as if she never had seen a bush or a green plot outside of Grosvenor Square. She dissipates me fortune and contradicts all me humours. And yet the worst of it is, I love her, or I should never bear all this. However, I'll never be weak enough to own it.
Oh, Sir Peter, your servant. How is it with you, sir?
Oh, very bad, Master Rowley, very bad.
Nay, I'm sure, Sir Peter, your lady can't be the cause of your uneasiness.
Why, has anybody told you she was dead?
Come, Sir Peter, you love her. Notwithstanding your tempers don't exactly agree.
But the fault is entirely hers, Master Rowley. I am myself the sweetest-tempered man alive and hate a teasing temper, and so I tell her 100 times a day.
Indeed.
And what is very extraordinary, in all our disputes, she is always in the wrong. Then, to complete my vexation, Maria, my ward, whom I ought to have the power of a father over, is determined to turn rebel too, and absolutely refuses Joseph, the man I've long resolved on her for a husband, meaning, I suppose, to bestow herself on his profligate brother Charles.
You know, Sir Peter, I have always taken the liberty to differ with you on the subject of these two young gentlemen. I only wish you may not be deceived in your opinion of the elder. For Charles, my life on't, he will retrieve his errors yet.
Ah, you're wrong, Master Rowley. In their father's death, you know I acted as a kind of guardian to them both. Joseph is indeed a model for the young men of the age, but for the other, take my word for it, if he had any grain of virtue by descent, he's dissipated it with the rest of his inheritance.
I am sorry to find you so violent against the young man. I came hither with news that will surprise you. Sir Oliver is arrived and at this moment in town.
How? You astonish me. Sir Oliver arrived? It is 16 years since we met. Pray, Does she know that I'm married?
Yes, and we'll soon wish you joy.
What? As we drink health to a friend in consumption. No, Oliver will laugh at me. But, Master Rowley, don't drop a word that Lady Teasle and I ever disagree.
Oh, by no means. But you must be very careful not to differ while he is in the house with
Gad,
you.
so we must, and that's impossible. Ah, Master Rowley, when an old bachelor marries a young wife, he deserves... No, the crime carries its punishment along with it.
A room in Sir Peter Teasle's house.
Lady Teasle, I'll not bear it.
Sir Peter, you may bear it or not as you please. But I ought to have my own way in everything. And what's more, I will, too.
Very well, ma'am, very well. So as a husband is to have no influence, no authority.
Authority? No, to be sure. If you wanted authority over me, you should have adopted me and not married me. I'm sure you were old enough.
Old enough? Aye, there it is. Well, Lady Teasle, though my life may be made unhappy by your temper, I'll not be ruined by your extravagance.
My extravagance? Oh, I'm sure I'm not more extravagant than a woman of fashion ought to be.
Life, to spend as much to furnish your dressing room with flowers in winter as would suffice to turn the Pantheon into a greenhouse and give a fete champetre at Christmas.
And am I to blame, Sir Peter, because flowers are dear in cold weather? Oh, you should find fault with the climate, not with me.
Bones, madam, if you'd been born to this, I shouldn't wonder at your talking thus. But you forget what your situation was when I married you.
No, I don't. It was a very disagreeable one, or I should never have married you.
Oh, yes, madam. You were then in a somewhat humbler style, the daughter of a plain country squire. I recollect, Lady Teasle, when I saw you first sitting at your tambour in a pretty figured linen gown with a bunch of keys at your side.
Oh, yes, I remember it well. And a curious life I led. My daily occupation to inspect the dairy, make extracts from the family receipt book, and comb my Aunt Deborah's lapdog.
Ah, yes, madam, 'twas so indeed.
And then, my evening amusements, to draw patterns for ruffles, to play Pope Joan with the curate, or to be stuck down to an old spinet to strum my father to sleep after a fox chase.
I'm glad you have so good a memory. Yes, madam, these were the recreations I took you from. But now you must have your coach vis-a-vis and 3-parted footman before your chair, with no recollection, I suppose, that you were content to ride double behind the butler on a docked coach horse.
No, I swear I never did that.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You did?
I did not. I deny the butler and the coach horse.
Yes, you did, madam, and what's more, his name was Dobbin, and he was blind in one eye. This, madam, was your situation, and what have I done for you? I've made you a woman of fashion, of fortune, of rank. In short, I've made you my wife.
Well, then, and there's but one thing more you can make me to add to the obligation. That is...
My widow, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you, madam, but don't flatter yourself, for though your ill conduct may disturb my peace of mind, it shall never break my heart, I promise you. However, I'm equally obliged to you for the hint.
Oh, then why will you endeavor to make yourself so disagreeable to me and thwart me in every little elegant expense?
Life, madam, I say, had you any of these little elegant expenses when you married me?
Lord, Sir Peter, would you have me to be out of the fashion?
Oh, fashion, indeed. What had you to do with fashion before you married me?
For my part, I should think you'd like to have your wife thought a woman of taste.
Aye, there it is again, taste. Zounds, madam, you had no taste when you married me.
That's very true indeed, Sir Peter. And after having married you, I should never pretend to taste again, I allow. Oh, but now, Sir Peter, since we finished our daily jangle, I presume I may go to my engagement at Lady Sneerwell's.
Aye, a charming set of acquaintances you've made there.
Nay, Sir Peter, they're all people of rank and fortune, and remarkably tenacious of reputation.
Oh, yes, egad. They're tenacious of reputation with a vengeance. For they don't choose anybody should have a character but themselves.
Oh, what, would you restrain the freedom of speech?
Ah, they've made you just as bad as any of the society.
Oh, I believe I do bear a part with a tolerable grace.
Grace indeed.
Oh, but, Sir Peter, you know you promised to come to Lady Sneerwell's, too.
Well, I'll call in just to look after my own character.
Well, then, indeed, you must make haste after me, or you'll be too late. So goodbye to you.
So I've gained much by my intended expostulation. Yet with what a charming air she contradicts everything I say, and how pleasantly she shows her contempt for my authority. Well, though I can't make her love me, there's a great satisfaction in quarreling with her. And I think she never appears to such advantage as when she's doing everything in her power to plague me.
From here we go into one of the famous scandal scenes from which the play takes its name. A room in Lady Sneerwell's house. Lady Sneerwell, Mrs. Candor, Crabtree, Sir Benjamin Backbite, Joseph Surface, Lady Teazle, and Maria are vividly talking.
Marvelous, you know.
Now I'll die. But you're so scandalous, I'll forswear your society.
What's the matter, Mrs. Candor?
They'll not allow our friend, Miss Vermillion, to be handsome.
Oh, surely she's a pretty woman.
I'm very glad you think so, Ma'am.
She has charming fresh color.
Yes, when it's fresh put on.
Oh, fie. I'll swear her color is natural. I have seen it come and go.
I dare swear you have, ma'am. It goes off at night and comes again in the morning.
Oh, true, ma'am. It not only comes and goes, but what's more again, her maid can fetch and carry it.
Sir Peter Teazle. Ah, ladies, you're most obedient. Mercy on me, here's the whole set.
Oh, I'm rejoiced you're come, Sir Peter. They've been so censorious.
Oh, that must be very distressing to you, Mrs. Candor, I dare swear.
Well, I will never join in ridiculing a friend. And so I constantly tell my cousin Ogle, and you all know what pretensions she has to be critical on beauty.
Oh, to be sure. She has herself the oddest countenance that ever was seen. 'Tis a collection of features from all the different counties of the globe.
Oh, she has indeed. An Irish front.
Caledonian locks.
A Dutch nose.
Austrian lips.
Oh, complexion of a Spaniard.
And teeth a la Chenoise.
Mercy on me life, a person I dine with twice a week.
Go. You are a couple of provoking toads.
Oh, nay, but I vow you shall not carry the laugh off so. Forgive me leave to say that Mrs. Ogle...
Madam, I beg your pardon. There's no stopping these good gentlemen's tongues. But when I tell you, Mrs. Candor, that the lady they are abusing is a particular friend of mine, I hope you'll not take her part.
Well said, Sir Peter. But you are a cruel creature. Too phlegmatic yourself for a jest. And too peevish to allow wit in others.
Ah, madam, true wit is more nearly allied to good nature than your ladyship is aware of.
True, Sir Peter. I believe they are so near akin that they can never be united.
Yes, or rather, madam, suppose the man and wife, because one seldom sees them together.
Come, ladies. Shall we sit down to cards?
Your ladyship must excuse me. I'm called away by particular business, but I leave my character behind me.
You better take it with you, Sir Peter. For it'll be damnably mauled here.
Well, certainly, Lady Teazle, that lord of yours is a strange being. I could tell you some stories of him that would make you laugh heartily if he were not your husband.
Oh, now, pray don't mind that. Come, do let's hear them.
Maria, I see you have no satisfaction in this society.
How is it possible I should?
But can you, Maria, feel thus for others and be unkind to me alone? Is hope to be denied the tenderest passion?
Why will you distress me by renewing this subject?
Ah, Maria, you would not treat me thus and oppose your guardian Sir Peter's will, but that I see my profligate brother Charles is still a favoured rival.
Ungenerously urged.
Nay, but Maria, do not leave me with a frown. Cancel ideas, Lady Teazle. You must not. No, you shall not. For though I have the greatest regard for Lady Teazle,
Lady Teazle?
Yet were Sir Peter to suspect...
What is this, pray? Child, you are wanted in the next room. What is all this, pray?
Oh, the most unlucky circumstance in nature. Maria has somehow suspected the tender concern I have for your happiness and threatened to acquaint Sir Peter with her suspicions. And I was just endeavouring to reason with her when you came in.
Indeed. Do you usually reason on your knees?
Oh, she is a child, and I thought a little bombast... But, Lady Teazle, when are you going to give me your judgment on my library as you promised?
No, I begin to think it would be imprudent. I have so many of my country prejudices left that, though Sir Peter's ill humour may vex me ever so, it never shall provoke me to...
The only revenge in your power. Well, I applaud your moderation.
Go, you are an insinuating wretch. But we shall be missed. Let us join the company.
But we had best not return together.
Well, don't stay, for Maria shan't come to hear any more of your reasoning, I promise you.
A room in Sir Peter Teazle's house. Rowley and Sir Oliver Surface are waiting on Sir Peter Teazle.
So my old friend is married, eh? A young wife out of the country.
But you must not rally him on the subject, Sir Oliver. 'Tis a tender point, I assure you.
Poor Peter. But you say he has entirely given up Charles, never sees him, eh?
His prejudice against him is astonishing, and I am sure greatly increased by a jealousy of him with Lady Teazle, which he has industriously been led into by a scandalous society in the neighborhood who have contributed not a little to Charles' ill name.
I know. There are a set of malicious, prattling, prudent gossips, both male and female, who murder characters to kill time. But I'm not to be prejudiced against my nephew by such, I promise you. No. If Charles has done nothing...
Oh, here comes Sir Peter.
Yes, so he does. Mercy on me. One may read husband in his face at this distance.
Ah, Sir Oliver, my old friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Peter. But what? I find you married, eh, my old boy? Well, it can't be helped. And so I wish you joy with all my heart.
Thank you, Sir Oliver. Yes, I have entered into the happy state, but we'll not talk about that now.
True, Sir Peter. Old friends should not begin on grievances at first meeting. No.
Take care, Sir Oliver.
Oh, yes. Well, so one of my nephews is a wild rogue, eh?
Wild my friend. I grieve for your disappointment there. However, his brother will make you amends. Joseph is indeed what a youth should be. Everybody in the world speaks well of him.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Huh?
If he salutes me with a scrap of morality in his mouth, I shall be sick directly. But before I form my judgment of either of them, I intend to make a trial of their hearts. And my friend Rowley and I have planned something for the purpose.
Yes, Sir Peter. I have below a friendly Jew whom I have brought for Sir Oliver to question relative to Charles' affairs.
Well, pray let us have him in.
Did you ring, sir?
Desire Mr. Moses to walk upstairs.
Very good, sir.
But pray, why should this Moses speak the truth?
Oh, I have convinced him that he has no chance of recovering certain sums advanced to Charles, but through the bounty of Sir Oliver, so that you may depend on his fidelity to his own interest. Here he comes. Oh, Moses, this is Sir Oliver.
Sir, I understand you have lately had great dealings with my nephew, Charles.
Oh, yes, Sir Oliver. I have done all I could for him, but he was ruined before he came to me for assistance.
That was unlucky. Yes, I suppose you have done all in your power for him, eh, more honest Moses?
Yes, he knows that. This very evening I was to have brought him a gentleman from the city who does not know him and will, I believe, advance him some money.
What, one Charles has never had money from before?
Yes, a Mr. Premium of Crutchet Friars, formerly a broker.
Egad, Sir Oliver, a thought strikes me.
Huh?
Charles, you say, does not know Mr. Premium.
Not at all, no.
Sir Oliver,
yeah?
Go with my friend Moses and represent Premium, and then I'll answer for it you will see your nephew in all his glory.
Well, this is taking Charles rather at a disadvantage, to be sure. However, Moses, you understand Sir Peter and will be faithful?
You may depend upon me. This is near the time I was to have gone.
Well, but how must I talk? There's certainly some mode of treatment that I ought to know.
Oh, there's not much to learn. The great